Even now, 15 years later, I remember that day like it was yesterday. The way the light filtered through the station windows, the specific brand of coffee I was drinking, Colombian blend from the tin that dispatch always kept on the burner, strong enough to strip paint but familiar enough to be comforting. The temperature of the mug in my hands, the sound of the radio crackling intermittently with routine check-ins from other rangers patrolling the sector. These details stick with me in ways that probably don't make sense to people who haven't spent a quarter century working in the Pacific Northwest wilderness. My name's Tom. I've been a USFS Ranger for the past 25 years, and I've spent most of that time in these forests. Not the manicured parks you see in postcard pictures, not the accessible trails with their well-groomed switchbacks and interpretive signs. I work in the deep country, the backcountry where the trails get thin and the regulations are less about managing crowds and more about managing the raw fact that people are finite and nature is vast and fundamentally indifferent to your plans. 25 years. That's a long time to do anything. Long enough to see patterns. Long enough to develop the kind of instincts that you can't quite explain to civilians. A sense for when something isn't right, when the forest is off balance somehow. I've seen hikers stumble into situations they weren't prepared for. I've pulled injured climbers off rock faces. I've found bodies. I've talked suicidal people down from cliffs. I've dealt with everything from bear attacks to hypothermia to people who simply got too lost in their own heads to find their way back to the trailhead. But nothing quite compared to what I encountered on that Tuesday in late August of 2011. The day started normally enough. I'd been up since 5, as I always am. Old habit from the early years, though my joints complain more about it now than they used to. I made coffee at the station, the small ranger station nestled about 4 miles from the main highway. It's just a single-story building with offices, a break room, storage, and a small holding area. Nothing fancy. The Forest Service doesn't allocate budgets for comfort out here. They allocate it for function. The building serves its purpose, which is to be a presence and a resource for the handful of rangers covering this sector. The summer had been unusually warm that year. Fire danger was elevated. We'd been on alert status since June, watching the horizon for smoke, conducting prescribed burn maintenance, clearing deadfall from trails to reduce fuel loading. It was the kind of work that was never done. There was always another mile of trail, always another dead tree that could become an ember in the next lightning strike. But this particular Tuesday, mid-afternoon, things had quieted down enough that I could actually sit for a bit and attend to the paperwork that never stops accumulating. I'd been reviewing trail reports from the past month. Rangers and volunteers sent them in regularly. Observations about trail conditions, hazards, maintenance needs. It was dry reading mostly, but important reading. A damaged bridge here, a section of trail eroding there, a cairn marking that had gotten knocked over by hikers going off trail. Data points that, when accumulated, told you where to allocate resources and attention. I was making notes, prioritizing the most critical repairs, when I decided to take a break and get some air. The station sits in a small clearing, perhaps 2 acres, surrounded by old-growth Douglas fir and western hemlock. The clearing was originally created decades ago when the building was constructed, and it's been maintained ever since. Not truly open to sky, but open enough that you don't feel completely hemmed in by trees. That afternoon, I'd opened all the windows to let in the breeze. August can be stifling in these forests, the air heavy with humidity, despite the rain that falls regularly this far north. But that day there was a break in the weather, and the air coming through the windows held the promise of actual relief. I remember holding the coffee mug in both hands, feeling the warmth even as my mind cataloged the things that still needed to be done before I could call it a shift. There was a section of the Copper Ridge Trail that had been reported as poorly marked. There was discussion about whether the Stillwater crossing needed structural reinforcement or if it could wait another season. There was the matter of a destroyed sign near the Lost Lake turnoff, vandalized probably by someone's pocket knife, probably during spring when things were chaos. These were the concerns occupying my mind when the sound came. It started as something distant, barely perceptible at first. My hearing isn't what it used to be, too many chainsaws, too many years of wearing earplugs. But I'd learned to compensate by paying attention to the whole acoustic landscape. The forest has its normal sounds, wind in the canopy, the small movements of creatures in the brush, the calls of birds, occasionally the crack of a deadfall branch that finally gives way to gravity. You learn to filter these out, but your brain still processes them. Any deviation from the expected pattern stands out. This sound was a deviation. At first, I thought it was someone shouting from a distance, maybe a hiker calling out to a friend. But as I listened, really focused on it, I realized there was something wrong with the quality of it. It wasn't the jovial sound of people enjoying themselves. It wasn't even the sound of someone in ordinary distress, the kind of shout you might hear if someone had taken a fall on a trail and was calling for help. This was something else entirely. I set down my coffee mug on the desk, right on top of the trail reports, and stood up. The sound had stopped momentarily, and I waited, not sure if I'd actually heard it or if my mind had created an auditory phantom from some random noise. But then it came again, louder this time, and closer. It was a man's voice, that much was clear. But the sounds he was making weren't language. They weren't words or anything structured. They were raw, primal noises, something between a roar and a scream, something between rage and agony. There was an animal quality to it that made the hair on my forearm stand up. It was the sound of something outside the normal spectrum of human emotion, something pushed past the breaking point into territory that most people never experience in their entire lives. I've thought a lot about that sound in the years since. I've tried to categorize it, to fit it into some framework of understanding. Rage? Yes, there was rage in it, but not the simple rage of two people in conflict. This was something more fractured, more desperate. Desperation? That was in there too. But it was desperation married to something that sounded like insanity. Later, after the context became clear, after I learned what had happened, I understood what I was hearing. But in that moment, standing alone in my office with cold coffee growing colder on my desk, I was just processing the raw stimulus of it. I made a decision without really thinking about it. That's how it works sometimes in ranger work. You make a call based on instinct and training, and you trust that your experience will bear you out. The sound signaled danger. The sound signaled something that required investigation. The sound signaled a human being in extremis, whatever the cause. I moved quickly through the station, not rushing so much as moving with purpose. I grabbed my duty belt from the hook by my desk, the one with my sidearm in its holster, the one with my flashlight and radio, and the various tools that you carry as a matter of routine. I strapped it on, the weight of it familiar and settling around my waist like an old companion. I grabbed my first aid kit from the shelf, a more comprehensive one than the basic CPR kit, equipped with trauma supplies that I'd purchased out of my own pocket over the years. I had a feeling I might need it, though I couldn't have articulated why at that moment. The portable radio went into the pouch on my belt. I wouldn't call anything in just yet. I wanted to assess the situation first, to gather more information before triggering a response that might not be necessary. The Forest Service is good about not wasting resources, about prioritizing based on actual need rather than paranoia. A ranger going to check on a strange sound doesn't necessarily warrant alerting the whole system, but the radio was there if I needed it, and I was grateful for that. I was out the door and moving steadily toward the sound before I'd fully completed the mental checklist. The sound had quieted again, which was its own kind of concerning. Silence can be more ominous than noise sometimes. It can mean acceptance or unconsciousness or 1,000 other possibilities, none of them good. The forest around the station transitions quickly from managed clearing to genuine wilderness. The trees press in. The undergrowth thickens. The trail that leads away from the station becomes less of an official route and more of a suggestion, a path that exists because rangers and hikers have walked it enough times that the vegetation has learned to accept the intrusion. But off-trail, heading toward the source of the sound, there was no trail at all. I moved through the underbrush as quietly as I could manage. I'm a big man, 5'10", carrying more weight than my doctor would prefer, and I've never been particularly graceful in the forest. But years of practice had taught me how to minimize the noise I made, how to place my feet so that I wasn't snapping branches unnecessarily, how to move in a way that kept me low and relatively quiet. The undergrowth came up to about my knees, a combination of sword fern and salal, and the small woody plants that thrive in the Pacific Northwest's damp, shaded environment. My cargo pants were getting wet from the moisture of the ferns brushing against them, and I could feel the cold seeping in. The air was thick with the smell of earth and growing things, the green smell of a forest that's almost absurdly productive this far north. Everything growing, everything reaching, everything trying to make the most of the limited light. The shouts kept coming as I closed the distance. They were definitely human, but there was a quality to them that made my stomach clench. I've heard people in pain before. I've heard the sounds that humans make when they're genuinely hurt or afraid. This was different. This was someone broken in some way that physical injury alone couldn't account for. This was psychological, or at least that's what my instincts were telling me. I was approaching from the southeast, moving into terrain that sloped gradually downward. The canopy here was denser than near the station, and it was growing darker as the afternoon wore on and the light began its long summer decline. I was paying careful attention to my surroundings, noting landmarks that would help me find my way back. The ranger in me was already running scenario simulations. If I needed backup here, where would they enter the forest? How would I direct them? What was my exit strategy if things went sideways? That's the training talking. The years of wilderness medicine courses and ranger symposiums and just the accumulated experience of being responsible for a sector of forest larger than most people's entire counties. You learn to think tactically because you never know when you're going to need to. You learn to process the environment as both a resource and a potential hazard. You learn to stay alive in situations that could go bad very quickly. As I got closer, I started hearing other sounds beneath the shouts. Wet thumping noises that made my instincts scream at me. The sound of impact, rhythmic and repetitive. The sound of flesh on hard surface, over and over. I crept lower, moving even more cautiously, staying behind the larger trees and using the undergrowth as cover. The forest was getting lighter ahead of me, which suggested I was approaching a clearing, or at least an opening in the canopy. I could see brightness between the trees, not full sunlight, but more light than the dense forest permitted. That's where the sound was coming from. That's where whatever was happening, was happening. I moved to the edge of a small rise, maybe 10 feet of elevation change, and crouched behind a thicket of young Douglas firs. From my position, I could see into the clearing below, and that's when I saw him. The clearing was small, probably no more than 30 feet across at its widest point. It was the kind of clearing that exists in old-growth forests, the result of a tree falling and creating a gap in the canopy, giving an opportunity for the younger trees to grow and sunlight to reach the forest floor. Over years, if nothing too large fell to reshade the area, you could get a patch of relative light. This one had probably been formed 5 to 10 years ago, and the vegetation was beginning to reclaim it, but it still held enough open space that you could move around without being constantly whipped by branches. The man was maybe 15 to 20 yards away from my position, kneeling at the base of a large hemlock that must have been 200 years old or more, at least 4 feet in diameter at the base, rising up like a cathedral column into the canopy above, and he was bashing his head against it. I remember my initial reaction being a kind of cognitive stutter, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing because it made no sense. Humans don't do that. Humans don't kneel in the dirt and repeatedly crash their skulls against a tree trunk. It violated some basic principle of self-preservation that's encoded into our species at a level below conscious thought. But he was doing it. He was completely naked, which was my second shock. Buck naked, pale skin almost luminescent in the dappled sunlight of the clearing. His body was covered in scratches and abrasions, the kind of thing that happens when you thrash through underbrush without protection, without even awareness of your body's integrity. His skin was smeared with blood, dried and fresh, matted into his hair and streaking down his face, and he was on his knees, facing the hemlock, and bringing his forehead up to crash against the trunk with a methodical, terrible rhythm. Thump, then a moment of stillness, his body tensing, and he'd draw back and do it again. Thump. I remember the sound distinctly, the sound of bone on bark, the sound of something giving but not breaking, the repeated impact echoing in the small clearing, and then being absorbed by the forest around it. And underneath the physical sound, he was making those vocalizations again, a kind of low-frequency groaning that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. I don't know how long I crouched there, just watching. Time did something strange. It compressed and stretched simultaneously. It might have been 5 seconds. It might have been 5 minutes. My rational mind was trying to make sense of what I was seeing, while my emotional mind was recoiling from it. The two systems in my brain competing for dominance. The guy was destroying himself. That was the only coherent thought I could hold on to. For whatever reason, by whatever mechanism of psychology or chemistry or pure and simple insanity, this man had decided that the best course of action available to him was to make his head bleed and probably cause himself serious internal injury. Then he whispered something. It was soft enough that I almost missed it over the sound of impact and his own groaning. But there was a break in the rhythm, a moment where he paused. And in that pause I heard his voice, no longer shouting, no longer roaring, but speaking in a low, urgent whisper that was somehow more unsettling than the shouting had been. "Gotta get it out," he said. Then again, "Gotta get it out, gotta get it out, gotta get it out." He was chanting it now, each repetition accompanied by another impact against the tree. The words and the violence were synchronized, merged into a single compulsion. I felt my stomach turning, felt something akin to nausea rising in my chest. This was a human being engaged in profound self-harm, driven by some internal pressure that had overwhelmed his natural sense of self-preservation entirely. I knew I had to do something. The ranger in me understood that this person needed immediate intervention. But I also knew, from training, from years of experience, that approaching someone in acute psychological crisis needed to be done carefully. A sudden movement, an aggressive approach could escalate things. It could make him panic, make him run, make him hurt himself worse. I needed to announce myself. I needed to de-escalate. I needed to use my presence and my authority to create a framework of safety that might allow him to stop what he was doing. My hand went to my radio, but I hesitated. If I called this in now, it would take time for backup to arrive. Depending on where the other rangers were, it could be 15 minutes or more. And in 15 minutes, he could do a lot of damage to himself. I was right here. I was trained in first aid. I had the tools I needed. Maybe I didn't need backup yet. Maybe I could at least stabilize the situation. I drew my pistol and held it low, not pointing it at him but having it accessible. Not because I thought I'd need to use it, I didn't, but because it was procedure. Because you don't approach someone in an unknown mental state without having immediate access to self-defense options. I wasn't expecting violence at that point. But the man was clearly unstable and unpredictable, and the ranger in me insisted on maintaining protocol. I took a deep breath, gathered myself, and stood up from behind my cover. I broke into the clearing while speaking, my voice loud and clear and, I hoped, authoritative enough to cut through whatever internal narrative was driving him. "Stop what you're doing," I called out. "Stop it right now. I'm Tom. I'm a Forest Service ranger, and help is on the way. I need you to stop and put your hands where I can see them." He was in mid-impact when I called out, and his body went rigid. For a moment, he was completely still, his forehead pressed against the tree trunk, his breathing loud and ragged. Then he whipped around to face me, his whole body moving as one piece, his head snapping toward me with a violence that suggested he wasn't fully in control of his motor functions. Blood was smeared across his face in deep red streaks. His eyes were wild, dilated so wide that there was barely any iris visible, just vast black pupils that seemed to consume his whole gaze. His mouth was slightly open, his breathing harsh and loud, his chest heaving with exertion and adrenaline. For a second or two, maybe 3, we just stared at each other across the clearing. He was processing what he was seeing. I was processing what I was seeing. Then he moved. He didn't seem to make a conscious decision to do it. It was more like watching someone's consciousness snap away from one track onto another. His expression changed. What had been almost confused or inward-focused suddenly became focused outward, became aware of my presence as an external fact, became angry. Viscerally, aggressively angry. He let out a roar. There's no other word for it. A sound that came from somewhere deep in his chest and erupted from his mouth with a primal force that echoed through the clearing and bounced off the surrounding trees. It was the sound of something pushed beyond the limits of human emotion, past rage into some other territory entirely. And then he charged at me. He didn't run so much as hurl himself forward, his legs pushing against the ground with everything he had, his body leaning forward in a tackle position as he came toward me. His face was contorted with something that might have been fury or fear or pain or some combination of all three. He was covered in blood. He was naked. He was probably 50 pounds lighter than me, but moving with a desperation that made weight almost irrelevant. My training kicked in. I'd done tactical scenarios before. I'd been through Ranger law enforcement training, which included basic hand-to-hand combat and de-escalation technique. But nothing quite prepares you for the moment when someone actually comes at you with genuine intent to do harm. He made it about 10 feet before his body betrayed him. Whatever state he was in, and I learned later that it involved a truly massive dose of hallucinogens, had affected his balance and motor control severely. His legs were uncoordinated, his movements jerky and imprecise. He tried to maintain his trajectory toward me, but his legs simply couldn't manage it. One of them buckled, then the other, and then he was falling, his body collapsing toward the ground in an uncontrolled descent. He hit the dirt hard, really hard. His hands shot forward instinctively to try to break his fall, but he was already too far gone to do it properly. His face hit the ground, and I heard the impact, heard the wet crack of flesh on soil, heard the involuntary gasp of air being driven from his lungs. I didn't think. I moved. I covered the distance between us in 3 quick strides, my duty belt bouncing against my hip, my pistol still in my hand but lowered. I had flex cuffs on my belt, plastic restraints that are essentially heavy-duty zip ties designed for quick restraint of individuals in the field. I holstered my pistol, which was a calculated risk, but also a necessity, because I needed both hands for what I was about to do. I dropped a knee into his back, trying to position it so that I wasn't causing him any more injury than necessary, but also making absolutely sure that he couldn't launch another surprise attack. His body was slick with blood and sweat, and he was struggling, not with any coherent strategy, but with a kind of panicked thrashing that suggested he was fighting something in his own mind as much as fighting me. "I got you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady and calm even as my own heart was hammering in my chest. "I got you. Just relax. Just relax and don't fight me." He wasn't listening, or if he was, his body wasn't receiving the message. He was bucking underneath me, trying to roll, trying to dislodge the 180-some pounds of Ranger pressing down on his back. But he was spent, exhausted from whatever had driven him to destroy his own head against a tree, and the fight went out of him pretty quickly. I managed to get his arms pinned, and then I had one of the flex cuffs out and cinched tight around his wrists. The plastic bit into his skin, and he made a small sound of protest, but he'd stopped actively struggling. His body had given up the fight. His breathing was still ragged, still fast, but the immediate threat of violence had passed. I rolled him over carefully, mindful of potential spinal injuries, and took a look at his face. It was bad. It was really bad. His forehead was split open, a deep laceration that ran roughly from his left temple to his right, a wound that had bled considerably and was still oozing blood despite beginning to clot. His nose looked like it might be broken. One of his eyes was already swelling, the tissue around it darkening with what would be spectacular bruising within hours. His lips were split. There were cuts and abrasions on his cheeks where his face had impacted with the ground and the rough bark of the tree. But the thing that concerned me most was the possibility of what was happening inside his skull. You can treat cuts and bruises. You can work with broken bones and lacerations. But if he'd fractured his skull, if there was internal bleeding, if he'd caused himself a traumatic brain injury through his own violence and then my intervention, that was something that required immediate professional medical attention. I moved to his head, gently checking the wound, running my fingers around the edges of the laceration to feel for obvious bone damage. It was hard to tell for certain without imaging, but there didn't seem to be any obvious depression or bone shards. That was something anyway. That was a small mercy. His mumbling had stopped momentarily, but as I worked on him, he started again. "Got to get it out," he whispered. "It's in my brain. I can feel it. Got to get it out." "You're okay," I told him, even though I wasn't sure he was okay. even though the situation was clearly anything but okay. "Help is on the way. Just don't move. Let me look at you." I went back to the station to get my first aid kit, which I'd brought with me. I removed the gauze and bandages from the pack and began gently cleaning the wound on his forehead with some of the saline solution I carried. The cut was deep, deeper than I initially thought, and it was going to need stitches, probably a lot of them. But first things first, I needed to control the bleeding and stabilize him until proper medical personnel arrived. As I worked, I became acutely aware of how exposed he was, how vulnerable. He was a human being in complete psychological and physical crisis, and he was entirely dependent on my care and competence. The weight of that responsibility settled onto my shoulders like a physical thing. "What's your name?" I asked him, trying to establish some kind of connection, some kind of framework that might help ground him in reality. He didn't answer, or if he did, I couldn't understand it. His responses were slurred and disconnected, his eyes still wildly unfocused. I knew from my first aid training that head injuries can cause confusion and disorientation, and I was already seeing evidence of that. I worked methodically, wrapping gauze around his forehead, securing it with medical tape, doing everything I could to create a stable situation. And only then, only after I'd started the basic medical intervention, did I reach for my radio. "Central, this is Ranger Tom at the Northwest Sector," I said into the handset, my voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through my system. "I've got a male, appears to be in his 20s or 30s, experiencing acute psychiatric crisis with self-harm behavior, multiple head lacerations, possible skull fracture. I'm going to need immediate ambulance dispatch and probably police backup as well. Send to the clearing approximately 3/4 miles northeast of station, roughly bearing 020 from the access road." The dispatcher came back to me almost immediately. They'd been monitoring the channel, probably noting the unusual quiet and waiting to see if the strange sounds that might have been reported would result in an actual call. They confirmed the dispatch and told me they were sending EMS and county sheriff's deputies. I estimated arrival time at roughly 15 to 20 minutes. That meant I had 15 to 20 minutes alone in the forest with a man who was clearly in severe distress, whose internal chemistry was so altered that his own judgment and self-control had completely broken down. I made a decision. I covered him with the space blanket from my pack, a thin, reflective piece of material designed to retain body heat in emergency situations. I wasn't sure if he was going into shock, but it was better to be safe. The ground was damp, and he was naked and injured and in crisis. I did what I could, and then I sat with him and waited. The 15 to 20 minutes stretched out in a way that felt much longer. 15 minutes of sitting beside a stranger in the dirt, watching his breathing gradually slow from the panicked pace it had been at, watching his body gradually tense less with each passing minute. 15 minutes of listening to him mutter and whisper, mostly incoherent, but occasionally a word or phrase breaking through clearly enough for me to understand. "Can't let it spread," he said at one point. "Can't let it get to my spine," at another moment. Cutting it out, and then it'll be over," and the refrain that would haunt me for years. "Gotta get it out of my head." I didn't have answers for him. Anything I said seemed to bounce off the wall of his interior crisis without landing. I wasn't reaching a person in crisis so much as observing someone whose brain had become a foreign landscape that he was trying desperately to navigate. I checked his wounds periodically. The bleeding had mostly stopped, and the gauze was holding. I kept pressure on the deepest laceration, trying to minimize blood loss and reduce the risk of infection. I listened to his breathing, monitoring for signs of severe respiratory distress. I kept him talking, asking him simple questions even though he rarely answered coherently, knowing that keeping him engaged was better than letting him retreat fully into whatever interior crisis was consuming him. "What's your name?" I asked again. No response. Or rather, a response so garbled that I couldn't make it out. "Do you have family somewhere? Someone we can call?" His eyes focused on me for a moment, just a moment, and I saw something like recognition there, like a human being briefly emerging from underneath the chaos. "Mom," he said clearly. "Tell my mom I'm sorry." And then he was gone again, back into the interior landscape, back into the conversation with whoever or whatever was inside his own mind. I heard them coming before I saw them. The sound of people moving through the forest, not bothering with silence or stealth, just pushing through the underbrush toward the radio coordinates I'd transmitted. EMS arrived first, 2 paramedics with a stretcher between them and gear on their belts. They took in the scene in a moment, the clearing, the tree still smeared with blood, the naked, injured man wrapped in a silver space blanket, the ranger kneeling beside him. "What do we have?" the senior paramedic asked, and I gave him the rundown. Male, apparent age mid-20s to early 30s. Unknown name, acute psychiatric crisis with significant self-harm behavior, head lacerations and possible skull fracture. Concerning internal state, medications and medical history unknown. "How'd he get like this?" the paramedic asked as they began their own assessment, running through their protocols with the kind of practiced efficiency that comes from years of doing this job. "He was bashing his head against that tree when I found him," I said, pointing to the hemlock. "Naked, covered in blood, clearly not in rational control of his actions." The paramedic nodded, and I saw him make a mental note of it. Self-inflicted trauma of this severity suggested something beyond simple mental illness, suggested either extreme psychosis, substance involvement, or some combination thereof. The sheriff's deputies arrived not long after, 2 of them, stepping into the clearing with the same lack of pretense the paramedics had shown. They took in the scene, assessed the situation, and quickly determined that this was a health crisis first and a law enforcement matter second. "We'll need to transport him to County General for psychiatric evaluation and medical workup," the senior paramedic said. "He's clearly in need of professional care immediately." One of the deputies nodded. "We'll follow. Get statements from everyone involved." What followed was the practical choreography of emergency response. The paramedics got the man onto a stretcher with practiced efficiency, checking vital signs and stabilizing him for transport. His vital signs were actually surprisingly stable. High heart rate, elevated blood pressure, all consistent with acute psychological crisis and the physical trauma he'd undergone, but nothing immediately life-threatening from a medical standpoint. As they were preparing to move him out, he grabbed my hand with surprising strength. "Help me," he said, and for a moment his eyes were clear, present, aware. "Please help me get it out." "You're going to get help," I told him. "Real help. Professional help. The doctors at the hospital are going to take care of you." He nodded, seeming to accept this, and then he was gone again. Back into the internal crisis, back into the world that existed only inside his own altered brain chemistry. I watched them carry him out of the clearing, watched them navigate the underbrush with the stretcher, watched them disappear into the forest with their burden. And then it was just me and the 2 deputies, standing in a clearing with a tree smeared with dried blood, surrounded by the remnants of acute human crisis. "Ranger," one of the deputies said to me, "we're going to need you to document everything that happened here, officially. This kind of situation, we need statements." I nodded. I understood. Self-harm of this severity got reported, got documented, got added to files and cases and legal records. There would be follow-up. There would be paperwork. This wasn't something that could just be handled and forgotten. We spent probably another hour in the clearing while I gave them the complete rundown. What I heard, when I heard it, how I responded, what I found when I arrived, the sequence of events, his statements and behavior. They documented the scene, taking photographs of the tree, of the bloodstains in the dirt, of the space blanket I'd used. "Any idea what caused this?" one of the deputies asked. "No," I said. He wasn't making sense. His pupils were massive, like saucer-sized pupils. He kept talking about something being in his brain that he needed to get out. The deputy exchanged a look with his partner. "Drugs, most likely," the senior deputy said. "Hallucinogens, maybe. We see it sometimes. People take something, psilocybin, LSD, something, and it sends them into a bad enough trip that they lose complete touch with reality. Think their body is being invaded. Think they have to do something drastic to fix it." That clicked into place with what I'd been observing. It made a kind of horrible sense. This wasn't necessarily someone with an underlying psychiatric condition, though obviously something was deeply wrong with his judgment and mental state. This was someone who had ingested something that had fundamentally altered his neurochemistry in a way that had broken his connection with consensus reality so badly that he'd opted to use violence against himself as a solution to an internal problem. I wanted to ask more. wanted to understand this better, but the deputies were wrapping up their documentation. They told me I'd need to make an official statement at the station, that there would be follow-up, that the hospital would likely reach out to me when they got a positive ID on the guy, and then they were gone too, heading back through the forest, leaving me alone in the clearing. I stood there for a while, looking at the tree, looking at the bloodstains, looking at the space where someone had nearly killed themselves in the pursuit of a solution to an internal problem that existed only inside his own brain. The forest around me was beautiful in that late afternoon light. The canopy filtered the sun into golden shafts that cut through the shadows. The air smelled green and alive, the constant productive growth that defines these forests. The sound of birds calling in the distance, the normal sounds of a functioning ecosystem, and in the middle of it all, this moment of profound human crisis and suffering. This moment where someone's mind had betrayed them so completely that their own body had become an enemy to be fought and destroyed. I picked up my space blanket and my first aid kit, made sure I had everything I'd brought with me, and headed back to the station. The trail back seemed longer than the trail out, my legs heavier, my mind full of questions and images and the echo of that roar he'd let out before charging at me. The administrative response was immediate and thorough. By the time I got back to the station, there were already messages waiting for me. The dispatcher had called ahead to my supervisor, who had in turn initiated the proper documentation procedures for a significant incident. I spent the rest of that afternoon and into the evening writing reports, detailing everything I'd experienced and done. The official statement went to both the Forest Service and to county law enforcement. I documented the sounds I'd heard, the observations I'd made, my assessment of the situation, my intervention, and the paramedics' response. I explained my decision not to call it in immediately and my reasoning for attempting to approach and de-escalate rather than waiting for backup. I documented his statements, what I could remember of them, the apparent nature of his injuries. By the end of the evening, I knew more about him. His name was Daniel Reeves. He was 26 years old. He was from the Portland area, had come up to the forest with 3 friends for what was supposed to be a hiking and camping trip. The 3 friends were being questioned, and it had come out that they'd all ingested psilocybin mushrooms at their campsite the night before. Daniel had apparently eaten significantly more than the others, somewhere in the vicinity of 15 grams of dried psilocybin mushrooms, which is roughly 15 times the typical recreational dose. Most people take 1 to 3 grams. Some braver or more experienced people might take 5 or 6. 15 grams is not a dose. 15 grams is a choice to detonate the normal functioning of your consciousness and see what happens when the pieces land. The friends had reported that Daniel started acting strange within the first hour or so of ingestion. Paranoid, they said, convinced that there was something wrong with him, something internal that needed to be fixed. He'd started talking about parasites and infections in his brain. He'd undressed and run into the forest, screaming about needing to get it out, needing to fix the problem himself before it got worse. His friends had tried to stop him. They'd called 911 but gave the wrong location. They weren't sure exactly where they were, and their own judgment was compromised by their own ingestion of hallucinogens, albeit in more manageable quantities. By the time anyone could have responded to that call, Daniel was long gone, running through the forest in the grip of a psychosis so profound that it had convinced him that the solution to his perceived problem was to crack his own skull open. The hospital reports came through within a day. Fortunately, Daniel hadn't done himself as much damage as it might have seemed. The laceration on his forehead was deep and required 23 stitches, but there was no skull fracture, no epidural hematoma, no internal bleeding. The repeated impacts against the tree had caused trauma, but not catastrophic trauma. He was going to be fine, physically speaking. Mentally speaking, well, that was another question entirely. He spent 2 weeks in County General, the first 3 days of which he was on a psychiatric hold while they managed his withdrawal from the psilocybin and addressed the acute crisis state he was in. By the 3rd day, his mind had begun to reintegrate with consensus reality. By the end of the first week, he was apparently lucid and aware of what he'd done, able to discuss it with the psychiatrists and psychologists evaluating him. The last I heard officially was that he was released after 2 weeks without being formally admitted to a psychiatric facility. No criminal charges were filed. He hadn't broken any laws beyond the drug possession itself, which the prosecuting attorney apparently felt was not worth pursuing given the circumstances and his apparent remorse. But what I remember isn't the clinical information or the legal disposition. What I remember is the impact of it, the way that day settled into my consciousness and stayed there. I went back to work the day after the incident, as I was supposed to. The Forest Service had protocols for this kind of thing. You document, you debrief with your supervisor, you take a day or two if you need it, but you get back in the saddle relatively quickly. Dwelling on things doesn't help anyone, but things were different after that day. I found myself hyper-aware of the sounds in the forest. A distant call that sounded unusual would trigger a spike of adrenaline. A moment where my body would tense and my mind would jump to worst-case scenarios. The clearing where I'd found Daniel remained in my mind with unusual clarity. Every detail of it, the way the light filtered through the canopy, the smell of blood and earth, the sound of his voice whispering in that strange, urgent way, all of it remained vivid and present in a way that normal ranger work usually didn't. I started taking the trails I normally patrolled, and feeling a strange kind of dread about what I might encounter. Not fear exactly, but a kind of anticipatory unease. The sense that there was something dangerous lurking in the spaces between the trees, something that could erupt suddenly and catastrophically, and require me to respond. My wife noticed the change. She asked me about it one evening over dinner. Had I had a bad day at work? Was something wrong? I tried to explain about Daniel, about the incident in the clearing, but it's hard to convey the impact of something like that to someone who hasn't experienced it. I could describe what happened, I could list the facts, but I couldn't convey the feeling, that specific quality of witnessing someone at the absolute bottom of their own psychological well, right at the moment where they were trying to make an irrevocable choice about their own existence. "He's okay, though?" my wife asked. "He got treatment?" "Yeah," I said. "He's fine. Released after 2 weeks, no charges. Just a bad trip taken too far." But understanding that intellectually didn't make the memory go away. It didn't resolve the thing that had been activated in me by witnessing his crisis. I threw myself into work, which is what I'd always done when things felt uncertain. I took on extra patrols. I pushed for trail maintenance work. I volunteered for the prescribed burn operations that were being planned for the late fall. I filled my days with concrete tasks that had clear beginnings and endings, that resulted in measurable progress. Trail repaired, check. Section surveyed, check. Fire zone cleared, check. These were things I could control and complete and mark off as done. But underneath it all, there was this current of unease, this sense that I'd glimpsed something that I couldn't unsee, that I'd come face to face with the fragility of human consciousness and the vast gulf between sanity and its complete absence, that somewhere in this forest, walking the same trails that I walked, was a person whose mind had turned on him so completely that he'd welcomed violence against his own body as a solution. And if it happened to him, I thought, it could happen to anyone. It could happen to me. The margin between a functional consciousness and one that has completely broken down is thinner than most people want to admit. One wrong chemical sequence, one moment of perfect vulnerability, and you could find yourself on the other side of that line, doing things that horrify you even as you're doing them. I saw Daniel once, actually, about 4 months after the incident. Not in the flesh, but in a way that was almost as disconcerting. I was doing a patrol near the ranger station when I heard voices coming from the parking area. Hikers, probably getting ready for a hike. I walked out to check on them, make sure they had the proper permits and equipment, do the basic ranger duties that I did on every shift. There were 3 of them, and they were clearly friends, clearly experienced hikers. They had good gear. They seemed to know what they were doing, but as I was checking their permits, I noticed one of them, a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, with a bandage on his forehead that was still visible even though it had been months. I didn't think it could be Daniel. The chances seemed astronomical. But the bandage, the visible scar beneath it, the general build and age, something made me look twice, made me ask a careful question about where they were from. "Portland area," he said, and when he looked at me, I saw recognition flicker across his face. Recognition and shame. "You're Daniel," I said. "Not a question." He nodded slowly, and the 2 friends looked confused. unsure what was happening. "I'm Tom. I'm the ranger who found you last summer. After you, I know who you are," he said, and his voice was quiet and full of something that might have been gratitude, or might have been regret, or might have been both at once. I wanted to. I came back because I wanted to see the place where it happened. I wanted to understand. The doctor said that might help. Coming back to the place, understanding that I was okay, that nothing bad happened once I was safe. We stood there in the parking lot, this ranger and this young man who had tried to destroy himself. And there was a moment of genuine human connection. Two people who had shared an extraordinary moment of crisis and survival. "How are you doing?" I asked. "Better," he said. "Takes a while. The memories are still intense, you know. But I'm working with a therapist. I don't do drugs anymore. I'm trying to live better." I nodded. I didn't know what else to say. I was glad he was okay. I was glad he'd gotten help. I was glad he was trying to move forward. But I was also acutely aware of what he'd come very close to. How easily the outcome could have been different. How fragile the line between recovery and tragedy really was. "Be safe out there," I told him. "Watch your group. Watch for any signs of distress. And if you ever feel like something's not right in your head, please get help. Don't try to handle it alone." "I won't," he said, and he meant it. I could see it in his face. "And thank you for helping me. I didn't get a chance to say that before." "Just doing my job," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it was more than that. It was more than a job. It was a moment where my presence and my training had made the difference between recovery and something far worse. I watched them head out onto the trail, and I thought about how people carry their crises with them. How you can survive something catastrophic and still be living with the aftermath years later. How Daniel had come back to the forest not to recreate the trauma but to integrate it, to prove to himself that he could return to the place of his crisis and be okay. I got that. I understood it, because I'd come back to that clearing, would continue coming back to it over the years, trying to understand what I'd witnessed, trying to make peace with the fact that someone's mind could break so badly that their own body could become an enemy. The weeks and months following the incident blended together in a strange way. Objectively, not much changed. I got up, went to work, did my job, came home to my wife, went to sleep, and did it all again the next day. The seasons changed. Summer gave way to fall, fall to winter, winter to spring. The forest cycled through its annual death and rebirth, indifferent to the human dramas that unfolded within its boundaries. But something had shifted in me at a level that was hard to articulate or address directly. I started keeping a kind of informal log. Not officially, not as part of any Forest Service record keeping, but just for myself. I'd come home at the end of a shift and spend 20 or 30 minutes writing down the day's events, noting anything unusual, any moment that had triggered that sense of unease I'd been carrying since the incident. Some of it was practical observation. A hiker I'd encountered who seemed unusually agitated. A group of teenagers whose behavior suggested possible drug use. A person camping alone who seemed to be in a depression. These were all things I'd noticed before, all things that had been part of ranger work from the beginning. But now I found myself tracking them, following them up, making sure that people I'd noticed seemed to be okay. Most of them were fine. The agitated hiker was just dealing with normal camping frustrations. The teenagers were just typical juveniles doing typical juvenile things. The depressed camper was simply someone processing a difficult time in their life, using the forest as therapy. But the act of tracking them, of paying attention, of creating this informal safety net, it gave me something to do with the hyper-awareness that had become my constant companion. The edge of anxiety that had taken up residence in my consciousness since August. I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect my work. It did. I became more proactive about checking on dispersed campers, the ones who camp on Forest Service land outside of official campgrounds. I started paying more attention to the hikers who seemed to be by themselves, to the groups that seemed chaotic or disorganized. I was looking for signs of crisis, for moments when someone was teetering on the edge of something that could go very wrong. My supervisor noticed it, eventually. I was taking on more responsibility, pushing for more patrols in certain areas, requesting additional training in psychiatric crisis response and wilderness medicine. It wasn't dramatic enough to flag as a problem, but It was noticeable to someone who knew me well. "You've changed since that incident last summer," she said to me one day during an informal check-in. "Everything okay?" I considered lying. I considered brushing it off, saying it was nothing. But my supervisor was a good person, someone I respected, and I decided to be honest. "I think I'm processing it," I said. "Seeing something like that, it stays with you?" She nodded. She understood. She'd been in ranger work for even longer than I had, and she'd seen her share of crises. "It's normal," she said. "And it's good, actually. Shows you're developing better awareness, better observation skills. But make sure you're taking care of yourself too. If it starts affecting your ability to do the job, or if it starts affecting your personal life, let me know. We have resources." I appreciated that, and it did help, knowing that the change I was experiencing wasn't seen as a liability, but as a normal part of processing a difficult experience. The one thing that never went away was the memory of Daniel in the clearing. That remained, crystalline and unchanged, in my mind. The sight of him on his knees, bashing his head against that tree, the sound of that impact, the visceral horror of witnessing someone engaged in such profound self-destruction, the feeling of helplessness in the face of a mind that had turned completely away from self-preservation and toward self-harm. I would sometimes find myself back in that clearing, days off, just standing there and remembering, not in an obsessive way, but in a way that felt like it was part of my integration of the experience. The tree had healed, of course. The blood had washed away years ago. The small wound in the bark had already beginning to seal as the tree's defenses moved in. The forest was indifferent to what had happened there. To the Douglas fir, it was just another moment, another impact absorbed and recovered from. But to me, it remained a liminal space, a place where consciousness had come undone, where the boundary between sanity and its complete absence had been made visible in the most horrifying way possible. I started reading more about psychological crisis, about drug-induced psychosis, about the mechanisms by which the human brain could fail so catastrophically. I read about psilocybin and its effects on neural networks, about how it could flood the system with altered neurochemistry that would break the normal filters between reality and the brain's interpretation of reality. I read case studies of others who had experienced similar episodes, who had found themselves convinced of impossible things, driven to impossible actions. Understanding it intellectually helped, but only so much. Knowledge doesn't prevent the visceral reaction. Knowledge doesn't undo the memory of witnessing human consciousness in freefall. Knowledge just provides a framework within which to hold the experience, a way of saying, this is what happened, and here is why it happened, and here is how such things happen to the human mind. My wife worried about me, though she tried not to show it. She noticed that I was quieter than I used to be, more introspective. She noticed that I sometimes woke up in the middle of the night, though I never told her what I was thinking about. She noticed that I would sometimes sit on the porch for hours without doing anything, just staring out at the forest that surrounded our house. But she also understood, I think, what it meant to see something that changed you. She had her own experiences like that. We all do. And she knew that sometimes the best thing you can do is just let someone sit with something for a while. Let them process in their own time and in their own way. "Want to talk about it?" she'd ask sometimes, gently, not pushing. "Still processing," I'd say, and she'd accept that. By the time Daniel reached out to me at the ranger station, about a year after the incident, I had made some peace with what I'd witnessed. Not complete peace, maybe, but an understanding. The experience was part of me now, woven into how I understood both the forest and the human mind. He'd sent a letter, actually, not met me in person on that trail. The letter was handwritten, on plain paper, and it was long, several pages. He talked about his recovery, about the work he'd done with his therapist, about how he'd come to understand what had happened to him. He talked about how fragmented his memories were of that day, how most of what he knew about it came from what he'd been told afterward, rather than from his own recollection. "The doctors told me I could have died," he wrote. "That if I'd hit my head a little differently, or a little harder, or if I'd been alone a little longer, everything would have been different. That's hard to sit with, knowing how close I came." He also wrote about gratitude, for my presence, for my training, for the fact that I'd responded with authority and confidence rather than fear or hesitation. "You gave me space to be in crisis without dying," he wrote. "That's bigger than you probably realize. In that moment, when my mind was completely broken, you were the one thing that made sense. You were the authority figure who said help is coming, and I believed you, and that belief kept me from doing more damage." I kept that letter for years. Eventually it got worn and worn from repeated reading, the creases becoming thin and the paper becoming fragile. But I kept it because it helped me understand something important, that we don't always know the impact of the work we do, the people we help. We do our job, we try our best, and then we move on. But sometimes that job, that moment of trying our best, becomes a pivot point in someone else's life. A moment where they go one direction instead of another, and it changes everything that comes after. I started thinking differently about the forest after that too. Before Daniel, I'd seen it mostly as a resource to be managed, a place where people came for recreation or solace, a job site where I enforced regulations and conducted maintenance. It was beautiful, sure, and I loved it in the way that people love the places they've dedicated their lives to. But Daniel's crisis showed me another side of the forest. It as a place where human minds could come undone, where the vastness and the isolation could amplify internal chaos rather than resolve it. For some people, the forest was healing. For others, it could be the place where their worst impulses were magnified, where they could act on self-destruction without immediate intervention. I started thinking more carefully about dispersed camping, about whether we were adequately checking on people who were out in the wild alone. I started advocating for better mental health resources in the ranger station, for training in psychological crisis response that went beyond the basic first aid training we'd been given. Some of these initiatives went nowhere. The Forest Service has limited budgets, and mental health resources aren't typically their priority. But some of them stuck. We did eventually implement a more robust check-in system for dispersed campers. We did eventually get some additional training in psychological crisis response. Small changes, incremental improvements, but they were changes that had been prompted by Daniel's crisis and my processing of it. By the time I was a decade removed from the incident, it had become less a raw wound and more a scar, still visible, still something you could trace the history of, but no longer actively painful. I could talk about it without my heart rate accelerating. I could think about that clearing without feeling that sense of dread. I could acknowledge what I'd witnessed as a significant event without having it consume me. But it never went away entirely. It couldn't. Some experiences change you at a fundamental level, and you have to learn to live with that change rather than try to reverse it. 15 years is a long time. Long enough that the man Daniel was in 2011, the 26-year-old who nearly killed himself in a psychotic break, would be past 40 now, would be a different person entirely. I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know if he's still in recovery, if he's struggled with addiction, if he's managed to build a life that makes sense to him. Our paths diverged after that day in the clearing, and while I wish him well, I have no way of knowing how his life actually turned out. I'm older too, now, still working as a ranger, though I'm thinking about retirement more seriously than I used to. My knees aren't what they were. My hearing is worse. There are days when the weight of the duty belt feels heavier than it should, and I have to stop more frequently on patrol than I did when I was younger. But the forest is still here, unchanged in its fundamental nature, while changed completely in its particulars. Trees that were saplings when I first started working here are now mature. Old-growth trees that were mature then have fallen. The ecosystems have shifted with climate change and fire suppression policies and all the various stresses that forests face in the 21st century. And the clearing where I found Daniel remains, though it's grown over more substantially than the broader forest. The hemlock tree is still there, of course. Trees live for centuries if they're not cut down. But the clearing itself is smaller now, reclaimed by the young growth that's been reclaiming it steadily over the years. I still go there sometimes. Not frequently, but occasionally, on a day off or when my patrol route brings me nearby. I stand in that space and I remember, and I try to hold in my mind both the horror of what happened there and the mercy of the outcome, that Daniel survived, that he got help, that 15 years later I know he at least made it that far. It's strange to be haunted by something that ended well. Most of the time we think of haunting as the result of tragedy, of loss, of things that went irrevocably wrong. But there's another kind of haunting, one that results from brushing against something profound and inexplicable, the kind that comes from witnessing human consciousness in extremis and being unable to fully integrate what you've seen. I think about the margin between sanity and its complete absence. I think about how thin that margin actually is. I think about how any of us could, under the right combination of chemistry and circumstance, find ourselves on the other side of that line, doing things that our rational mind would never consent to. I think about the power of presence, about how another human being, in that moment, was enough to be the difference between recovery and tragedy. I don't think I'm special. I think any ranger standing in that clearing that day would have done what I did, would have responded with the training and authority that the situation required. But I was there, and that mattered. The forest continues to be a place where people come for escape, for healing, for adventure, for solitude. It continues to be beautiful and dangerous and indifferent to human drama in equal measure. I continue to be here, walking the trails, conducting the patrols, enforcing the regulations, helping where I can, and bearing witness to the strange intersections of human vulnerability and wilderness. I've spent a quarter century in these forests, and in that time I've come to understand that what we're really doing, as rangers, isn't managing forests or enforcing regulations or conducting maintenance. What we're really doing is standing in the liminal space between civilization and wilderness, between the known and the unknowable, between control and chaos. Sometimes we succeed in keeping the balance, sometimes we fail. Most of the time we just do what we can and hope it's enough. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. I remember the sound of his voice, the sight of him on his knees, the feeling of his blood on my hands as I wrapped his head. I remember the moment he charged at me, and then his legs gave out. I remember waiting with him in that clearing, while we waited for the ambulance, while his consciousness flickered in and out like a light with a bad connection. And I remember the specific mercy of it all, the fact that I happened to be working that day, that I happened to hear his voice, that I happened to be trained in the specific skills that were necessary for that moment, the specific mercy of consciousness surviving, of human fragility proving resilient enough to recover from its own violence. Some folks come out here chasing something: peace, adventure, escape, healing. Not all of them find what they're looking for. But Daniel found something. He found the absolute bottom, the place where his own mind had turned against him completely. And then, through the strange grace of circumstance and another person's presence and training, he found his way back. I'm grateful that I was the one standing there that day. I'm grateful that it ended the way it did, and I'll carry that memory with me for whatever time I have left in these forests, in these mountains, in this place where consciousness and nature meet and sometimes collide with devastating force. The forest continues. People continue to come. Some of them will face their own demons in this beautiful, vast, indifferent wilderness, and the rangers will be here, doing what we can, bearing witness, and hoping that when people push themselves to the edge, someone will be there to help them find their way back. That's all we can really ask for, in the end. Not that nothing bad will happen, but that when it does, there will be someone standing nearby, someone trained and present and willing to help carry the weight of another person's crisis. I still think about him sometimes when I'm out on patrol. I wonder if he thinks about me. I wonder if that day is as vivid in his memory as it is in mine. I wonder if he's found his way to a life that makes sense, that balances the trauma of that moment against something approaching peace. But mostly I just walk the trails, attend to the work, and carry the memory with me. It's become part of the landscape now, part of how I move through these forests. Not a wound anymore, but a scar. Not a haunting exactly, but a presence, a reminder of how fragile we all are, how quickly things can go wrong, and how much a single moment of compassionate presence can matter. The forest is still here. I'm still here. And somewhere out there, a man who came very close to destroying himself is still here too. That's enough. That's actually quite a lot. My name is William Rodriguez. and I have been a forest ranger for the United States Department of Agriculture for 37 years. For the last 12 of those years, I have been stationed in Alaska, managing operations across some of the most remote and difficult terrain on the North American continent. I am 63 years old now, and I have learned that age does not diminish the strangeness that can occur in these northern forests and tundras. If anything, age has only sharpened my sense that there are places and situations in this world that resist easy explanation. What I am about to recount took place over the course of 3 weeks in late August of 2015. It is an account of an expedition that began as routine environmental monitoring and ended in ways that I am still struggling to fully articulate. The team that undertook this expedition consisted of 8 people, and what happened to us during those 3 weeks has shaped how I understand the relationship between wilderness and human consciousness in ways that I cannot fully explain. Let me begin with the assembly. The idea for the expedition came from James Smith, who was 34 years old at the time and serving as a junior ranger in the Bethel sector. James had been reviewing historical environmental data and had noticed some anomalies in the temperature and precipitation records from various remote monitoring stations across interior and northern Alaska. The patterns he was identifying were subtle but consistent. Temperature fluctuations that did not match the broader regional trends, precipitation events that seemed localized and unexplained, and most intriguingly, gaps in the data itself. Some of these monitoring stations had been in operation for 3 or 4 decades, and James had done a meticulous historical review of their records. What he had found was that every 7 to 9 years, there would be a period of roughly 2 to 3 weeks where the data would become erratic or would go completely offline. The stations would resume normal operation afterward, showing no signs of damage or malfunction. It was as though something would happen to the equipment periodically, cause a disruption, and then resolve itself without intervention. James brought his findings to me in June of that year. I remember the meeting clearly. He came into my office at the regional headquarters in Bethel with his laptop and a sheaf of printed charts and data tables. He was nervous, which I appreciated. There is something appropriate about approaching a superior officer with a hypothesis that lacks obvious explanation. "Look at this," he said, spreading the papers on my desk. "Every 7 to 9 years, consistent pattern. But it is not just at one station. It is across multiple stations, spread across hundreds of miles. Bethel, Kotzebue, Barrow, Talkeetna, Cordova, Skagway, Valdez, and smaller outposts. Not all of them experience it at the same time, but they all experience it on roughly the same cycle." I studied the data. He was right. The pattern was there, subtle but undeniable once you knew to look for it. The variations were small, but they were consistent. Temperature spikes or drops that lasted anywhere from a few days to 2 weeks, then normalized. Data gaps that corresponded loosely to the times when the temperature anomalies were most pronounced. "Weather phenomena?" I asked. "I do not think so," James said. "The anomalies do not correspond to any known weather patterns. There is no atmospheric explanation that would cause this specific signature, and the data gaps are the puzzling part. Why would the equipment fail periodically and then restart without human intervention? I have been doing this job long enough to know that there are natural phenomena that science has not yet fully explained. The Arctic and subarctic regions are particularly prone to producing situations that defy conventional explanation. We have aurora borealis that can cause electromagnetic disruptions to equipment. We have methane releases from warming permafrost that create localized atmospheric phenomena. We have geothermal activity in certain regions that is not well documented. The list of potential explanations is actually quite long if you are willing to think creatively. But James was proposing something more concrete. An expedition to physically visit some of these stations during the next expected cycle and attempt to document whatever was causing these anomalies in real time. It was ambitious. It was also expensive. But it was the kind of project that could result in meaningful scientific data about a phenomenon that had so far gone unexplained. I made the decision to support the expedition, to assemble a team, and to attempt to gather data that might illuminate what was happening. The team was assembled over the course of July. I secured funding from the regional office, which was more difficult than it should have been. Budgets for exploration and investigation are always tight, and there was skepticism from some quarters about the value of the project. But I was able to justify it on the basis of equipment maintenance and environmental monitoring, which were legitimate functions that would be served even if James's hypothesis about the anomalies went nowhere. The 8 of us who made up the expedition team were selected carefully. We needed people who were experienced in wilderness operations, who could handle the physical and psychological demands of spending 3 weeks in remote northern terrain, and who possessed skills that would be relevant to understanding what we might encounter. James Smith, as I mentioned, was the junior ranger who had identified the anomalies. He was fit, intelligent, and deeply motivated to understand the phenomenon he had discovered. He brought the technical expertise related to the data and the monitoring equipment. His only limitation was experience. He was still relatively new to ranger work, having been in the field for only 4 years. Emily Johnson was 38 years old and served as an environmental technician with the Department of Interior. She had been stationed in Alaska for 8 years and had worked extensively with remote monitoring equipment. She was methodical, careful, and had a practical approach to problem solving that I appreciated. She knew how to maintain equipment, troubleshoot technical issues, and survive in difficult conditions. She was also unflinchingly practical about acknowledging when things did not make sense. Michael Williams was 45 and had been a ranger in the Alaskan wilderness for 18 years. He was experienced, competent, and utterly unflappable. Michael had faced bear encounters, avalanche situations, and medical emergencies in the field. If anyone was going to keep us grounded when things became strange, it would be Michael. Jessica Garcia was 41 and worked as a wildlife biologist for the Fish and Wildlife Service. She had an expertise in Arctic fauna and ecosystem dynamics that we might find useful. She was knowledgeable about animal behavior and could help us understand if any of the anomalies we encountered had biological explanations. She was also the most skeptical member of our team initially, which I thought was healthy. Robert Wilson was 47 and served as a logistics coordinator for the Ranger Service. He was responsible for planning the expedition's route, managing supplies, and ensuring that we had the equipment and provisions to sustain ourselves in the field. Robert was meticulous about logistics, which I appreciated. Poor planning kills expeditions far more efficiently than bad weather or difficult terrain. Amanda Clark was 36 and worked as a medical technician with emergency medical training. She was there primarily to manage any medical emergencies that might occur during the expedition. Secondary to that, she was simply good at wilderness survival and maintained a calm demeanor under pressure. Ashley Martinez was 47 and served as a communication specialist for the Ranger Service. She would be managing our satellite communication equipment, coordinating with base operations, and ensuring that we maintained contact with the outside world. She would also be responsible for documenting the expedition through photographs and field notes. Finally, there was myself, William Rodriguez, 63 years old, service record spanning nearly 4 decades. I was there to lead the expedition, to make tactical decisions in the field, and to serve as the senior ranger who could authorize actions and make judgments about the scope and direction of our investigation. 8 people, 8 different skill sets and expertise areas. 8 people who were about to spend 3 weeks together in conditions that would test the limits of our training, our resilience, and our ability to maintain rational thought in the face of ambiguity. We assembled in Bethel on August 2nd. This was where most of our supplies had been staged, where we would finalize our preparations, and where we would begin our journey. Bethel is a small town of roughly 5,000 people, situated on the Kuskokwim River in southwestern Alaska. It is a frontier community, the kind of place where resources are limited and self-reliance is not just an ideal but a practical necessity. The weather in early August was typical for interior Alaska. Cool enough that you needed a jacket, warm enough during daylight hours that you might shed that jacket, and with the sun barely setting at all, we would be working in perpetual twilight, the sun dipping below the horizon briefly in the early hours of the morning and then rising again before it had truly set. It is an exhausting light cycle for people not accustomed to it. Your body does not know when to sleep. Your circadian rhythms become confused. Over the course of weeks, this can lead to strange psychological effects. The team gathered at our staging area, a small cabin that the Forest Service maintained in the outskirts of Bethel. Robert had arranged for most of our heavy equipment to be transported via helicopter to our first waypoint. The rest we would carry with us as we made our way north and east, following a route that would take us to the remote monitoring stations that James had identified as priority targets for investigation. Looking back at those early days, I find myself cataloging the details with unusual precision. The way Michael moved through the cabin, checking equipment with the kind of focused efficiency that comes from years of practice. The way Jessica stood slightly apart from the group, her skeptical expression clear as James presented his data analysis to the assembled team. The way James himself seemed both excited and nervous, aware that he had brought all of us here on the basis of his hypothesis. The way Amanda checked supplies with the eye of someone trained to expect the worst. The way Ashley photographed everything, documentation being her instinctive response to novel situations. These small observations feel important now, in a way they did not at the time. We were just 8 people preparing for an expedition. We did not know that this would be the last time we would all feel completely grounded in consensus reality. The last time we would all be operating from the same assumptions about what was possible and what was not. Robert had planned our route with typical care. We would move from Bethel northwest toward Kotzebue, stopping to check several monitoring stations in that region. From Kotzebue, we would move north toward Barrow, following a path that would allow us to service equipment and gather data. After Barrow, we would move south and east through Talkeetna and down toward Cordova, Skagway, and finally Valdez, completing a circuit that would take us through roughly 2,000 miles of Alaskan wilderness. We would be traveling on foot for most of the journey, with some sections by canoe, where river travel was feasible. We would be camping in tents, relying on camp stoves for cooking, and managing our water needs from available freshwater sources. We would be supported by helicopter resupply at predetermined waypoints, but for the most part, we would be self-sufficient and isolated from conventional communication, except for emergency contact via satellite. This is going to be the most difficult thing most of us have done, I told the team on the morning we departed. We will be spending 3 weeks in extreme conditions, far from help, relying on each other and on our training. I need to know that every single person here is ready for that. If you are not, this is the time to say so and return home. No one said anything. No one so much as shifted their weight in a way that suggested doubt. They were committed, and I appreciated that. I also respected their willingness to undertake something difficult and uncertain. We departed on the morning of August 4th, traveling by small aircraft to our first waypoint, a location roughly 40 miles north of Bethel. The flight was bumpy and loud, the small plane struggling against wind and weather. But this was routine for Alaska. Flying in conditions that would ground aircraft in the lower 48 states is simply the way things are done here. As we descended toward the landing zone, I looked out the window at the landscape passing below. It was beautiful in a remote and austere way. Tundra stretching out in all directions, broken only by small lakes and the occasional river cutting through the low vegetation. No roads, no structures, no visible sign of human civilization. Just the landscape, vast and indifferent, waiting to see what we would do when we arrived. None of us knew that we were about to witness something that would challenge our fundamental understanding of what was possible in these remote places. None of us anticipated that the anomalies James had discovered in the data were just the first indication of something far more complex and unsettling. But as I looked out at that tundra, at that vast and empty landscape, I felt something that I have learned over the years to trust, a sense that something was out of place. Not dramatically wrong, but subtly off in a way that I could not quite define. The light seemed strange that day, even accounting for the Arctic lighting conditions. The air, even through the closed windows of the aircraft, seemed to carry a quality that was not quite right. I pushed the feeling aside. I was about to lead a team into the wilderness. I could not afford to be unsettled by intuitions and feelings. I needed to be grounded, practical, focused on the mission at hand. But that feeling did not go away. It lingered, even as we landed, even as we began unloading our equipment, even as the aircraft lifted off again and disappeared back toward Bethel. It lingered like a warning that I was too stubborn or too committed to the expedition to heed. The first 2 weeks of the expedition proceeded almost exactly as planned. We moved north from our initial waypoint, visiting monitoring stations, collecting data, checking equipment. At each station, James and Emily would run diagnostics on the monitoring equipment, confirming that everything was functioning within normal parameters. The mysterious anomalies that had prompted the expedition seemed to be in abeyance. The equipment was working fine. The data streams were normal. This should have been reassuring. Instead, it created a different kind of tension. We had undertaken this expedition on the basis of James's discovery of a pattern in the data. But now that we were here, the pattern had resolved. There were no anomalies to investigate, no strange phenomena to document. We were simply conducting routine maintenance and data collection on monitoring equipment that was functioning exactly as it should. I could see the frustration on James's face as we moved north. He had believed in his hypothesis. He had convinced me and the others to undertake this expedition on the basis of his analysis. Now, confronted with the absence of the phenomenon he had expected to document, he looked uncertain and slightly embarrassed. "The cycle should have started by now," he said to me one evening around August 15th as we were breaking camp in the area around Kotzebue. "According to my analysis, we should be seeing the beginning of the anomaly period within the next few days. But the data is completely normal. Cycles are not perfect," I told him. "If your hypothesis is correct, then the timing should be approximate, not exact. Perhaps we have simply missed the window, or perhaps the cycle will begin after we have moved through this region." He nodded, but I could see that he was troubled by the discrepancy. He was young enough that he still believed that good analysis should produce confirmable results, that the universe should cooperate with carefully constructed hypotheses. Experience would teach him otherwise if he stayed in ranger work long enough. The landscape we were moving through was itself a kind of poetry. The tundra stretched out in all directions, a landscape that seems empty until you get to know it, until you begin to understand how much life exists in that sparse vegetation and under the ground. Michael was good at pointing out the small things, the ptarmigan camouflaged against the rocks, the evidence of caribou movement, the signs of fox dens hidden in the sparse brush. Jessica was fascinated by the ecology of the region. She would spend hours discussing with Michael and the rest of us the adaptations that Arctic fauna had developed, the ways that animals managed the extreme conditions, the ecological interdependencies that allowed life to persist in places that seemed barren and hostile to human comprehension. Amanda maintained a steady presence, checking on everyone's physical condition, monitoring for signs of altitude sickness or hypothermia, despite the fact that we were rarely at significant altitude and the temperatures, while cool, were not extreme. Her training was thorough and professional. She was the kind of person who would catch a small problem before it became a major medical emergency. Ashley documented everything. She took photographs of the landscape, of the team at work, of each monitoring station we visited. She was creating a visual record of the expedition that would eventually form the basis of the report we would submit to our respective agencies. Her eye for composition and detail was remarkable. She could take a photograph of a monitoring station, a simple piece of equipment mounted on a tripod in the middle of the tundra, and make it look like art. Robert managed the logistics flawlessly. He tracked our position, managed our supply inventory, coordinated with the helicopter resupply points, and ensured that we were never in a situation where we lacked food, fuel, or necessary equipment. His meticulous planning was the reason we were able to move through this vast landscape efficiently and safely. Michael was the steady presence, the experienced ranger who had seen much and was unflappable in the face of circumstance. He worked with me on maintaining security and managing potential risks. He also brought a quiet wisdom to our evening discussions, never trying to take command, but offering observations that often cut to the heart of whatever issue was being discussed. By August 17th, we had moved into the region around Talkeetna. We were starting to move south and east, working our way down the coast toward Cordova and then on toward Skagway and Valdez. The landscape was changing. The tundra was giving way to more heavily forested terrain. The climate seemed to be shifting, becoming slightly warmer as we moved south. The light was beginning to change too, the brief period of actual darkness in the early hours of morning expanding as we moved away from the Arctic and toward more temperate latitudes. It was during the night of August 17th that things began to change. I was on watch that night, which was standard procedure. We maintained a rotating watch system, with 2 people awake at all times, responsible for monitoring our camp perimeter and being alert to any potential threats. The weather had been clear when we retired, but clouds had moved in during the evening. A weather system was approaching, bringing the possibility of rain and wind. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed something odd. The clouds had a strange quality to them. They seemed to be moving in a way that did not correspond to wind patterns. Instead of moving uniformly across the sky, they seemed to be rotating, creating a kind of spiral pattern. It was faint and subtle, but it was definitely there if you looked carefully. I mentioned this to Amanda, who was on watch with me. She looked up at the clouds and made a non-committal noise. "Weird cloud formation," she said, "but probably nothing to worry about. Weather systems are complex. They create strange patterns all the time." But even as she was saying this, I could see that she was watching the clouds with more attention than she had given them before. She too felt that something was odd about them, even if her training told her to dismiss it as natural variability. The rain came about an hour later, but it was not the typical rain I had experienced in Alaska. It did not come in a steady downpour or even in intermittent showers. It came in sudden, intense bursts, separated by periods of complete clear sky. You could stand under a torrential downpour for 10 minutes, and then it would stop abruptly, and you would look up to see stars and a clear sky. Then, minutes later, it would start again. "That is not normal," Amanda said to me as we were watching this. "Weather does not work like that. That is not a pattern I have ever seen before." "No," I agreed. "It is not." The rest of the team emerged from the tents as the rain became heavier. We gathered around the camp stove, which was burning in a protected shelter we had constructed. Everyone was watching the sky, watching the strange bursts of rain, watching the weather pattern that was violating the normal rules of meteorology. "Maybe it is some kind of localized atmospheric phenomenon," James suggested. "A microclimate effect created by the landscape." But even as he said it, he did not sound convinced. None of us were convinced. We were watching something that we had no easy explanation for. In normal circumstances, that would not be particularly troubling, but given that we were here specifically because of anomalies in the data, because James had identified something unusual in the patterns recorded by the monitoring equipment, this strange weather felt significant. "I want to check the nearest monitoring station," Emily said. "The equipment might be recording something interesting about this weather system." Robert consulted his maps and his tracking data. "There is a station about 8 miles to the southeast," he said. "We can move there in the morning if the weather clears." The weather did not clear. The rain continued in the same strange bursting pattern for the entire night and into the morning. The sky would clear momentarily, revealing blue sky and sunshine, and then it would cloud over again and dump rain. The temperature seemed to be fluctuating dramatically too. One moment you were shedding layers because it felt warm, and the next you were bundling up against sudden cold. By mid-morning, we had packed up camp and were moving toward the monitoring station. The landscape was difficult in the wet conditions. The tundra becomes boggy and treacherous when saturated with water. We were moving slowly, carefully, watching our footing and managing our equipment to keep things dry. It took us roughly 6 hours to cover what should have been a 2-hour hike. But we made it to the monitoring station, a simple piece of equipment mounted on a steel tripod, solar panels for power, a weatherproof container holding the data recording equipment. Emily began running diagnostics immediately. She connected her laptop to the monitoring station and downloaded the data that had been recorded over the past several days. "This is impossible," she said after a few minutes of reviewing the data. "The readings over the last 6 hours do not match what we have been experiencing. The equipment shows normal temperature fluctuations, normal precipitation readings. It is not recording any of this strange behavior we just observed." "Equipment malfunction?" Michael suggested. "I do not think so," Emily said. "The equipment is functioning normally. The power is good. The sensors appear to be working correctly. The data is just not matching what actually happened." She showed me the data on her laptop. Temperature fluctuations of perhaps 5 to 10 degrees, which was normal for this region. Precipitation readings that suggested moderate rain, not the intense bursts we had experienced. Nothing anomalous, Nothing that would explain the strange weather pattern that the rest of us had just endured. Either the equipment is failing in a very specific way that still allows it to record data, Emily said, or something is happening that the equipment cannot accurately measure. That possibility hung in the air between us. Something happening that the equipment could not measure. It was not a reassuring thought. We stayed at that station through the evening. Emily ran multiple diagnostics, trying to understand if there was a malfunction or if the equipment was working correctly but simply not registering certain phenomena. The weather continued to behave strangely. Bursts of rain interspersed with clear sky, temperatures fluctuating in ways that did not follow any normal pattern. The rest of the team was becoming noticeably unsettled. Jessica kept making observations about how the animal behavior in the region seemed strange. The birds were not behaving in their typical patterns. The few mammals we could see were moving in unusual ways, almost as though they were agitated or confused. Animals can sense things that we cannot, Jessica said to me that evening. Changes in electromagnetic fields, subtle shifts in air pressure, things that our human senses miss but that animals perceive directly. They might be reacting to something in the environment that we are not equipped to detect. Such as what? I asked. I do not know, she said. But the behavior is definitely abnormal. I have been observing Arctic fauna for 15 years, and I have never seen movement patterns like this. We continued south the next day. Emily wanted to visit more monitoring stations to get a larger sample of data and understand the scope of whatever was happening. James was energized by the evidence that something genuinely anomalous was occurring. His hypothesis about periodic anomalies in the data was beginning to be validated, even if the nature of those anomalies remained unclear. The weather remained strange as we moved. The bursts of rain continued. The temperature fluctuations persisted, and with each station we visited, we found the same discrepancy. The equipment recording normal values, while the environment around us behaved in ways that violated normal meteorological patterns. By August 21st, we had moved south of Cordova and were approaching Skagway. We were covering more difficult terrain now, moving through more heavily forested regions, following river valleys that cut through coastal mountains. The landscape had shifted from the open tundra of the far north to something more varied and complex: mountains, forests, water systems, the kind of terrain that offers more protection but also more possibility for things to go wrong in ways that are not immediately obvious. It was during this section of the expedition that I began to notice changes in the team's psychological state. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would constitute a medical emergency, but subtle shifts in mood, in focus, in the way that people were interacting with each other. James was becoming almost obsessive about the data. He would wake up at odd hours and check the equipment we were carrying, trying to correlate his own observations with the readings that the instruments were recording. His notebook was filling up with theories and hypotheses about what could cause the kinds of anomalies we were observing. Emily was becoming quieter, more withdrawn. She would spend hours reviewing the data from the various stations we had visited, looking for patterns, trying to understand the nature of the phenomenon. She seemed troubled by what she was finding, though she would not articulate specifically what was bothering her. Jessica was making more frequent observations about animal behavior, but they seemed to be becoming less focused on scientific observation and more focused on an almost intuitive sense that something was fundamentally wrong with the environment we were moving through. She would look at the landscape with an expression that suggested she was seeing something that the rest of us were missing. Michael remained steady and competent, but I could see that he was paying attention to the psychological state of the team. He was watching us, monitoring for signs of serious problems. His experience told him that the psychological environment could become as dangerous as the physical environment if we were not careful. Amanda was monitoring our physical health, and everything was fine on that front. No injuries, no signs of illness, no medical issues that required intervention. But she was watching our mental state with the same attention she gave to our physical state. She seemed concerned, though she had not yet articulated why. Ashley was documenting everything, photographing the landscape, the team, our daily work. But looking at some of her photographs, I noticed that her composition had changed. The earlier photographs had been almost cheerful in their documentation of the landscape and the expedition. These later photographs were darker, more contemplative, capturing light and shadow in ways that created a sense of unease, and Robert, our meticulous logistics coordinator, was becoming distracted. He was still tracking our position and managing our supplies, but I noticed that his maps and his notations were starting to not quite line up with the landmarks we were passing. He would look at his map and look at the landscape and seem confused about how they correlated. None of this was dramatic enough to require intervention. It could all be explained by fatigue, stress, and the psychological effects of spending weeks in isolation in a remote environment. But it was there, a subtle shift in the psychological tone of the expedition that I could not quite ignore. It was on August 22nd, as we were approaching Skagway, that everything changed. We had made camp on the evening of August 22nd at a location roughly 10 miles south of Skagway. The weather had remained strange throughout the day, but we had largely accepted it at that point. We had documented it, recorded our observations, and added it to the growing database of anomalies that we were collecting. The team was beginning to move through the landscape with a kind of grim acceptance. We were not turning back. We were committed to completing the expedition as planned. But the strangeness that we had encountered was taking a psychological toll that I had initially underestimated. We had eaten dinner and were sitting around the camp stove, engaged in the kind of desultory conversation that characterizes the evening hours of expedition work. Nothing momentous, nothing that I would normally think to remember. Observations about the landscape, discussions about how much farther we had to go, speculation about the resupply helicopter that was scheduled to meet us in 2 days. And then James stood up from his seat and walked away from the camp stove, toward the edge of camp. "I need some space," he said when I asked where he was going. "I am just going to walk a bit, get some air." This was not unusual. People in close quarters for extended periods often need brief periods of isolation. I did not think anything of it at the time. Roughly 20 minutes later, Michael went to check on him. Michael was back within a minute, and his expression told me that something was wrong. "He is gone," Michael said. "I went to where he went, and he is not there. I called for him. No response." I felt a spike of adrenaline. Expedition protocol called for buddy systems, for not wandering off alone, for maintaining visual contact. James had violated that protocol, but he was a ranger, trained in wilderness safety. He would not have gone far. He would not be in trouble. "How far did he go?" I asked. "I do not know," Michael said. "I followed the direction he went, and I did not see any sign of him. He could have gone 100 yards, or he could have gone a quarter mile. In this light, in this terrain, it is hard to say." I made the decision to send search parties. We would search the immediate area around camp, expanding the search radius systematically until we found him. Standard protocol. Nothing to be alarmed about yet. Michael, Robert, and I set out in one direction while Jessica, Amanda, and Ashley searched in another. Emily stayed at camp to monitor the satellite communication equipment and coordinate our search efforts from base. We moved slowly, carefully, calling out James's name at intervals, watching for any sign of him. The landscape was becoming more forested as we moved away from the open tundra, trees thickening, brush becoming denser. It would be easy to get turned around in this terrain if you were not paying careful attention. We searched for roughly 2 hours, expanding our search radius, calling repeatedly. Nothing. No sign of him, no response to our calls. It was as though he had simply vanished. When we returned to camp, Jessica and her team had no better news. They had searched their designated area equally thoroughly and found nothing. James had apparently walked away from camp and completely disappeared in the space of 20 minutes. We convened at the camp stove, all of us trying to understand what had happened. The standard explanations offered themselves. He had gotten injured and was unable to respond. He had become disoriented and was lost. He had somehow gotten significantly farther than we expected before any of us realized he was missing. "We need to make a decision about search and rescue protocol," I said. "We have options. We can use the satellite communication to call for additional help. We can continue searching through the night. We can wait until morning and conduct a more organized search. But we need to be strategic about this." "He might be injured," Amanda said. "If he fell, if he is lying somewhere in the brush unable to move, every hour that passes makes his situation worse." "Agreed," I said. "Robert, What is our distance to the nearest town? Skagway is roughly 10 miles to the north, Robert said. There might be search and rescue services available there, or we could send for a helicopter from one of the larger towns. Let me try calling for him one more time, Michael said. This time I will go farther, maybe a quarter-mile out. He might have gotten confused, but still be within a reasonable distance. I approved this. Michael set out from camp with a flashlight and a radio, moving in the direction that James had originally walked. The rest of us waited, tension building, waiting to see if Michael would return with news. He returned after 30 minutes, and he was alone. Nothing, he said when he got back to camp. I got a quarter-mile out, maybe a bit farther. I called until my voice was hoarse. Nothing. No response, no sign of him. We made the decision to use the satellite communication system to call for help. Emily contacted the Regional Ranger Service in Juneau. Within an hour, we had authorization for a helicopter to be dispatched from Ketchikan. It would arrive at first light, roughly 8 hours away. In the meantime, we were instructed to maintain a search perimeter and be ready to provide GPS coordinates and any additional information about James's disappearance when the helicopter arrived. No one slept that night. We maintained a watch rotation, but the watch was pointless. We were all too agitated to sleep. We waited for dawn, for the helicopter, for some resolution to this unexpected crisis. The helicopter arrived at 8 in the morning. 2 Coast Guard rescue specialists ascended with equipment and began working with us to conduct a more systematic search of the area. They used spotlights, heat-sensing equipment, and radio direction finding tools. They expanded the search radius far beyond what we had been able to manage on foot. By noon, after 4 hours of intensive search, they had found nothing. It is like he just disappeared, one of the search specialists said to me. There are no signs, no indication of which direction he went, no evidence of injury or distress. It is as though he walked into the forest and just ceased to exist. The Coast Guard was obligated to continue searching, but after 6 hours they began to wind down the operation. With no signs of James, with no evidence of where he had gone, with the weather beginning to deteriorate, they could not justify continuing to risk lives on an increasingly unlikely rescue mission. We will file a missing persons report, the lead specialist told me. We will coordinate with state and federal authorities. A more comprehensive search will be organized, probably starting tomorrow if the weather permits. But for your team, I recommend that you consider what you want to do next. You have a team member missing in the wilderness. You need to make a decision about whether you continue your expedition or evacuate. I looked at the remaining members of my team. I could see the shock, the disbelief, the beginning of fear. One of us had simply disappeared. The orderly universe that we had inhabited for the previous 3 weeks had suddenly become chaotic and threatening. We should continue, Emily said quietly. James would not have wanted the expedition to fail because of his disappearance. That is not the question, I said. The question is whether continuing puts the rest of us at risk. And I do not have a clear answer to that question. We debated for roughly an hour. Some members of the team wanted to evacuate, to end the expedition, to return to civilization and let professional search and rescue handle finding James. Others wanted to continue, arguing that James's disappearance was likely an isolated incident, that we should not abandon the mission because of an accident or a mistake. In the end, I made the decision to continue. We would modify our route slightly to move toward Valdez, our final destination, rather than exploring additional monitoring stations. We would proceed with caution, and if any other significant problems arose, we would evacuate immediately. The helicopter departed with one of the Coast Guard specialists, who would coordinate the ongoing search effort from Ketchikan. We were left with 8 team members minus 1, 8 people trying to understand how one of our group could simply disappear in a location that we had all searched thoroughly. The next 3 days were difficult. We moved toward Valdez, following Robert's planned route, visiting monitoring stations, collecting data. But the work felt mechanical now, devoid of the sense of purpose that had motivated us at the beginning of the expedition. James's disappearance had introduced an element of genuine danger into the expedition. It was no longer an adventure or an investigation. It had become a survival situation. The strange weather phenomena continued. The bursts of rain, the temperature fluctuations, the atmospheric anomalies that Emily's equipment could not quite measure. The animal behavior remained odd, birds and mammals behaving in ways that Jessica found deeply troubling, and the team continued to show signs of psychological deterioration. Michael was moving more slowly, his usual competence replaced by a kind of cautious weariness. Robert's map work seemed less reliable, his navigation less certain. Amanda had abandoned her normal cheerful demeanor entirely, becoming almost mute. Ashley was still photographing, but her photographs had become deeply strange, dark, abstract compositions that seemed to be documenting something beyond the simple landscape we were moving through. Emily was the one who articulated what we were all starting to feel. "Something is wrong here," she said to me on the evening of August 25th. "Something is fundamentally wrong. It is not just James's disappearance, it is the weather, the equipment readings, the animal behavior. Everything about this place is off. It is like we have entered an environment where the normal rules do not apply." "We will reach Valdez in 3 days," I said. "The helicopter is scheduled to pick us up. We will be out of this region, back in civilization, where things make sense again." "I am not sure they will make sense again," Emily said. "I think James is gone because something in this place took him, and I think it is still here. And I do not know if 3 days is enough time to escape before it takes someone else." I wanted to dismiss this as fear-based thinking, as psychological deterioration brought on by stress and isolation. But I could not entirely dismiss it, because part of me believed it too. Part of me felt exactly what Emily was describing, a sense that we were in a place where normal rules did not apply, where strange things could happen without warning or explanation. By August 28th, we were in the vicinity of Valdez, moving through heavily forested terrain, following river valleys that cut through coastal mountains. Valdez itself was just a few miles away now. The helicopter was scheduled to pick us up the next morning. We were almost out of the wilderness that had claimed James and had somehow transformed the expedition from a scientific investigation into something far more unsettling. The team was exhausted. Not just physically exhausted, though we were that. We were psychologically exhausted, worn down by the strange phenomena we had been witnessing and unable to explain, stressed by James's disappearance, and moving through an environment that seemed actively hostile in ways that we could not quite articulate. I had made the decision to push hard on our final day, to reach the extraction point and camp there so that we would be ready for the helicopter pickup in the morning. Everyone understood that this was the final push, that we were almost free of the wilderness, that civilization was just a few hours ahead. Robert was leading us, navigating from his maps, providing directions as we moved through the forest. The trail we were following was not an official ranger trail, just a route that Robert had calculated based on topography and landmarks. It was slow going, and we were all focused on making it through the day without incident. We had been moving for roughly 7 hours when Robert stopped abruptly and turned to face the team. "I do not know where we are," he said. "The landmarks do not match the map. We should be at a specific location by now, but everything around us is wrong." He was right. I had been paying attention to the terrain, and I had noticed the same thing. We should have been moving through a section of forest that gave way to more open terrain, leading to the river valley that would take us directly to Valdez. But the forest seemed to be getting denser, not less dense. The landscape was not matching Robert's maps. "Show me," I said, and Robert spread his map on the ground. He pointed to our presumed location and showed me the landmarks that should have been visible. "The ridge should be to the northeast," he said. "It should be clearly visible through the trees. But look," he pointed to the northeast, where the forest continued without change, where there was no ridge, no landmark, no sign of the terrain that the map indicated should be there. "Perhaps the map is inaccurate," Jessica suggested. "Maps of remote areas are not always reliable. The topography can be different from what the maps indicate." "This map was created from satellite imagery and surveying data," Robert said. "It should be accurate. This makes no sense." And then Emily made an observation that sent a chill through all of us. "The weather is not happening anymore," she said. "The temperature is completely stable. The rain has stopped entirely. Even the light seems different, normal, unchanging." I realized immediately what she meant. Since the night of August 17th, we had been moving through strange weather, through atmospheric anomalies that violated normal meteorological patterns. But now, for the first time in 11 days, the weather had become completely normal, stable, consistent, boring. It stopped when we reached the end of the cycle, James said. Except James was not there. James had disappeared 11 days ago, and I had not been expecting to hear his voice. I turned around to look, and there he was, standing at the back of the group, looking exactly as he had when he had disappeared. No visible injuries, no signs of age or hardship. Just James, as though the previous 11 days had not existed for him. Everyone else turned to look too. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then Michael moved forward. "James," Michael said, "where have you been? We have been looking for you. We organized a search. The Coast Guard searched for hours." James looked confused by this. "I have been right here," he said. "I have been walking with you. I have been there the entire time." "No," I said, my voice steady despite the unease spreading through my body. "You walked away from camp on August 22nd. You disappeared. We searched for you. The Coast Guard searched for you. You have been missing for 11 days. James looked at his hands, at his clothing, as though checking these things for evidence of what I was describing. "That is not possible," he said. "It felt like just a few minutes. I walked away from camp because I needed space. I walked through the forest, and then I turned around and walked back. The time felt wrong, but only in a subjective way. Only a few minutes had passed." Emily pulled out her laptop and checked the timestamp on the expedition log, the recordings and observations that she had been maintaining throughout the expedition. "He is right about one thing," Emily said quietly. "The equipment shows that only approximately 4 hours have passed since he left camp, not 11 days. According to the electronic records, it has only been 4 hours." We all looked at each other, trying to understand what this meant. Our internal sense of time had told us that 11 days had passed. The observations we had made, the distance we had traveled, the events we had recorded and discussed, all of it suggested that 11 days had occurred since James had disappeared. But the electronic record indicated only 4 hours. The laptop that Emily had been using showed that it was still August 22nd, still the evening of the day that James had walked away from camp. And yet we had all lived through 11 days. We had all aged 11 days. We all had memories of 11 days of travel, of searching, of witnessing strange weather and psychological deterioration. "This is not possible," Robert said. "This violates every physical principle. Time cannot pass differently for us than for the equipment." "And yet it has," I said. "We need to gather ourselves. We need to understand what happened. But first, I need to know, did the equipment record the strange weather phenomena? Did it record the anomalies?" Emily checked the data, scrolling through the readings from the monitoring equipment we had been carrying. "Nothing," she said. "The equipment shows completely normal readings for the entire period. No anomalies, no unusual phenomena. It is as though the strange weather, the atmospheric anomalies, never happened at all." "But we lived through it," Jessica said. "We saw it. We documented it. We have memories and observations and photographs." Ashley pulled up the photographs on her camera. She had been documenting the strange weather, the landscape, the team's activities. The photographs showed normal things. Landscapes that matched what the maps indicated. Weather that looked unremarkable. No evidence of the intense bursts of rain. No evidence of the strange atmospheric phenomena that she had captured so clearly in the images she was taking. "This is not possible," Robert said again. But his voice was weaker now, convinced by the evidence despite his rational objections to what the evidence suggested. "I made a decision. We would camp where we were. We would attempt to process what had happened, to understand the nature of this phenomenon, to determine what our next step should be. But first, I wanted to establish whether the phenomenon was continuing or whether it had actually ended with James's reappearance. We are going to establish a baseline," I said. "We are going to camp here. We are going to set up our satellite communication equipment and make contact with the regional office. We are going to document everything that we can verify, and then we are going to attempt to determine what is actually happening to us." The team agreed, though I could see the fear in their faces. We had been operating under the assumption that we understood the basic nature of our situation, even if specific details were strange. Now that assumption had been shattered. We did not understand our situation at all. We set up camp and fired up the satellite communication equipment. I was the one who made the call to the regional office in Juneau. I spoke with the regional administrator, a man named Director Carson who I had worked with for many years. "We have a situation," I said, and I described what had occurred. James's disappearance, his reappearance, the discrepancy between our subjective experience of time and the electronic record of time. I described the strange weather phenomena and their absence from the equipment data. I described the strange atmospheric anomalies that Emily could not explain. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When Director Carson spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. "I need to tell you something," he said. "About 3 days ago, we received a call from a ranger station in the Brooks Range, about 200 miles to the north. They reported a team that had gone missing on a similar expedition about 2 weeks ago, a team that was also investigating atmospheric anomalies in remote regions. The team reappeared at their camp, apparently with no memory of where they had been or how much time had passed. The discrepancy between their subjective experience and the time shown on the electronic records was significant." "How significant?" I asked. "They believed 6 weeks had passed," Director Carson said. "But the electronic record showed only 4 days. I felt the weight of this information settle on me. We were not experiencing something unique. We were experiencing something that had apparently happened to other teams before us. Something that was happening in these remote regions of Alaska. Something that manifested as temporal anomalies, as weather phenomena that could not be explained, as the apparent disappearance and reappearance of people who had ventured into isolated wilderness." "The other team," I said. "Are they okay? Did they complete their expedition?" "No," Director Carson said. "They were evacuated. They are under observation by medical and psychological professionals. Some of them are reporting memory anomalies. Some of them are experiencing persistent dissociation and psychological disturbance. The consensus among the professionals treating them is that they experienced some kind of mass hallucination or group psychotic episode, but the electronic records support their account," I said. "The time discrepancies are real." "I am aware of that," Director Carson said, "which is why this has become a matter of significant concern at regional and potentially federal levels. I am going to instruct you to evacuate immediately. The helicopter is being dispatched right now. It will reach your position within 2 hours. I want you and your team to be ready for immediate extraction." "Understood," I said. "And William," Director Carson added, "I need to know, are all your team members accounted for?" I looked around at the assembled group. We were missing James, except James was here. We were all present, all accounted for. "Yes," I said. "All 8 of us are here." "Good," he said. "Keep it that way. Something is happening in these remote regions of Alaska, something that we do not yet understand. And it appears to be targeting people like us, people who go into the wilderness to investigate and document phenomena. I want you safe and out of there as soon as possible." The helicopter arrived in exactly 1 hour and 47 minutes. It descended into the clearing we had prepared, and the pilot made gestures for us to board. We gathered our most critical equipment, abandoned some of our materials to lighten our load, and boarded the aircraft with the kind of desperate efficiency that comes from a need to escape something. As the helicopter lifted off, I looked down at the forest below, the vast and indifferent landscape that had seemed so welcoming when we first arrived. I tried to understand what we had encountered, what we had survived, whether we would ever know the true nature of the phenomenon that had affected us. The pilot did not attempt conversation during the flight. He focused on flying, on getting us away from the remote regions and toward Anchorage, toward civilization, toward the possibility of beginning to process and understand what had happened to us. We landed in Anchorage at 2 o'clock on the morning of August 29th. We were met by medical personnel, by psychological specialists, by representatives of various federal agencies. We were taken to a facility that had apparently been prepared in anticipation of our arrival. Over the course of the next 72 hours, we underwent extensive medical evaluation, psychological assessment, and interviews with investigative personnel. The medical evaluation revealed no physical abnormalities. We had all aged the amount that our subjective experience suggested. 11 days of physical aging, reflected in minor weight changes, in the normal wear and tear of 11 days of expedition work. The electronic record suggested that no time had passed, that we were still in the same physical condition we had been in on August 22nd. But our bodies told a different story. We had experienced 11 days of time, and our bodies reflected that. The psychological evaluation was more complex. We were all experiencing a kind of cognitive dissonance that made it difficult to think clearly or to organize our thoughts. We had lived through experiences that were supported by our observations, our documentation, our internal sense of time and causation. But the electronic records contradicted every significant detail of our experience, except for one thing: the time discrepancy itself. It was Director Carson who ultimately provided me with the explanation for what was being theorized about our experience. There is a phenomenon in certain remote regions of the Arctic that has been documented in various scientific literature, he said to me during one of our debriefing sessions. It is related to geomagnetic disturbances, to variations in the Earth's magnetic field in these regions. There are places where the magnetic field is substantially weaker than it is elsewhere on the planet. In these regions, there are documented cases of temporal perception anomalies, of people experiencing different rates of subjective time than objective time. What your team experienced appears to be an extreme case of this phenomenon. The electronic equipment was shielded and isolated, so it maintained accurate time. But your biological clocks, your brains, your subjective sense of causation and sequence were all affected by the geomagnetic anomaly. You experienced 11 days, but only 4 hours actually passed. That is not possible, I said, though at this point I was running out of ways to object to the impossible, since I had already experienced it. It is theoretically possible, Director Carson said. The mechanisms are not entirely understood. But there are physics papers, some of them peer-reviewed, that discuss this possibility. The brain uses electromagnetic processes to regulate time perception. If those processes are disrupted by an external geomagnetic field, the perception of time can be altered dramatically. And James, I asked, what about his disappearance and reappearance? We have a theory, Director Carson said. The geomagnetic disturbance may have created a kind of temporal pocket, a region where time was passing at a different rate than it was in the surrounding area. When James walked away from camp, he entered that region. From his subjective perspective, only a few minutes passed. From the perspective of the rest of you and the electronic equipment, several hours passed. But because your entire team was moving through the same general area, you all eventually intersected with that temporal pocket. When James reappeared, it was because the rest of you had caught up to him temporally, so to speak. That is insane, I said. Yes, Director Carson agreed. It is. But it is also the best explanation we have for what you experienced. And it is not unprecedented. There are other documented cases, though none of them are as well documented as yours. Over the following weeks, I interviewed the members of the other expedition that had experienced a similar phenomenon. Their account was remarkably similar to ours, though they had been in a different region of Alaska, and the temporal discrepancy had been even more dramatic. Where we had experienced 11 days and 4 hours, they had experienced 6 weeks and 4 days. The common elements in both accounts were striking. Investigations into atmospheric anomalies, equipment malfunction relative to physical reality, temporal perception anomalies, the disappearance and reappearance of team members, psychological deterioration and disorientation. What was also striking was that both expeditions had been investigating similar patterns, periodic anomalies in monitoring station data, strange fluctuations in atmospheric and environmental readings, phenomena that science did not yet have explanations for. I think we were getting close to something, the lead researcher from the other expedition told me. I think the data anomalies are real, and they are caused by something in these remote regions that we do not yet understand. And I think whatever is causing those anomalies, it does not want to be understood. It does not want to be investigated, and it will do whatever is necessary to prevent us from getting too close to the truth. I did not know if I believed that. The official explanation about geomagnetic disturbances and temporal perception anomalies was plausible on a scientific level, even if it was extremely difficult to accept emotionally or psychologically. But I could not ignore the fact that both expeditions had been investigating anomalies, and both had experienced temporal disturbances. I could not ignore the fact that the electronic equipment had recorded normal readings while our subjective experience had been of profound strangeness. I could not ignore James's disappearance and reappearance, a phenomenon that no geomagnetic theory could adequately explain. By the middle of September, the investigation had largely concluded. The official report attributed our experience to a combination of geomagnetic disturbance, temporal perception anomalies related to brain function disruption, and psychological stress causing perceptual distortions and false memories. Some members of the team accepted this explanation. Robert, our logistics coordinator, seemed almost relieved to have a rational framework within which to place his experience. Michael, our experienced ranger, was more skeptical but willing to accept the official explanation as better than having no explanation at all. Others were less satisfied. Emily, our environmental technician, conducted her own analysis of the geomagnetic data, and she was not convinced that the theory adequately explained what we had experienced. Jessica, our wildlife biologist, could not reconcile the official explanation with the detailed animal behavior anomalies she had documented. James struggled the most with the aftermath. He had experienced only 4 minutes of subjective time, while the rest of us had lived through 11 days. The disparity between his internal experience and the external reality of the situation was deeply troubling to him. He found himself unable to fully integrate the experience, unable to accept that his subjective reality and objective reality had diverged so dramatically. The psychological counseling that all of us underwent was intensive and ongoing. I found myself returning to the same issue repeatedly with my therapist. How do you trust your perception of reality when you have experienced something that violates fundamental physical principles? How do you move forward in the world when you know that reality itself may be more fragile and ambiguous than you previously believed? Amanda, our medical technician, was perhaps the one who adapted most successfully to the experience. She approached it with the same pragmatism that she brought to medical care. We experienced something. We do not understand it, but we survived it. We lived. That is what matters. Ashley, our communication specialist, returned to her photography after the expedition with a new focus. She was attempting to capture, through visual imagery, the sense of temporal displacement that she had experienced. Her photographs from this period are striking and disturbing, abstract compositions that seem to capture the moment where reality and perception diverge. I am 63 years old, and I have been a ranger for 37 years. The expedition to investigate atmospheric anomalies in remote Alaska was one of the most significant experiences of my career, and it has fundamentally altered how I understand my profession and my place in the natural world. In the years since the expedition, I have continued to work in Alaska, though I have not returned to the regions where the temporal anomalies occurred. I tell people that it is for health reasons, that the stress of the expedition has made me reluctant to undertake that kind of work again. That is true, but it is not the complete truth. The complete truth is that I am afraid. I am afraid of what we encountered, and I am afraid of what it means. I have devoted my life to understanding and protecting the wilderness, to being a rational presence in an environment that can be dangerous and demanding. But the expedition taught me that there are aspects of the wilderness that resist rational understanding, that refuse to conform to the explanatory frameworks we have created. I have kept in touch with the members of the expedition team. Most of us are still working for the agencies that sent us into the field. We do not talk about the expedition very much. There is a kind of unspoken agreement among us that this experience exists in a category separate from normal professional discourse. It is something we all know about, something we all remember, but something we do not publicly discuss because we know how it sounds to people who were not there. James left the Forest Service about 2 years after the expedition. The psychological aftermath of his experience proved too difficult to integrate into his working life. He is doing something else now, something that keeps him out of the wilderness. I hope he has found peace, though I suspect he is still struggling with the question that we all struggled with. How do you trust your perception of reality? Emily continued working with environmental monitoring equipment, but she shifted her focus away from remote fieldwork toward laboratory-based research. She has published several papers on electromagnetic phenomena and temporal perception, work that is fringe science at best and pseudoscience at worst according to most of the mainstream scientific community. But she has found a professional home in the small community of researchers who are willing to take seriously the possibility that there are phenomena in the natural world that do not fit conventional explanatory frameworks. Michael is still working as a ranger in Alaska. I see him occasionally when our professional paths intersect. We do not talk about the expedition, but there is an understanding between us. We both know what we experienced. We both understand the limitations of rational explanation in the face of genuine mystery. Jessica shifted her research focus to studying animal behavior in regions with geomagnetic anomalies. She has been attempting to document whether animals perceive temporal anomalies differently than humans do, whether their behavior might provide clues to understanding what is happening in these remote regions. Robert eventually left the Forest Service entirely. The experience of navigating terrain that did not match the maps, of not knowing where he was in a landscape that should have been comprehensible to him, created a crisis of confidence that he could not overcome. He is working in a different field now, something that does not involve wilderness or navigation. Amanda continues to work as a medical technician, still based in Alaska, still on call for emergency response in remote regions. She has integrated the experience in the way that practical people do: acknowledge it, accept it, move forward. Her life is no less meaningful for having encountered something that she does not entirely understand. Ashley is working as a photographer now, focusing specifically on landscape and wilderness photography. Her work has a distinctive quality that people who know about the expedition recognize as being connected to her experience. She is exploring through visual imagery the territory between rational perception and subjective experience, the space where reality becomes ambiguous and uncertain. As for myself, I continue to work as a ranger, though I am approaching retirement. I have no desire to return to the remote regions where the temporal anomalies occurred, but I also feel a kind of responsibility to bear witness to what happened, to maintain the records and the documentation, to ensure that when I eventually retire, there will be some official account of the expedition available to future researchers and administrators. I have also become convinced that Director Carson was correct in his assessment that something significant is happening in these remote regions of Alaska, something that defies conventional explanation. The atmospheric anomalies are real. The temporal disturbances are real. The equipment malfunctions are real. What is not clear is whether these phenomena are truly geomagnetic disturbances affecting temporal perception, or whether they represent something entirely different, something that science has not yet developed adequate frameworks to explain. I have become aware, through informal communication with other rangers and researchers, that there are additional accounts of similar experiences in remote Arctic regions. Not many, and most of them are not official records, but they exist. Stories told around campfires by people who have ventured into these regions and experienced something that they could not explain. Stories that are similar enough to our experience to suggest that we were not unique, that we were part of a larger pattern. What I have concluded, after years of reflection on the expedition and its aftermath, is that there are places on this planet where the relationship between consciousness and physical reality is more ambiguous than we normally assume. There are locations where the electromagnetic environment is sufficiently unusual that human perception is fundamentally altered. Whether this represents a disruption of our sense of time, or whether it represents something more profound, I cannot say. The wilderness teaches humility. It teaches that human understanding is limited, that nature is far more complex and varied than our frameworks can adequately capture. The expedition was an extreme and dramatic version of a lesson that I have been learning slowly throughout my entire career, that there are things in the world that will not be easily explained, that will not conform to our expectations, that will remain mysterious no matter how hard we try to illuminate them. I still think about that clearing in the forest where James disappeared and reappeared, where the team experienced 11 days of time and 4 hours of objective reality. I still think about the strange weather phenomena, the atmospheric anomalies, the animals behaving in ways that violated their normal patterns. I still think about the moment when the rational framework that we had built our understanding on shattered, when we had to acknowledge that reality itself was far more fragile and ambiguous than we had assumed. The official report on the expedition concluded that the team experienced mass temporal perceptual anomaly related to geomagnetic disturbance. That conclusion was filed away in archives, added to the institutional knowledge of the Forest Service, and largely forgotten by everyone except the people who lived through it. But those of us who were there know something different. We know that we experienced something profound, something that changed us in ways that are difficult to articulate or explain. We know that the wilderness contains mysteries that science has not yet learned to address. We know that the relationship between consciousness and reality is far more complicated than our normal assumptions allow. 15 years after the expedition, I have made peace with the mystery of it. I have stopped trying to force rational explanation onto something that may not be amenable to rational explanation. I have accepted that some experiences exist beyond the reach of conventional understanding, and that living with that ambiguity is part of what it means to be a ranger, to be a guardian of wilderness that remains genuinely wild, genuinely beyond our full comprehension. If I were asked whether I would undertake such an expedition again, I would say no. The cost was too high, the psychological toll too significant, the threats to our collective sanity too real. But if I were asked whether I regret having done it, I would say that regret is not the right word. We encountered something genuine. We survived it. We have carried the knowledge of it forward. That is enough. That is actually quite a lot. "4 years ago, I lived in a very small one-bedroom house with one of my best friends, Mike. We couldn't afford anything bigger, so that's why we settled with a one-bedroom. I slept on the futon in the living room, and Mike slept in the actual bedroom. The house sat on the edge of town, tucked away on a quiet street lined with similar modest dwellings, most occupied by other 20-somethings struggling to make rent or elderly folks who'd been there for decades. Our little house had character, as realtors euphemistically say about places with structural issues. The floorboards creaked with every step. The windows whistled when the wind picked up. The plumbing groaned like it was in pain whenever someone turned on the faucet. But it was ours, or at least the landlord's property that we temporarily called home. I worked at the local hardware store, while Mike handled night shifts at a warehouse across town. Our schedules barely overlapped, which was probably for the best, given how cramped our living arrangement was. The living room doubled as my bedroom, with the futon serving as both couch and bed. My clothes lived in plastic storage bins tucked against the wall. My privacy consisted of a decorative folding screen I'd found at a garage sale that I set up at night, creating the illusion of having my own space. "I'm heading out tomorrow morning," Mike announced one Thursday evening in early October, as we ate reheated pizza on the couch. "Visiting Jennifer for the weekend." Jennifer was his sister who lived about 3 hours north. She had a real job, the kind with benefits and paid vacation, and a proper 2-bedroom apartment. Mike visited her occasionally, usually returning with leftovers from home-cooked meals and stories about how we needed to get our lives together. "Whole place to myself, huh?" I said, trying not to sound too excited. Mike caught my tone anyway. "Try not to throw any wild parties while I'm gone," he joked, knowing full well that my idea of a wild time was watching movies without headphones. "I'll try to restrain myself," I replied. "When are you coming back?" "Monday evening, probably. Jennifer wants to show me around her new office on Monday morning, so I'll head back after lunch." I nodded, already mentally planning my weekend of solitude. Don't get me wrong, Mike was a great roommate and friend. We'd known each other since high school, but living in such close quarters meant we were constantly in each other's space. A weekend alone sounded like heaven. The next morning, I woke to the sound of Mike zipping his duffel bag. The early autumn light filtered weakly through our thin curtains. The house had started to get chilly at night, but our landlord insisted we couldn't turn on the heat until November. "There's leftover Chinese in the fridge," Mike said, hoisting his bag onto his shoulder. "Try not to burn the place down." "No promises," I replied, still bundled in my blankets. "Say hi to Jennifer for me." "Will do. See you Monday." The door closed behind him, and I heard his car start up and pull away. Just like that, I had the whole house to myself. I stretched out on the futon, enjoying the rare feeling of complete privacy. The house seemed different somehow, quieter but also larger, as if the walls had expanded slightly with Mike's departure. I dozed for another hour before getting up to make coffee. Friday was my day off, and I intended to make the most of it. I spent the morning doing laundry, taking an uninterrupted shower, a luxury when sharing a tiny bathroom, and cleaning up my corner of the living room. By afternoon, I'd settled into a pleasant rhythm of having the house to myself. I could play music without headphones. I could leave dishes in the sink without feeling guilty. I could sprawl across the entire futon without curling up to make room for Mike to sit. Small freedoms, but they felt enormous after months of constant compromise. That evening, I ordered a pizza all for myself, with toppings Mike would have complained about, and watched action movies at a volume that would have earned me a pillow to the head on any normal night. The house creaked and settled around me, but the sounds felt companionable rather than intrusive. Saturday passed in similar fashion. I slept late, wandered around in my underwear just because I could, and spent hours playing video games without having to give up the TV. By evening, though, the novelty was starting to wear off. The house felt a little too quiet, a little too empty. I texted Mike. "Having fun?" His reply came an hour later. "Jennifer made lasagna. Your meal of microwave burritos suddenly seems sad, doesn't it?" I laughed and sent back a middle finger emoji. It was strange how quickly I'd gone from craving solitude to missing his company. Still, I had one more full day to enjoy the place to myself. Sunday morning brought a chill that seeped through the old windows. I bundled up in sweats and spent the first part of the day watching football, feeling lazy and content. By late afternoon, I realized I needed groceries. The refrigerator contained little more than condiments and a suspicious-looking yogurt well past its expiration date. As I grabbed my keys and wallet, I noticed the sun was already dipping toward the horizon. Fall days were getting shorter, and darkness came earlier each evening. A gusty wind had picked up, sending dried leaves skittering across our small front yard. Something about the gathering darkness made me hesitate at the door, a fleeting unease I couldn't explain. "Don't be stupid," I muttered to myself, locking the door behind me. I had no idea that when I returned, things would never be the same again. The grocery store's fluorescent lights felt harsh after the soft autumn twilight. I wandered the aisles somewhat aimlessly, dropping items into my cart: milk, bread, eggs, instant noodles, frozen pizzas. The bachelor's survival kit. The store was mostly empty, just a few other Sunday evening shoppers finishing their errands before the work week began. "Cold front coming in tonight," the cashier commented as he rang up my items. "Supposed to drop below freezing." "Guess summer's officially over," I replied, watching the total climb higher than I'd expected. "You got that right. Better bundle up." By the time I pulled into our driveway, darkness had completely fallen. The wind had picked up even more, whistling through the trees that lined our street. I struggled to balance the grocery bags while fumbling with my keys. Our porch light was dim and yellowed, casting more shadows than illumination. Finally inside, I set the bags on the kitchen counter and went back to close the door. As I turned the deadbolt, I paused. Something felt different. I couldn't place it exactly. The house was exactly as I'd left it, TV remote on the arm of the futon, my coffee mug still on the table, the pile of laundry I hadn't bothered to fold sitting in the basket. Maybe it was just the temperature. The house felt colder than when I'd left, despite having been gone less than an hour. I adjusted the thermostat, then remembered our landlord's rule about the heat. Instead, I grabbed a hoodie from my laundry pile and pulled it on. As I put away the groceries, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The house had always made noises, settling sounds, creaking pipes, the hum of the refrigerator, but tonight they seemed louder, more insistent. "Get it together," I muttered to myself. "It's just empty house syndrome." By 7 o'clock, I'd made myself a sandwich and settled on the futon. Given the unusual circumstance of having the place to myself for one more night, I decided to stay up a little later and watch a movie, something with lots of explosions to fill the silence. I scrolled through options, finally selecting an action thriller I'd been wanting to see. As the opening credits rolled, I sank deeper into the cushions, trying to ignore the occasional gusts of wind that made the windows rattle. An hour into the movie, just as the protagonist was about to confront the main villain, there was a quiet thump from down the hallway. I looked over, not seeing anything, and figured it was just the house settling. Old buildings made noises. That was normal. I turned back to the movie, but found myself straining to hear above the dialogue. For the next 30 minutes, there were no other sounds, so the thump was completely insignificant and had fully left my mind. The movie reached its climax, a convoluted sequence involving a high-speed chase and improbable stunts. I tried to lose myself in it, but kept finding my attention wandering. When the credits finally rolled, I realized I'd barely registered the last 20 minutes of the film. Something about being alone in the house at night had me on edge. I'd spent Friday and Saturday nights alone without any issues. Why was tonight different? I checked my phone. 10:15 p.m. Mike wouldn't be back until tomorrow evening. I had work in the morning, so I needed to get to sleep soon anyway. After filling up my water bottle, I went back to the futon and pulled it out into a bed. The metal frame squeaked loudly in the quiet house. I arranged my pillow and blankets, then lay down, scrolling through my phone to distract myself from the persistent unease. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The usual ambient noises of the neighborhood, distant traffic, the neighbor's dog, people arriving home from evening outings, were absent. It was as if the whole world had gone still. I set my phone on the side table and turned off the lamp. Darkness enveloped the small living room, broken only by the green glow of the microwave clock in the adjacent kitchenette. I closed my eyes, trying to quiet my mind. Just as I was drifting off, I thought I heard something, a soft creak from the direction of the hallway, so faint I might have imagined it. My eyes snapped open, staring into the darkness. The silence stretched out, unbroken by any further sounds. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy again, and I succumbed to sleep. I'm not sure how long I slept before something woke me. My eyes felt really heavy and my vision was blurry. The living room was pitch black except for the microwave's clock, 2:37 a.m. I blinked, trying to figure out what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it, a very faint sound from the other side of the house. Wood creaking, like someone carefully walking across the floorboards. My heart began pounding immediately, blood rushing in my ears. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear above my own breathing. There it was again, a distinct creak, the sound of weight being placed carefully on the old wooden floor. Mike wasn't due back until tomorrow. No one else had keys to our house. Someone was inside. I slid quietly off the futon, my bare feet touching the cold floor. My phone was on the side table. I needed to reach it without making noise. Moving as silently as possible, I extended my arm and wrapped my fingers around it. The creaking had stopped. The house was silent again. A silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the house settling after all. But deep down, I knew better. There was someone else in the house with me. I stood frozen, clutching my phone, torn between hiding and investigating. If I called the police and it turned out to be nothing, I'd feel like an idiot. But if someone was actually in the house... Another creak, closer this time, coming from the hallway that led to Mike's bedroom. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could make out the shadowy outline of the hallway entrance. Nothing moved there, but somehow the darkness seemed deeper, more solid than it should be. I needed to be sure. Summoning every ounce of courage, I took a step toward the hallway. My heart rate skyrocketed as I approached the hallway, each step feeling like I was moving through molasses. The short corridor to Mike's bedroom had never seemed so long or ominous before. I kept my phone gripped tightly in my hand, its screen dark to avoid broadcasting my position. The creaking had stopped, but I couldn't shake the certainty that someone was there, waiting in the darkness. The rational part of my brain offered alternative explanations. The house contracting in the cold night air, a stray animal somehow finding its way inside, my own imagination working overtime after a weekend of solitude. I reached the beginning of the hallway and paused, listening intently. Nothing. The silence was almost worse than the creaking. At least the sound had given me something to track. Now I was facing a void of information with nothing but my mounting fear to guide me. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it. If there was someone in the house, I'd just revealed my position and that I was awake. No response came, just the pressing silence. Taking a deep breath, I inched down the hallway, running my hand along the wall for guidance. The floorboards beneath my feet felt cool and seemed to amplify every slight movement. I tried to step where I knew the floor was less likely to creak, a skill developed over months of living in this old house. As I approached Mike's bedroom door at the end of the hallway, that feeling of wrongness intensified. The door was closed, which was normal when Mike wasn't home. What wasn't normal was the faint scent lingering in the air, something foreign to our usual household smells, something vaguely human but unfamiliar. A blend of unwashed clothes, stale sweat, and something else I couldn't identify. Standing before the door, I found myself paralyzed with indecision. If someone was inside, opening the door would alert them to my presence. But I needed to know for sure before calling the police. I leaned against the door, pressing my ear to the wood, and listened. It was quiet, not even a sound coming from inside. I slowly twisted the door handle and pushed it open a few inches, moving my eyes across the sliver of room revealed as I continued to open the door wider. Moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting the room in a pale, ghostly glow. At first glance, it looked empty, but I quickly noticed how messy the room was. There were things scattered around all over the floor and bed, Mike's belongings strewn about in a way completely unlike his usual neat habits. Clothes pulled from his dresser, books knocked from shelves, the contents of his desk drawer emptied onto the floor. Confused, I took a step into the room and flicked on the light. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded me, and as my vision adjusted, movement caught the corner of my eye, a figure shifting away from the gap between the closet doors. Pure adrenaline surged through my body. I jumped backward out of the room and slammed the door shut, then ran to get my phone as I heard the closet door sliding open and heavy footsteps moving into the bedroom. My hands trembled so badly I could barely grip my phone. I fumbled with it, trying to unlock the screen to dial 911. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door opening, followed by deliberate footsteps coming down the hallway. I ran to the back door, glancing over my shoulder to see a large man emerging from the hallway. In that brief moment, I registered only vague details. Tall, bulky build, dark clothing, face partially obscured by what looked like a hood or mask. His presence seemed to fill the small living room, making the space I'd called home feel alien and threatening. I burst through the back door into the freezing night air, not bothering to close it behind me. Our backyard was small and opened onto a wooded area that separated our street from the next one over. I sprinted across the patchy grass, my bare feet stinging against the cold ground, expecting at any moment to hear pursuit. But the man didn't follow. I reached the tree line and ducked behind a thick trunk, gasping for breath, my trembling fingers finally managing to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's calm voice seemed surreal against the backdrop of my terror. Someone's in my house, I panted. There's an intruder in my house right now. Is the intruder still inside? Yes, I don't know. I ran out. He was hiding in my roommate's closet. The dispatcher took my address and assured me officers were being dispatched immediately. Are you in a safe location? She asked. I think so. I'm in the woods behind the house. Stay where you are. Do not re-enter the residence. Officers should arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes stretched into an eternity. I stood shivering in the dark woods, scanning constantly between the trees and my house's back door, which remained open, spilling yellow light onto the yard. There was no sign of the intruder following me. Had he fled? Was he still inside? Was he circling around through the woods to find me? Every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent a fresh spike of fear through me. My feet had gone numb from the cold ground, and I huddled against the tree trunk, trying to make myself as small as possible. Finally, I saw flashing lights reflecting through the trees as patrol cars pulled up in front of my house. The dispatcher, who had stayed on the line the entire time, told me to identify myself to the officers. I emerged cautiously from the woods, waving my phone to show the call was still connected. 2 officers approached with flashlights while others entered the house through the front door, hands on their holstered weapons. Are you hurt, sir? One officer asked as they reached me. I shook my head, teeth chattering from both cold and fear. No, but someone's in there, in my roommate's bedroom. They escorted me to a patrol car, where I sat in the back seat with a blanket around my shoulders. More officers arrived, and I watched as they methodically searched the property, flashlight beams sweeping across the yard and through the trees. After what seemed like an hour, an officer approached the car. "We've cleared the residence," he said. "There's no one inside now." "He must have run when I left," I said, relief mixing with lingering fear. "We'd like you to come take a look. Tell us if anything's missing, or if you notice anything that might help us figure out who was in there." I nodded, though the thought of re-entering the house filled me with dread. Walking back inside felt surreal, like entering a place I'd never been before rather than where I lived. Officers stood in the living room taking notes and speaking into radios. My futon was exactly as I'd left it, blankets thrown back from my hasty exit. "Your roommate's room is quite disturbed," one officer said. "Was it like that before?" I shook my head. "No, Mike is very neat. Someone went through his things." They led me down the hallway to Mike's room. The chaos was even worse under the bright overhead light. Drawers emptied, mattress partially pulled off the bed frame, closet doors standing open to reveal clothes pulled from hangers. "Any idea what they might have been looking for?" the officer asked. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "We don't have anything valuable, just typical broke 20-something stuff." A female officer appeared at the doorway. "We found the point of entry. Kitchen window had the lock jimmied. Pretty clean job. Probably used a credit card or thin tool to push back the latch." "Any signs of the suspect outside?" asked the first officer. She shook her head. "Nothing conclusive. Ground's too hard for footprints. We'll canvass the neighborhood tomorrow, see if anyone saw anything suspicious." I stood in the middle of Mike's violated room, arms wrapped around myself, still shaking slightly. "Do you think he'll come back?" The officers exchanged glances I couldn't quite interpret. "We'll increase patrols in this area for the next few days," the female officer said. "But it might be good to have someone stay with you tonight, or to stay somewhere else if you can." Reality crashed down on me then. It was nearly 4 a.m. I had work in just a few hours. Mike wouldn't be back until tomorrow evening. And someone had broken into our home while I was sleeping less than 30 feet away. "Is there someone you can call?" the officer prompted gently. I nodded slowly, trying to think of who might take me in at this hour. "Yeah, I'll call someone." Dawn broke cold and gray as I sat in my car outside the police station, waiting for the detective to arrive. After the officers had finished processing our house as a crime scene, I'd called my coworker, Trevor, who'd grudgingly agreed to let me crash on his couch for what remained of the night. Neither of us had gotten much sleep. I'd called in sick to work. My manager had been surprisingly understanding when I explained the situation, and then contacted Mike, leaving a voicemail when he didn't answer. Now I was supposed to give a formal statement to the detective assigned to the case. The police station was a small brick building that looked more like a library than a law enforcement facility. Inside, the fluorescent lights highlighted the dark circles under my eyes as I waited in the lobby, clutching a paper cup of vending machine coffee that tasted like warm dishwater. "Mr. Lambert?" A middle-aged man in plain clothes approached, extending his hand. "Detective Harmon. Sorry to keep you waiting." He led me to a small interview room with bare walls and a table that had seen better days. For the next hour, I recounted the events of the previous night in excruciating detail, from the first thump I'd heard to my escape through the back door. "And you're certain you've never seen this individual before?" Detective Harmon asked, making notes on a yellow legal pad. "I barely saw him at all," I admitted. "Just a glimpse as he came down the hallway. Tall, heavy-set, dark clothes." "Any distinguishing features, scars, tattoos, unusual clothing?" I shook my head. It happened so fast, and I was focused on getting out. "That's understandable," Harmon said, his tone neutral. "And you mentioned the house is rented. Any recent maintenance workers, landlord visits, that sort of thing?" "Our landlord came by last month to fix a leak under the kitchen sink, but he always calls first." Harmon nodded, making another note. "We'll check into that. In the meantime, we've increased patrols in your neighborhood, and I recommend changing the locks and possibly adding additional security measures." "You think he might come back?" I asked. the coffee turning acidic in my stomach. It's hard to say. The fact that he didn't immediately pursue you suggests he wasn't there primarily to confront the occupants. More likely, he was searching for something specific or just looking for valuables. Harmon closed his notepad. Do you have a safe place to stay for the next few days? I thought about Trevor's cramped apartment and uncomfortable couch. My roommate's coming back tonight. We'll figure something out. After leaving the police station, I drove aimlessly for a while, reluctant to return to the house but having nowhere else to go. Eventually, I found myself in the parking lot of a home improvement store. Inside, I filled a cart with a new deadbolt, door chain, window locks, and a baseball bat, meager defenses that nevertheless made me feel slightly more in control. By early afternoon, I was back at our house, standing on the front step, key in hand, unable to make myself unlock the door. The house looked exactly the same as it had for the past year, the peeling paint on the trim, the small concrete stoop, the overgrown shrubs flanking the entrance. But now it felt tainted, violated. Drawing a deep breath, I unlocked the door and stepped inside, half expecting to find the intruder waiting for me. The living room was empty, of course, though police fingerprint dust still covered various surfaces. I checked every room, every closet, even looking under the beds before finally accepting that I was alone. The mess in Mike's room was even worse in daylight. I started to straighten up, then stopped, unsure if I should touch anything until he returned. What would he want to do when he found out? Would he insist we move immediately? Would he blame me somehow for not preventing the break-in? My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. Hello? What the hell, man? Mike's voice came through, tight with tension. I just got your voicemail. Someone broke in? Are you okay? Relief washed over me at the sound of his voice. Yeah, I'm okay. Scared out of my mind, but not hurt. Jesus, I'm leaving Jennifer's now. I'll be home in a few hours. I'm changing the locks, I told him, and adding window locks. The police think he got in through the kitchen window. Did they catch the guy? No, he was gone by the time they arrived. There was a pause. Did you see him? Barely. Just enough to know he was big, and definitely not someone we know. Mike exhaled audibly. Okay, stay there, I'm on my way. After we hung up, I set about installing the new locks with tools from our meager collection. The physical labor helped distract me from jumping at every sound, though I kept the baseball bat within reach at all times. By late afternoon, I'd replaced the front and back door locks and added reinforcements to all the windows. The house felt like a fortress now, or at least less vulnerable than before. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of foreign eyes evaluating my security measures. Around 6, I heard a car pull into the driveway. I grabbed the bat and approached the front window cautiously, relaxing only when I recognized Mike's ancient Civic. He rushed from the car to the front door, which I opened before he could try his now useless key. Jesus, man, he said, pulling me into a quick, tight hug. Are you really okay? I nodded, suddenly exhausted now that he was here. Yeah, just freaked out. Mike looked different, tense, alert, scanning the living room as if expecting to find evidence of the intrusion. Tell me everything, he demanded. We sat at our small kitchen table as I recounted the events of the previous night. I watched his face darken as I described finding his room ransacked, seeing the man in his closet, fleeing into the woods. Did they take anything? He asked when I finished. I don't think so. My laptop's still here. The TV. I couldn't tell about your stuff. Mike stood abruptly. Let me check my room. I followed him down the hallway, watching as he surveyed the chaos of his personal space. He moved methodically through the scattered belongings, opening drawers, checking under the mattress, looking in the closet. Anything missing? I asked from the doorway, unwilling to enter the room fully. He shook his head slowly. Nothing obvious. Which is weird, right? Why break in if you're not going to steal anything? The detective thought he might have been looking for something specific. Mike froze in the act of picking up a fallen book. Like what? I don't know. Do you have anything someone would want badly enough to break in for? No, he said too quickly. Of course not. Something in his tone made me look at him more closely. His face was pale, his expression guarded in a way I'd never seen before. Mike, what's going on? He sank onto the edge of his bed, running a hand through his hair. Nothing, I'm just processing all this. It's a lot to take in. I wanted to press him further, but exhaustion was overwhelming me. I hadn't slept more than a couple of hours in the past 24, and the adrenaline crash was hitting hard. I need to sleep, I said. I've been up since the break-in. Mike nodded distractedly. Yeah, of course. Get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up in here. As I turned to leave, he called after me. Hey, thanks for calling the police and for fixing the locks. Sure, I replied, pausing in the doorway. What do you think we should do? About living here, I mean. He looked around the room, his expression unreadable. Let's talk about it tomorrow, when we've both had some sleep. That night, despite my exhaustion, sleep came fitfully. Every sound jolted me awake. The refrigerator cycling on, the heating system activating, Mike moving around in his room. I kept seeing the shadowy figure coming down the hallway, imagining what might have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did. Around midnight, I heard Mike's door open and his footsteps in the hallway. Through slitted eyes, I watched as he checked the front and back doors, testing the new locks. Then he stood at the kitchen window for a long time, staring out into the darkness, his silhouette tense and vigilant. Something had changed between us. Some essential trust in our home, in our safety, had been irrevocably broken. And I couldn't shake the feeling that Mike knew more than he was telling me about why someone had broken into our house. The next few days passed in a fog of paranoia and tension. Mike and I developed an unspoken system of double-checking locks, taking turns sleeping so one of us was always awake, jumping at unexpected sounds. We barely spoke about the break-in directly, as if naming it would somehow make the violation more real. The police called with updates that weren't really updates at all. No fingerprints, no suspects, no leads. Detective Harmon suggested the intruder might have been casing houses in the area and picked ours simply because it looked vulnerable. These things happen sometimes, he said, a non-explanation that did nothing to ease my constant state of hypervigilance. At work, I found myself watching customers too carefully, wondering if one of them might be the man I'd glimpsed in our hallway. Every large man in dark clothing sent my heart racing. I started leaving early, driving circuitous routes home, checking the back seat of my car before getting in, behaviors I would have mocked just a week earlier. Mike seemed equally affected, though in different ways. He spent hours on his phone having hushed conversations I couldn't quite overhear. He rearranged his room multiple times, as if trying to erase any trace of the intruder's presence. And twice, I caught him staring at me with an odd, evaluating expression that disappeared the moment he realized I'd noticed. A week after the break-in, I came home from work to find Mike sitting at the kitchen table, a stack of printed papers in front of him. "What's that?" I asked, setting down my keys. "Apartment listings," he replied, sliding them toward me. "I think we need to move." Relief flooded through me. I'd been thinking the same thing, but hadn't wanted to be the one to suggest it. "Yeah?" He nodded, not quite meeting my eyes. "This place doesn't feel right anymore. And honestly, we should probably get separate places. This one-bedroom setup was always meant to be temporary." The suggestion caught me off guard. Mike and I had been friends for years, roommates for nearly 2. The idea of living alone, especially after what had happened, sent a spike of anxiety through me. "Is that what you want?" I asked carefully. He shrugged. "It makes sense, doesn't it? We're not college kids anymore. Time to grow up, get our own places." Something in his tone felt rehearsed, as if he'd practiced this conversation. "Did something happen?" I pressed. "Is this about the break-in?" Mike's expression hardened slightly. "Not everything is about that night. We were going to have to move on eventually." I sat down across from him, studying his face. "You've been acting weird ever since you got back. If there's something going on—" "There's nothing going on," he interrupted, his voice sharp. Then, more calmly, "Look, I just think it's time. For both of us. Don't you want your own space? A real bedroom instead of a futon in the living room?" Put that way, it was hard to argue. And maybe he was right. Maybe the break-in had simply accelerated a separation that was already inevitable. "Okay," I conceded. "Separate places it is." The next few weeks passed in a blur of apartment hunting, rental applications, and packing. We both found places across town from each other. Mike, in a modern complex with security cameras and a gated entrance. Me in a converted loft above a bookstore that reminded me of apartments I'd seen in movies. On moving day, we worked mostly in silence, carrying boxes to our respective vehicles. Our meager, shared possessions were easily divided. Mike took the TV, I took the microwave, that sort of thing. It felt like the end of an era, the final chapter of our post-college transition into full adulthood. As I loaded the last of my boxes into my car, Mike approached, hands in his pockets. "So, this is it," he said awkwardly. "Guess so." He extended his hand, which seemed oddly formal after years of friendship. "We'll stay in touch, right?" I shook his hand, trying to ignore the distance I felt between us. "Of course, beers next week?" "Definitely." But we both knew it was a promise unlikely to be kept. Something had shifted between us. Some fundamental trust broken not just by the intruder, but by Mike's subsequent behavior. His secrets, his sudden desire for separation. I never did meet Mike for those beers. Our texts became less frequent, our interactions limited to occasional likes on social media. We drifted apart with surprising speed, as if our friendship had been tied specifically to that small, one-bedroom house. My new apartment felt secure in ways our old place never had. Solid locks, neighbors close by, good lighting in the hallways. But for months, I continued to wake at small sounds in the night, heart pounding, certain someone was in my home. The police never found the intruder. The case file eventually joined countless others in whatever storage system housed unsolved minor crimes. Detective Harmon called once more, about a month after we moved, to ask if we'd remembered anything else that might help the investigation. We hadn't, and that was the end of it, officially. But unofficially, questions lingered. Why our house? Why Mike's room specifically? Why take nothing after going to the trouble of breaking in? Sometimes in my darker moments I wondered if Mike had known something, if the break-in had been connected to him in ways he never shared with me. His hasty departure from our shared life seemed suspicious in retrospect, like running from something rather than toward something new. 4 years have passed since that night. I've moved twice more, each time to places with better security. I've made new friends, dated, built a life that bears little resemblance to the one I had then. I rarely think about the small one-bedroom house or the shadowy figure that changed everything. But occasionally, when I'm alone at night and the floorboards creak, or when a door closes somewhere in my building, I'm instantly transported back to that moment, waking in darkness, hearing careful footsteps, finding a stranger in my home. I saw Mike once, about a year ago, at a grocery store across town. He was in the produce section, examining avocados with intense concentration. I almost approached him, almost tapped his shoulder to say hello. But something held me back. Some instinct that warned me to leave the past undisturbed. He looked up suddenly, as if sensing my presence, and our eyes met briefly across the display of fruit. For a moment I thought I saw recognition, perhaps even a hint of the old friendship. Then his expression changed to something guarded, something that might have been fear, and he abandoned his shopping cart, walking swiftly toward the exit. I didn't follow him. Whatever secrets he carried weren't mine to uncover. We had both moved on from that night, in our separate ways, carrying separate pieces of a story neither of us fully understood. Sometimes I still wonder about the man in the closet, who he was, what he wanted, where he is now. I wonder if he thinks about us too, the young men whose sense of safety he shattered with his presence. But mostly, I've accepted that some questions have no answers. Some stories have no neat conclusions. All we can do is change the locks, move on, and hope that the footsteps we hear in the night are just the house settling, just the wind, just our imagination. Hopefully, to never encounter that man again. Devil's Night, October 30th, 2011. The air hung heavy with that peculiar mix of autumn chill and mischief that always seems to accompany the night before Halloween. I was 22 then, still young enough to crave the thrill of fear, but old enough to know better. The streetlights flickered as we cruised through town in my boyfriend's beat-up Chevy, the radio playing something low and bass-heavy that I can't remember now. "What's the plan tonight?" I asked, glancing at my boyfriend in the driver's seat. I'll call him Mark, tall with dark hair that fell across his eyes and a smile that had convinced me to do questionable things more than once. "No clue," Mark replied, tapping his fingers against the steering wheel. "Jason's got some ideas, though. Right, man?" Jason sat in the back, lankier than Mark, with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and eyes that always seemed to be looking for trouble. "Devil's Night means we gotta do something worthy of the occasion," he said, leaning forward between the front seats. "Something that'll give us a story to tell." I turned to face him. "Like what?" "Ghost hunting," Jason said without hesitation. "It's practically obligatory tonight." The car rumbled beneath us as Mark took a turn too fast. "Where, though? The old cemetery is played out and the abandoned house on Maple got demolished last spring." Jason's face lit up with that look I'd come to recognize, the one that preceded his worst ideas. "The old TB hospital in Riverview. That place is legendary." My pulse quickened. I'd heard rumors about that place since high school. Originally built in the 1920s as a tuberculosis sanatorium, it had later been converted to a state psychiatric hospital before being abandoned in the 1980s. The stories that came out of there weren't pretty. Experimental treatments, patient abuse, mysterious deaths. "Is it even accessible?" I asked, already knowing I was going to go along with this, despite the warning bells in my head. "There's always a way in," Jason assured me, his confidence never wavering. "My cousin went last year, said it was the creepiest place he'd ever been." Mark glanced at me, eyebrows raised in question. "You up for it? We can do something else if you want." I hesitated, my rational mind battling against my curiosity. The idea of walking through those abandoned halls where so much suffering had occurred both terrified and fascinated me. I'd always been drawn to dark history, to places where the veil between past and present, between life and whatever comes after, seemed thinnest. "Let's do it," I said finally, ignoring the slight tremor in my voice. Mark smiled, that reckless grin I couldn't resist, and made a sharp U-turn toward the highway that led to Riverview. Jason whooped from the back seat, already pulling up directions on his phone. The 20-minute drive gave me time to contemplate what we were about to do. Breaking and entering wasn't exactly how I'd planned to spend my evening, but the prospect of exploring a piece of forgotten history outweighed my concerns about legality. Besides, no one seemed to care about the old hospital anymore. It had sat abandoned for decades, a decaying monument to outdated medical practices and forgotten patients. "My cousin said there are still medical records scattered everywhere," Jason was saying as we exited the highway. "And equipment, too. Like they just locked the doors one day and never came back." "That can't be right," I argued, though uncertainty crept into my voice. "Wouldn't they have cleared everything out?" Jason shrugged. "Guess we'll find out." The roads narrowed as we entered Riverview, streetlights becoming more sparse. Old Victorian houses stood like silent sentinels along tree-lined streets, their windows dark except for the occasional glow of a television or lamp. The small downtown area was nearly deserted, just a few people smoking outside the local bar, and a police car parked outside the 24-hour diner. "We should park somewhere inconspicuous," Mark said, slowing the car. "Don't want to make it obvious we're heading to the hospital." "The bar," Jason suggested. "No one will question a car parked outside a bar on Devil's Night." Mark nodded and pulled into the gravel lot behind O'Malley's, killing the engine. The sudden silence pressed in around us, broken only by the distant thump of music from inside the bar and the occasional car passing on the main road. "Everyone got their phones?" Mark asked, checking his pocket for his own. "And flashlights?" Jason produced a small but powerful LED flashlight from his jacket. I had my phone and a small pen light I kept on my keychain. Not ideal, but better than nothing. We stepped out of the car, the cold October air immediately biting at my exposed skin. I zipped my jacket higher and pulled my beanie down over my ears as we started walking toward the edge of town where the hospital waited. The first glimpse of it sent a chill through me, that had nothing to do with the temperature. It stood on a hill about a quarter-mile from the last residential street, surrounded by overgrown grounds that had once been meticulously maintained. Even from a distance, the Gothic Revival architecture loomed imposingly against the night sky. 4 stories of red brick, arched windows, and ornate stone trim, all crowned with a central tower that rose another 20 feet above the main structure. "Holy shit," I whispered. "Told you it was impressive," Jason said, a note of pride in his voice, as if he'd built the place himself. Mark squeezed my hand. "We don't have to do this." But I couldn't turn back now. The hospital had already cast its spell on me, drawing me in with its dark history and forgotten secrets. As we approached the wrought iron fence that surrounded the property, I felt that peculiar mix of dread and excitement that comes from knowing you're about to do something you shouldn't. "There's a gap in the fence over here," Jason said, leading us along the perimeter until we reached a section where the metal had warped and pulled away from a post, creating an opening just wide enough to slip through. One by one, we squeezed past the rusted iron spikes, our feet crunching on the overgrown gravel path that led toward the main entrance. Up close, the hospital was even more intimidating. Windows like empty eye sockets, stone gargoyles guarding the roof's edge, a massive front door barricaded with heavy chains and padlocks. I stood there, staring up at this monolith to suffering and isolation, an uneasy feeling settling deep in my stomach. Something about this place felt wrong, as if the very air around it was saturated with decades of pain and despair. "Main entrance is a no-go," Jason observed, breaking my trance. "Let's check around back." As we circled the building, staying close to the walls to avoid being seen from the road, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched. Not by anyone living, but by the building itself, by whatever residual energy remained within its walls. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered to Mark. He looked at me, his face half-shadowed in the moonlight. "We can still back out." But before I could answer, Jason called out in a hushed voice from ahead of us, "Found a way in." And just like that, the decision was made. We were going in. Jason had discovered a ground-floor window at the back of the building, its plywood covering loosened by previous trespassers or the elements. He was already working at the edges with a pocket knife, prying the nails loose one by one. "Keep watch," he instructed as he worked, the wood creaking under his efforts. Mark and I stood with our backs to him, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement or approaching flashlights. The hospital grounds stretched out before us, overgrown and wild, the few remaining pathway lights long since shattered or burned out. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of a smaller outbuilding, perhaps a groundskeeper's cottage or maintenance shed, and beyond that, the faint glow from the town's street lamps. "Almost got it," Jason grunted, and I turned to see him pull the plywood panel away from the window frame, revealing a darkness deeper than the night around us. "Ladies first," Jason suggested with a grin. "Not a chance," Mark replied before I could. "I'll go in first, make sure it's safe." Mark approached the window, shining his flashlight into the opening. The beam revealed a drop of about 3 feet to a tiled floor, with dust and debris scattered across the surface. He hoisted himself up onto the windowsill, legs dangling into the darkness for a moment before he pushed himself forward and dropped down with a soft thud. "Clear," his voice echoed from inside. "Watch your step, though. There's broken glass." I went next, Mark's hands reaching up to steady me as I lowered myself into the hospital. The moment my feet touched the floor, an inexplicable wave of uneasiness washed over me, a visceral response so strong it nearly made me climb back out. The air inside was stale and damp, carrying the unmistakable smell of mold, rotting wood, and something else, something metallic and vaguely clinical that made me think of old blood and antiseptic. "You okay?" Mark asked, noticing my expression. I nodded, not trusting my voice as I moved away from the window to make room for Jason. Jason's entrance was where everything started to go wrong. As he swung his legs through the window and prepared to drop down, something caught, his foot or his pant leg, and he twisted awkwardly, landing with a sickening sound and a sharp cry of pain. "Fuck," he hissed, immediately grabbing his knee. "Shit, shit, shit." Mark rushed to his side, helping him to a seated position against the wall. "What happened? Can you move it?" Jason grimaced, slowly extending his leg and then bending it again. "It's not broken, but damn, I twisted it good." He tried to stand, using Mark's shoulder for support, and managed to get upright, though he kept his weight off the injured leg. "Maybe we should go back," I suggested, that uneasy feeling intensifying. "This place isn't going anywhere. We can come back another time." "No way," Jason insisted, his face pale in the beam of Mark's flashlight. "I've been wanting to check this place out for years. I'm not missing the chance because of a stupid knee." Mark looked at me, his expression asking what I wanted to do. I hesitated, caught between concern for Jason and my own growing sense that we shouldn't be here. Yet that same sense made me reluctant to split up, to leave one of us alone outside while the others explored. "Can you walk?" I asked Jason. He took a tentative step, wincing but remaining upright. "Yeah, just have to take it slow. I'll be fine." While Mark talked quietly with Jason, assessing whether we should continue, I took the opportunity to examine our surroundings. We had entered what appeared to be a large reception area, with a high ceiling and grand proportions despite its state of decay. Rows of chairs were stacked along the walls, pushed there during some long-ago cleaning effort that was never completed. Dust covered everything, thick enough in places to show footprints from previous explorers. In the center of the room stood a solitary wheelchair, its leather seat cracked and peeling, one wheel slightly askew. Something about its placement felt deliberate, as if someone had positioned it there as a macabre welcome. "Why would there still be a wheelchair here?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the cavernous space. Mark shrugged. "Probably not worth the effort to move everything out when they closed down. Or maybe someone brought it in later." "Later? Who would bring a wheelchair here? Other explorers? Teenagers playing pranks? Who knows?" Jason had recovered enough to start hobbling forward. "Let's go deeper. There's supposed to be patient wards, treatment rooms, all kinds of stuff." I followed reluctantly, stepping carefully around debris and keeping close to Mark's stronger flashlight beam. We moved through a set of double doors into a long corridor lined with smaller rooms on both sides. Most of the doors stood open, revealing sparse interiors, metal bed frames without mattresses, built-in dressers with drawers hanging open, small windows with bars still intact. "Patient rooms," Mark whispered, though there was no need to be quiet. Jason nodded. "Check this out." He gestured toward the floor of one room, where a pile of charred papers lay scattered. "Patient files. Looks like someone tried to burn them." I knelt down, curiosity overcoming my apprehension, and picked up a partially burned folder. Inside were typed pages detailing a patient's history, treatments, and progress notes. The name and personal information had been blacked out with marker, but the clinical details remained. "Listen to this," I said, reading from the least damaged page. "Patient continues to exhibit extreme agitation and violent tendencies. Electroshock therapy increased to 3 sessions weekly. Hydrotherapy shows minimal improvement." "Jesus," Mark muttered. "There's more," I continued. "Patient claims to see figures at night, particularly a man in a doctor's coat who watches from the doorway. Clear signs of paranoid delusions. Recommend increase in sedation and restraint protocols." A shiver ran down my spine as I placed the file back among the others. The thought that someone had experienced such fear in this very room, had been dismissed and subjected to painful treatments rather than helped, filled me with a profound sadness. "This place was still operating into the 80s, Jason said, limping toward another room. "Can you imagine? This kind of treatment was happening while we were being born." We continued down the corridor, each room telling a similar story of suffering and neglect. Some contained more personal items, a hairbrush with strands still caught in the bristles, a tattered paperback book, a small stuffed animal hidden in the back of a drawer, abandoned remnants of lives that had passed through these halls. The further we progressed, the more I noticed small details that heightened my discomfort. A temperature drop that couldn't be explained by drafts alone, the occasional sound of something shifting in distant rooms, the way our flashlight beams seemed to be absorbed by the darkness rather than cutting through it. "The hospital was originally built for TB patients," Jason explained as we walked, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. That's why the ceilings are so high and there are so many windows. They thought fresh air and sunlight would help cure the disease. And then, I prompted, knowing there must be more to the story. When antibiotics made TB hospitals obsolete, the state took it over in the 50s and converted it to a psychiatric facility. That's when the real horror stories started. Jason paused at an intersection of hallways, considering which way to go. This way should lead to the treatment wing. He was right. The next area we entered contained larger rooms filled with specialized equipment. A room with hulking metal tubs still bolted to the floor. The infamous ice baths used to calm agitated patients. Another with a chair fitted with restraints and electrical equipment nearby. The electroshock therapy room. In one particularly disturbing room, we found a metal examination table with leather straps hanging from its sides, and nearby, a tray of rusted surgical instruments. The walls were tiled in institutional green, many cracked or missing, and a large drain in the center of the floor suggested that whatever happened here often needed to be washed away. "I think I've seen enough of this room," I said, backing toward the door. As we exited, Jason pointed down another hallway. "That way leads to the cafeteria, and if we go right, we should find the elevators and stairs to the upper floors." The hallway terminated in a T intersection, just as Jason had described. To the left, through a set of swinging doors, I could make out the outlines of long tables and chairs. The cafeteria. To the right, a wider corridor led to a bank of elevators and a stairwell entrance. Something caught my eye along the wall. A dusty chalkboard, perhaps from when the hospital had educational programs for longer-term patients. Without thinking, I picked up a stub of chalk from the metal tray and wrote my name in large letters. As soon as I finished the final letter, I felt a shift in the air, subtle but unmistakable, like the change in pressure before a storm. I turned back toward the guys who had continued a few steps ahead. "Did you feel that?" I asked. Mark looked back at me, brow furrowed. "Feel what?" Before I could answer, I noticed something that shouldn't have been possible. Above the elevator doors, an emergency exit sign had illuminated, casting a faint red glow over the corridor. And inside the elevator shaft, visible through the open doors where the car sat at the bottom level, small emergency lights glowed along the walls. "The lights," I whispered, pointing. "They're on." "That's not possible," Mark said, moving closer to examine them. "This place hasn't had power in decades." Jason limped over to join us, his face ghostly in the red glow from the exit sign. "Maybe they're on a separate emergency system, battery backup or something?" "For 30 years?" I countered, my voice rising with fear. "No battery lasts that long." And then, as if responding to our discussion, lights began to flicker on throughout the wing we'd just explored, distant at first, then closer, moving toward us like someone was walking through the building, flipping switches as they went. "We need to hide," Mark said urgently, grabbing my arm. "Now!" The sudden illumination of the long-abandoned hospital sent us into a panic. From outside, a beam of light swept across the windows, momentarily blinding us as it penetrated the dusty glass. "Cops," Jason hissed, already hobbling toward an alcove. "We're busted if they catch us." We scattered in an instant, driven by primal fear and the very real threat of trespassing charges. Mark ducked left behind a pile of overturned cafeteria tables. Jason squeezed himself into a narrow space between a filing cabinet and the wall to my right. I pressed myself against the wall directly beside the open elevator shaft, trying to make myself as small as possible. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat reverberating through my body with such force I was certain anyone within 20 feet could hear it. The flashlight outside continued its methodical sweep of the building, creating moving shadows across the walls and ceiling as it passed each window. We remained frozen in our hiding spots as minutes crawled by. 10 minutes, 20. The light outside maintained its relentless pattern, appearing at one window, disappearing, then reappearing at the next in a clockwise circuit around the building. That's when I began to notice the other sounds. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, my fear-heightened senses interpreting the normal creaks and groans of an old building as something more. But as I listened, the sounds became more distinct, more purposeful. Footsteps on the floor above us, slow and deliberate. the scrape of furniture being moved in distant rooms, doors opening and closing throughout the building. Mark caught my eye from his hiding place and mouthed, "Do you hear that?" I nodded, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin despite the chill in the air. The sounds grew closer, footsteps in the hallway we had just explored, moving toward our position. Not the heavy tread of police boots, but softer, more measured steps, like someone wearing hospital shoes on the tiled floor. I held my breath as the footsteps approached the intersection where we were hiding. In the dim red glow from the exit sign, I could see the terror etched on Mark's face, mirroring my own. Jason had pressed himself so hard against the wall he seemed to be trying to disappear into it. The footsteps stopped just before reaching the intersection. A door creaked open, the same door to the electroshock therapy room we had explored earlier. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice, the distinct hum of electrical equipment powering up, followed by a series of clicks as switches were flipped. "That's impossible," I thought frantically. "There's no power. The building is abandoned." Yet the evidence of my senses contradicted what I knew to be true. The exit sign still glowed red above me. The emergency lights in the elevator shaft cast ghostly shadows across the floor. And now, from down the hall, came the unmistakable sound of electrical current. More footsteps joined the first set. Multiple people now, moving through the building with purpose. Above us, something heavy dragged across the floor, as if a bed or table was being repositioned. From somewhere deeper in the building came a sound that might have been human, a moan, low and filled with pain. I wanted to run, to grab Mark and Jason and flee this cursed place. But the sweeping light outside reminded me that escape wasn't an option. We were trapped between whatever prowled the halls inside and the authorities outside. The minutes stretched into an agonizing half-hour. My legs cramped from maintaining my position, but I dared not move. The activity around us continued unabated. A hospital seemingly returned to life, populated by invisible staff going about their grim business. Then came a moment that would be forever burned into my memory. As the exterior light made another sweep past the windows, illuminating the corridor momentarily, I glanced toward the hallway we had explored earlier. A figure stepped into view at the far end, a man in a white coat, his posture straight and professional. In the brief moment before the light passed, I could make out the outline of a stethoscope around his neck and what appeared to be a patient chart in his hand. I blinked, certain my mind was playing tricks on me. But when the light swept back, he was closer, moving purposefully down the hall toward our position. With each pass of the light, he advanced, his features becoming more distinct, a man in his 50s with silver-streaked dark hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and a stern expression. On the final sweep before he would reach the intersection where we hid, our eyes met. His face registered surprise, then what I can only describe as fury. He raised his arms in an aggressive gesture, and then, as the light moved on and plunged the corridor back into relative darkness, he turned and walked away, disappearing down the hall we had come from. "Did you see that?" I whispered urgently to Mark, no longer caring about being quiet. Mark shook his head, his eyes wide with confusion. "See what?" "The doctor. He was right there. He looked right at me." "There was no doctor," Mark replied, his voice trembling. "I was looking at the same spot. There was nothing there." I turned to Jason, desperate for confirmation. "Jason, did you see him?" Jason's face was pale, his expression haunted. "I didn't see anyone, but I felt something walk past me, cold, like walking through a freezer." A rising sense of panic threatened to overwhelm me. Had I hallucinated the doctor? But he had seemed so real, so solid. The way he had reacted to seeing me, the anger in his eyes. How could I have imagined those details? "We need to get out of here," I said, no longer whispering. "Now, I don't care if the cops are out there." Mark nodded, rising cautiously from his hiding place. "Jason, you okay to move?" Jason struggled to his feet, wincing as he put weight on his injured knee. "Yeah, let's just go. This place is seriously wrong." We abandoned our hiding spots and regrouped in the center of the intersection. The red exit sign still cast its eerie glow over us, but the other lights that had mysteriously illuminated had gone dark again. Outside, the sweeping beam continued its relentless circuit of the building. "Back the way we came," Mark decided, taking the lead. "We'll surrender to the police outside. Better than whatever is in here with us." We retraced our steps down the long corridor, moving as quickly as Jason's injury would allow. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat, every darkened doorway a potential ambush. The sounds continued around us, footsteps keeping pace behind us, doors opening and closing in our wake, whispers just at the edge of hearing. As we passed the treatment rooms, I glanced inside the electroshock therapy room. In the brief flash of my flashlight beam, I could have sworn I saw a figure strapped to the chair, body arching in silent agony as current flowed through it. I looked away immediately, afraid that a longer look would confirm what my peripheral vision had glimpsed. The reception area where we had entered appeared ahead, moonlight filtering through the window creating silver squares on the dusty floor. The wheelchair that had seemed so ominously placed earlier was no longer in the center of the room. It now sat directly in front of our exit window, as if positioned to block our escape. "Did one of you move that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Both Mark and Jason shook their heads, their expressions confirming my fear. None of us had touched it. Mark approached cautiously and pushed the wheelchair aside, the rusted wheels squeaking in protest. The sound echoed through the reception area, unnaturally loud in the tense silence. "I'll go first," Mark whispered, already climbing onto the windowsill. "Then help Jason through, since his knee is messed up. You come last." I nodded, keeping my flashlight trained on the doorway through which we had just come, half expecting to see the doctor's figure materialize there. Mark slipped through the window and dropped to the ground outside. I heard his feet crunch on the gravel, then his hands appeared at the window edge, ready to help Jason. "Come on," I urged Jason, supporting him as he awkwardly raised himself onto the windowsill. Jason grunted with pain as he maneuvered his injured leg through the opening. With Mark pulling from outside and me pushing from within, we managed to get him through the window and safely to the ground. Only then did I allow myself to look back at the hospital's interior one last time. The beam of my flashlight caught something moving at the far end of the reception area, a white coat disappearing through a doorway, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. "Hurry up," Mark hissed from outside. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled onto the windowsill and was halfway through when I felt something cold brush against my ankle, fingers, or what felt like fingers, gripping briefly before letting go. I jerked my leg violently, tumbling through the window and landing hard on the gravel outside. Mark helped me to my feet, his face a mask of concern. "Are you okay? What happened?" "Something grabbed me," I gasped, backing away from the window. "Inside, it grabbed my ankle." Mark shined his flashlight through the window, revealing nothing but the empty reception area. The wheelchair now returned to its original position in the center of the room. "Let's go," Jason urged from where he leaned against the building wall, before the cops circled back around. We made our way along the back of the hospital, moving as quickly and quietly as possible given Jason's injury. The sweeping beam of light continued its circuit of the building, and we timed our movements to avoid being caught in its glare. As we rounded the corner of the building, heading toward the gap in the fence where we had entered, we came face to face with the source of the light, a police officer holding a high-powered flashlight, his cruiser parked on the gravel road nearby. "Freeze!" he shouted, his free hand moving to the holster at his hip. "Hands where I can see them!" We raised our hands instantly, the instinctive response of guilty trespassers caught in the act. The officer's flashlight beam blinded us, making it impossible to see his face or read his expression. "Against the wall!" he barked. "Spread 'em!" One by one, he pulled us away from the building and positioned us against the brick wall, legs spread and hands pressed flat against the rough surface. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs as he patted down Mark first, then Jason, and finally me, checking for weapons or contraband. "IDs," he demanded once he was satisfied we weren't armed. We fumbled for our wallets and handed over our driver's licenses. The officer examined each one under his flashlight beam, then tucked them into his shirt pocket. "Breaking and entering is a criminal offense," he stated flatly. "You're all looking at potential jail time, not to mention fines." "We're sorry, officer," Mark began, trying to sound contrite. "We were just—" "Save it," the officer cut him off. "I've heard every excuse in the book from kids like you. What's wrong with your leg?" he asked Jason. "Twisted my knee climbing in," Jason admitted. "It's nothing serious." The officer grunted, seemingly unsurprised. "Anyone else in there with you?" "No, sir," I replied quickly. "It's just us." The officer's flashlight beam moved back to my face, making me squint. "You sure about that? Because we've been getting calls all night about activity in that building. Lights going on and off, shadows moving past windows. We've been circling the building for the past hour and kept seeing people inside." A cold shiver ran down my spine at his words. That was us, moving around with our flashlights," I lied, though my voice betrayed my uncertainty. "Is that so?" The officer sounded skeptical. "And I suppose you were also on the 3rd floor 20 minutes ago, and in the east wing at the same time?" We exchanged alarmed glances. We had never gone above the ground floor, and had stayed exclusively in the western section of the building. "No," Mark admitted slowly. "We stuck to the ground floor. Just the main reception area and the first hallway." The officer was silent for a moment, his flashlight beam moving between our faces as if searching for deception. "So you're telling me you three were the only ones in there, but you never went upstairs?" "Yes, sir," Jason confirmed. "We couldn't have gone upstairs even if we wanted to. My knee is messed up." Something in the officer's demeanor changed, a subtle shift from stern authority to something closer to concern. "Turn around, all of you." We complied, our backs now against the wall, finally able to see the officer properly. He was older than I'd expected, probably in his 50s, with a weathered face and gray hair visible beneath his cap. His name badge read Sullivan. "You kids have no idea what you've been messing with," Officer Sullivan said, his voice quieter now. "This place isn't just some abandoned building for your Halloween thrills. There's a reason it's boarded up, a reason no one has torn it down despite years of proposals." "What reason is that?" I found myself asking. Sullivan's gaze moved to the upper windows of the hospital, then back to us. "Let's just say this place has a history that didn't end when they closed the doors. I've been responding to calls here for 25 years, and I've seen things I can't explain. Things that made me request never to be assigned here alone. A chill that had nothing to do with the October night ran through me. What kinds of things? Figures in the windows, lights that couldn't possibly be working, sounds coming from inside when the building was securely locked." Sullivan paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "About 15 years ago, my partner and I responded to a call similar to tonight's. We found a group of college kids who'd broken in on a dare. One of them was catatonic when we found him, just staring at nothing, completely unresponsive. He spent 6 months in psychiatric care afterward, and to this day, he won't talk about what he saw inside." The three of us exchanged uneasy glances, the officer's words confirming our own terrifying experience. "Officer," I began hesitantly, "when we were in there, we heard noises, like people moving around, doors opening and closing. And I saw someone, a doctor in a white coat. He looked right at me." Sullivan's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a long-held belief. "You're not the first to report that. The doctor is a common sighting, usually on the ground floor near the old treatment rooms." "Who is he?" Mark asked, his skepticism fading in the face of the officer's matter-of-fact confirmation. "Dr. Mendel, according to hospital records. He was the chief psychiatrist from 1962 until his death in 1978. His methods were controversial, even for that time. After he died, there were investigations, former patients coming forward with stories of abuse, experimental treatments without consent. Nothing was ever proven conclusively, but the hospital's reputation never recovered. It closed 5 years later." "He looked so real," I whispered. "Not like a ghost from a movie, not transparent or floating. He was just there." "The stronger the emotion at death, the stronger the impression left behind," Sullivan said, his tone suggesting he'd given this considerable thought over the years. "And from what I've read about Dr. Mendel, he was not a man who would have accepted death easily." Jason shifted uncomfortably, wincing as he adjusted his weight off his injured knee. "So what happens now? Are you arresting us?" Sullivan sighed, seeming to remember his official role. "Technically, I should. Breaking and entering, trespassing on state property. Those are serious charges." He paused, then reached into his pocket and retrieved our IDs. "But I think whatever happened to you in there is punishment enough. Consider this a warning. If I catch any of you near this property again, I won't be so lenient." Relief washed over me as he handed back our driver's licenses. "Thank you, officer." "Don't thank me," Sullivan replied grimly. "Just stay away from this place. Whatever walks these halls doesn't distinguish between the curious and the malicious. It just knows you don't belong here." He escorted us to the gap in the fence, watching as we squeezed through one by one. "Your car at O'Malley's?" When we nodded, he added, "I'll follow you there. Make sure you leave town without any detours." The walk back to the bar was tense and silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Jason limped between Mark and me, occasionally needing support on the uneven ground. Behind us, Officer Sullivan's cruiser crawled along at walking pace, its headlights illuminating our path. When we reached Mark's car in the bar parking lot, Sullivan pulled up alongside us and rolled down his window. "One more thing," he said, his expression grave. "Whatever you experienced in there, it might not stay there. Some people report after effects, nightmares, feeling followed. If that happens, there's a woman in town, Eliza Chambers, runs the New Age shop on Main Street. She knows more about this place than anyone. Helped that college kid I mentioned." "After effects?" Mark repeated, a note of alarm in his voice. Sullivan nodded. "Just be aware. Safe travels." As his cruiser pulled away, we stood beside Mark's car, the weight of the night's events settling around us like a shroud. "Let's get out of here," Jason said, breaking the silence. "I've had enough of this town to last a lifetime." The drive home was subdued, each of us processing what had happened in our own way. Jason sat in the back seat with his leg elevated, occasionally breaking the silence with a wince when we hit a bump in the road. Mark kept glancing at me, concern evident in his eyes. I stared out the window at the passing darkness, replaying the image of Dr. Mendel in my mind, the fury in his eyes when he realized he was seen, the aggressive gesture, the way he had turned and walked away as if to fetch something or someone. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of that hospital. Something that even now watched from just beyond the reach of the headlights. 2 days later, I received a notice in the mail. Community service for trespassing, the result of Officer Sullivan filing a report despite his verbal warning. Mark and Jason received similar notices. We had gotten off lightly, all things considered. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to wonder if our punishment had truly ended when we left the hospital grounds. The nightmares started 3 days after our visit. Vivid dreams of endless hospital corridors, of being strapped to cold metal tables while figures in white coats loomed over me with instruments I couldn't identify. I would wake gasping for breath, the phantom sensation of icy hands on my skin lingering into wakefulness. And sometimes, in the liminal space between sleeping and waking, I would see him, Dr. Mendel, standing in the corner of my bedroom, watching with cold calculation, clipboard in hand, as if I were just another subject for his experiments. The human mind has remarkable defense mechanisms. As weeks passed following our encounter at the hospital, I found ways to rationalize what had happened, to file it away as an experience born of suggestion, darkness, and the power of Devil's Night to heighten perception. The nightmares gradually subsided, replaced by more mundane concerns, work, relationships, the day-to-day business of living. Mark and I broke up 6 months later, our relationship another casualty of that night, though neither of us would admit it. Something had changed between us, a shared trauma that paradoxically drove us apart rather than bringing us closer. He couldn't understand why I couldn't just get over it, and I resented his ability to dismiss what we had experienced as mere tricks of light and shadow. Jason moved away the following year, taking a job in another state. Before he left, he confided that he'd been to see Eliza Chambers, the woman Officer Sullivan had mentioned. She had performed some kind of cleansing ritual that Jason claimed had helped with his own nightmares. I nodded and wished him well, but didn't ask for Eliza's contact information. By then, I had convinced myself I was fine. Life moved on. I finished college, started a career, dated other people. The hospital became a story I occasionally told at parties when the conversation turned to supernatural experiences, though I edited out the more disturbing details, presenting it as a spooky adventure rather than the profoundly unsettling event it had been. And yet, despite my best efforts to normalize the experience, there were moments when the veil between my carefully constructed rationality and the truth of that night would thin, usually in October as Devil's Night approached, or when I would catch a glimpse of someone in a white coat from the corner of my eye. 4 years passed this way, with me balanced precariously between acknowledgement and denial of what had happened at the hospital. And then, on a rainy Sunday evening in 2015, the balance tipped. I was alone in my apartment, half watching a paranormal investigation show on television while scrolling through social media on my phone. It was the kind of program I usually avoided, too many staged reactions and questionable evidence for my taste, but nothing else was on, and the background noise kept the silence at bay. I wasn't paying full attention until I heard the host mention a location that made me freeze. Tonight, we're investigating one of America's most haunted abandoned hospitals, the former Riverview State Psychiatric Hospital. My head snapped up, phone forgotten as footage of the familiar Gothic facade filled the screen. It looked exactly as I remembered it, perhaps even more dilapidated after the additional years of neglect. Originally built in the 1920s as a tuberculosis sanatorium, the narrator continued, this imposing structure later served as a state psychiatric facility until its closure in 1983, amid allegations of patient abuse and controversial treatment methods. The camera panned across the hospital grounds, then cut to interior shots taken with night vision equipment. I recognized the reception area where we had entered, the long corridor of patient rooms, even the treatment areas with their ominous equipment still in place. Our investigation begins in the basement, the host explained, an area former staff members claim was used for the most extreme treatments and where current paranormal activity is reportedly most intense. I watched, transfixed, as the team made their way through the basement corridors, capturing strange noises and unexplained temperature fluctuations on their equipment. It was theatrical and over-dramatized, yet I couldn't look away, knowing what might await them. Then it happened. As one investigator stood alone in a basement corridor, his camera captured a figure moving across the hallway behind him. A solid-looking man in a white coat, moving with purpose from one room to another. "Oh my God," the investigator exclaimed when reviewing the footage with his team. "That's a full-bodied apparition." The show slowed down the footage, enhanced it, replayed it from different angles, and with each replay my blood ran colder. It was him, Dr. Mendel, the same stern expression, the same wire-rimmed glasses, the same purposeful stride, the same man who had locked eyes with me 4 years earlier. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely navigate to my contacts. Mark answered on the 4th ring, his voice wary. We hadn't spoken in over a year. "Turn on channel 11, I said without preamble. "Now." "What? Why?" "Just do it, please." I heard shuffling on his end, then the sound of a TV turning on. "The ghost hunting show? Since when are you into this fake—" "Just watch," I interrupted. "They're at the hospital, our hospital." Silence as he processed this, then, "I'll call you back in 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes stretched interminably as I continued watching the show, my entire body tense. When my phone finally rang, Mark's voice had lost all its earlier skepticism. "It's him," he said simply. "The doctor you saw. You believe me now?" I couldn't keep the accusation from my voice. Mark was quiet for a moment. "I never said I didn't believe you saw something. I didn't see him, so it was easier to think. That I was making it up, or crazy? No, not crazy. Just influenced by the setting, the stories, all of it." He sighed. "I'm sorry. Seeing him on video like that, it's hard to deny." We watched the remainder of the show together over the phone, commenting as the investigation team encountered more phenomena, disembodied voices captured on audio recorders, objects moving seemingly on their own, shadows moving against the flow of light. "Have you had any after effects?" Mark asked hesitantly when the show ended. "Like Sullivan warned about?" I considered lying, then decided against it. "Nightmares, mostly. They've gotten better over time. Sometimes I think I see him just for a second, but when I look again, there's nothing there." "Jason went to that woman Sullivan mentioned," Mark said it helped. "He told me. Maybe you should—" "I'm fine," I insisted, the old defensiveness rising. "It's been 4 years. If something was going to happen, it would have by now." But even as I said the words, a familiar chill swept through my apartment, raising goosebumps along my arms. On the television, now muted, the credits rolled over still images from the investigation, including a freeze frame of Dr. Mendel's figure in the basement corridor. After hanging up with Mark, I found myself unable to settle. I paced my apartment, checking locks, adjusting lights, anything to keep moving. When exhaustion finally forced me to bed, I lay awake for hours, listening to the normal sounds of my building with heightened awareness. In the days that followed, I researched the hospital obsessively, reading everything I could find about its history and, specifically, about Dr. Isaiah Mendel. The internet yielded surprisingly little. A few mentions in digitized newspaper archives, references in academic papers about the evolution of psychiatric treatment, but nothing substantial about the man himself. I expanded my search to include the paranormal investigation show, discovering that the episode featuring the hospital had generated significant online discussion. In one forum thread, a commenter claiming to be a former orderly at the hospital shared stories that aligned disturbingly well with our experience. Lights operating without power, sounds of hospital activity long after the facility closed, and multiple sightings of Dr. Mendel, particularly near his former treatment rooms. The commenter wrote, "Mendel believed mental illness was a physical disease that could be excised like a tumor. His treatments were designed to cut out the sickness through electroshock ice baths, even experimental surgical procedures. He kept detailed records of everything, believing he was on the verge of breakthroughs that would revolutionize psychiatry. When he died unexpectedly of a heart attack in 1978, he was in the middle of a treatment session. The patient survived but was never the same afterward. The hospital tried to bury Mendel's more controversial work, burning records and dismantling equipment. But rumors persisted. Some say Mendel was so devoted to his work, so convinced of his methods, that death itself couldn't stop him from continuing his treatments." A chill ran through me as I read these words, remembering the burned patient files we had found, the equipment still in place as if waiting to be used again. Was it possible that what we had encountered was more than just a residual haunting, more than just energy impressed upon the environment? Could Mendel's consciousness somehow persist, continuing his work in some twisted afterlife? The question gnawed at me, making it difficult to concentrate on anything else. I found myself driving past the hospital whenever I was in the area, drawn to it despite the dread it inspired. I never went inside again. The memory of Officer Sullivan's warning and my community service experience was deterrent enough. But I would park across the street, watching the dark windows for any sign of movement. On one such evening, nearly 5 years after our original encounter, I noticed a small shop across from the hospital that I hadn't seen before, a converted Victorian house with a discreet sign reading, "Chambers Metaphysical." Eliza Chambers, the woman Sullivan had mentioned. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, debating whether to go in. What would I say? "Hello, a police officer told me 5 years ago that you might be able to help with my ghost problem." It sounded ridiculous, the kind of thing that would earn me a pitying look and perhaps a recommendation for psychiatric help. Yet as I watched the hospital in the gathering twilight, I could have sworn I saw a light moving behind one of the third-floor windows, a flashlight beam perhaps, or something else entirely. Making my decision, I got out of the car and crossed the street to Chambers Metaphysical. A bell tinkled softly as I entered. The interior was not what I had expected, no crystal balls or gaudy mystical symbols, just a tastefully arranged shop with books, candles, herbs, and various metaphysical supplies. A woman looked up from behind the counter, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a simple braid, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. "Are you Eliza Chambers?" When she nodded, I continued hesitantly. "Officer Sullivan from the police department. He mentioned you might be able to help with after effects." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "The hospital," she said simply. It wasn't a question. "Yes, 5 years ago on Devil's Night." Eliza glanced at the clock on the wall, then moved to the front door and turned the sign to closed. "Come to the back," she said. "We'll talk." I followed her through a beaded curtain into a small sitting area. Comfortable chairs, a low table, shelves lined with books and curious objects I couldn't identify. She gestured for me to sit, then took the chair opposite mine. "Tell me everything," she said, "from the beginning." And I did, the story pouring out of me with a detail and emotional immediacy that surprised even me. I told her about entering the hospital, Jason's injury, our exploration, the lights coming on, hiding from what we thought were police, seeing Dr. Mendel, the confrontation with Officer Sullivan, and the years of nightmares and glimpsed figures that followed. Eliza listened without interruption, her expression revealing nothing. When I finished, she sat in silence for a long moment, her eyes focused somewhere beyond me. "Your friend, Jason, he came to see me before he left town," she said finally. "I performed a cleansing for him, severed the attachment. It seems to have worked. He hasn't reported any further incidents." "Attachment?" I repeated, the word sending a shiver through me. "Dr. Mendel is what we call a collector," Eliza explained. "In life, he collected patients, subjects for his experiments. In death, he continues to collect, but now he's interested in minds that are receptive to the paranormal, individuals who can sense him, see him." "Like me," I whispered. Eliza nodded. "When you wrote your name on that chalkboard, you did more than leave graffiti. You announced yourself to the energies in that place. You made yourself known to him. And now he's... what? Following me, haunting me." "Studying you," she corrected. "As he studied his patients, the nightmares, the glimpses, these are his observations, his notes being taken. For what purpose I cannot say with certainty, but given what we know of the man's methods in life." She let the implication hang in the air between us, unspoken but understood. Dr. Mendel had been a man of extreme treatments, of pushing boundaries regardless of the cost to his subjects. If he was indeed studying me from beyond death, what would the culmination of that study look like? "Can you help me?" I asked, my voice small in the quiet room. "Like you helped Jason?" "I can try," Eliza replied. "But you must understand, this attachment has persisted for 5 years. It has had time to strengthen, to intertwine with your energy. Breaking it will not be easy, and it may not be complete." "I'll take whatever help you can offer," I said, desperation edging into my voice. Eliza nodded and rose, moving to the shelves to gather various items: candles, herbs, small bottles of liquids, a ceramic bowl. As she worked, she spoke softly, almost to herself. "Mendel was brilliant in his way, ahead of his time in some respects, though his methods were cruel by any standard. He believed the mind and body were inseparable, that mental illness manifested physically in the brain. Not a radical concept now, but then. It challenged prevailing theories. His error was in believing these manifestations could be treated like tumors, cut away, or shocked into submission." She returned to the table with her collected items, arranging them methodically. "The irony is that in death, he has proven his own theory wrong. His consciousness persists without a physical form, demonstrating that the mind is indeed separable from the body." I watched as she lit candles, mixed herbs in the bowl, and added drops from various bottles. The air filled with an aromatic smoke that made my head feel slightly fuzzy. "What happens now?" I asked. "I will attempt to create a barrier between you and Dr. Mendel's energy," Eliza explained. "It won't erase what has happened, nor will it completely prevent him from reaching you if his will is strong enough. But it should weaken the connection, reduce the frequency and intensity of the experiences." For the next hour, Eliza led me through a ritual that blended elements I recognized from various spiritual traditions with techniques that seemed entirely her own. She had me visualize protective barriers, speak affirmations of strength and autonomy, and participate in cleansing practices involving the smoke and specially prepared water. Throughout the process, I experienced a range of sensations. Periods of intense cold, despite the warm room, pressure behind my eyes that built and then suddenly released. And at one point, a distinct feeling of anger that I somehow knew wasn't my own. When the ritual concluded, I felt lighter, as if something that had been clinging to me had been partially dislodged. Not completely removed, I could still sense a connection, thin but persistent, but weakened enough that I could believe in the possibility of eventually being free. "It's done," Eliza said, extinguishing the last candle. "How do you feel?" "Better," I admitted. "Not completely. Clear, but better." She nodded, unsurprised. "The connection remains, but it should continue to weaken over time, especially if you practice the visualization techniques I taught you. And there are additional steps we can take, if necessary." As I prepared to leave, reaching for my wallet, Eliza waved away my attempt to pay. "Officer Sullivan sends people to me for a reason," she said. "He understands what that place is, what it does to people. This is my way of balancing the scales in whatever small way I can." At the door, she placed a small fabric pouch in my hand, a charm of some kind, filled with herbs and other materials. "Keep this with you, especially when you sleep, and stay away from the hospital. Your presence there strengthens the connection." I promised I would heed her advice, thanked her, and stepped back into the night. Across the street, the hospital loomed against the darkened sky, its windows black and empty, or almost all of them. On the third floor, a faint light moved behind one window, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. But I knew I hadn't. Years have passed since that night at Eliza's shop. The charm she gave me sits on my nightstand, replaced periodically when she sends me a new one. A service she provides without my asking, as if she knows when the previous one has lost its efficacy. The nightmares have largely subsided, and the glimpses of Dr. Mendel have become rare enough that I can go months without incident. I've moved forward with my life, building a career, forming new relationships, creating a normalcy that sometimes makes that Devil's Night in 2011 feel like something that happened to someone else. Until 2019, when I was browsing television channels and came across that paranormal investigation show. A different episode this time, but featuring the same team at a different location. I watched with mild interest, the production values and dramatic reactions as overblown as I remembered. And then they showed it, footage from their visit to the hospital years earlier, including the clip of Dr. Mendel walking through the basement corridor. The host explained that this remained one of their most compelling pieces of evidence, a full-bodied apparition captured clearly on camera. As the clip played in slow motion, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a detail that sent ice through my veins, despite the charm sitting just feet away on my nightstand. In Dr. Mendel's hand, clearly visible as the enhanced footage played frame by frame, was a clipboard. And on that clipboard, just barely legible in the freeze frame, was a paper with what appeared to be a list of names. I paused the television and moved closer, my heart pounding as I struggled to make out the tiny text on the screen. Most of the names were too blurry to read, but at the bottom of the list, written clearly enough to be unmistakable, was my own name, the same name I had written on that chalkboard years ago. I still drive by the hospital occasionally, drawn by a morbid fascination I can't entirely explain. The building continues to decay, a planned demolition repeatedly delayed by budget constraints and preservationist concerns. Sometimes I see lights moving behind the windows, sometimes not. I've spoken with Mark a few times over the years, comparing notes on our experiences. He has had fewer lasting effects, perhaps because he never saw Dr. Mendel directly, never established that connection. Jason remains free of incidents, Eliza's intervention apparently successful in his case. He's built a new life in another state, married with children now, the hospital just a strange story from his youth. As for me, I exist in a liminal space. Not fully haunted, but not entirely free either. Dr. Mendel's presence in my life has diminished to a background awareness, like a radio playing in another room, too faint to make out the words but persistent enough to remind me it's there. I still have questions that may never be answered. What does he want from those he collects? Why does he continue his work beyond death? Is he trapped in some form of purgatory, condemned to repeat his life's obsessions, or is he acting with purpose and intention? Perhaps some questions are better left unanswered. Perhaps some connections, once formed, can never be completely severed, only weakened, managed, lived with. On Devil's Night each year, I take extra precautions, burning the protective herbs Eliza has provided, reinforcing my visualized barriers, keeping lights on throughout the night. And each year, as midnight approaches, I feel him testing those barriers, searching for weaknesses, for a way back in. So far, the barriers have held. But sometimes in the moments between waking and sleeping, I think I hear the scratch of a pen on paper, taking notes on my condition, my progress, my resistance. And I wonder if, somewhere in that decaying hospital, in a file bearing my name, Dr. Mendel continues to document his longest-running case study, waiting for the day when his treatment plan can finally be implemented. This happened about 2 years ago. My maternal grandmother, Eleanor, passed away 2 days before Christmas Eve in 2021. I remember the call came just after dinner on a Tuesday night. The hospital's number flashed on my phone, and I knew before I answered. Some part of you always knows. "She's gone," my mother said, her voice small and broken. "She went peacefully." Those words, "went peacefully," they're supposed to bring comfort, I think. But all I could picture was Eleanor lying alone in a sterile hospital room, her last breath escaping while machines beeped indifferently around her. There was nothing peaceful about loss. The days that followed blurred together. My mother moved through the house like a ghost, making phone calls, arranging funeral details, accepting casseroles from neighbors who didn't know what else to offer. My father tried his best, but grief was something he'd always kept at arm's length. He'd lost his own father young, and had learned to compartmentalize pain in ways I never could. Eleanor wasn't just my grandmother. She was the cornerstone of our entire family. Her modest 2-story house on Maple Street had been our sanctuary. The kitchen, with its perpetual smell of cinnamon and coffee, the sunroom where she'd sit with her crossword puzzles, pencil tucked behind her ear, the backyard with the tire swing that had survived 3 generations of children. "Remember when she caught us smoking behind the garage?" my cousin Thomas asked as we sat in my parents' living room the night before the funeral. The 4 of us, Thomas, Sarah, Lily, and myself, had gathered with a bottle of Eleanor's favorite bourbon. "A toast," we said, a wake of our own. "God, she was so mad," Sarah laughed, wiping at her eyes. "I thought she was going to tell our parents for sure." "But she didn't," I said, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. "She never did." Instead, Eleanor had sat us down at her kitchen table and talked to us like adults. She explained what cigarettes had done to her sister, our great-aunt June, who had died of lung cancer years before we were born. She didn't lecture or threaten. She just shared her pain and her fear of losing us the same way. None of us ever smoked again. That was Eleanor. She knew that shame and punishment didn't teach lessons. Love did. Understanding did. "She made me promise not to tell anyone when I flunked algebra," Lily said quietly. "She hired that tutor and paid for it herself. Said it was our secret." "She did the same when I wrecked my first car," Thomas added. "Helped me get it fixed before Dad ever found out." We sat in silence then, each lost in our own memories of her quiet interventions, her unconditional support, her fierce protection. Eleanor had been our confidant, our champion, our safe harbor in every storm. Christmas Eve came with a perverse insistence on normalcy. My mother had decided we would still gather, still exchange gifts, still eat the traditional ham and scalloped potatoes. "It's what she would have wanted," she kept saying, though her eyes remained distant, unfocused. I helped arrange chairs in the dining room, set the table with the good china, and folded napkins into perfect triangles, all the things Eleanor would have done. The house filled with relatives, their voices hushed, their hugs lingering a beat too long. No one mentioned the empty chair at the head of the table, though everyone's eyes drifted to it throughout the evening. After dinner, my Uncle David cleared his throat. "I'd like to say something," he began, raising his glass. "To my mother, who taught us all what it means to love without conditions, who showed us that family isn't just blood, it's choice, it's commitment, it's showing up even when it's hard." His voice cracked on the last word. "To Eleanor," we all murmured, glasses tilting toward the center of the table. I couldn't drink. The lump in my throat had grown too large, threatening to choke me. I excused myself and fled to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. The person in the mirror was a stranger, hollow-eyed, pale, with a brittle smile that threatened to shatter at any moment. I gripped the sink and tried to breathe through the tightness in my chest. "Get it together," I whispered to my reflection. "Just get through today." But I knew it wasn't just about getting through the day. It was about facing all the days that would follow, birthdays, holidays, ordinary Tuesdays, without Eleanor at their center. The funeral was worse. The chapel smelled of lilies and furniture polish, and the organ music seemed to scrape against my raw nerves. I sat between my mother and Sarah, clutching both their hands as the minister spoke of Eleanor's life, her faith, her devotion to family. Then came the eulogy. My Aunt Catherine stood at the podium, unfolding a piece of paper with shaking hands. "My mother wasn't perfect," she began, "but she was perfectly herself. She loved fiercely and without reservation. She forgave easily, but never forgot a birthday." A ripple of sad laughter moved through the congregation. In her final days, when the pain was at its worst, she didn't talk about herself. She talked about all of you, her grandchildren especially. Catherine looked directly at us then, her eyes shining with tears. She told me, "Tell them they were the best thing that ever happened to me. Tell them they were my greatest joy. Tell them I cared for them more deeply than anything else in my life." The words hit me like a physical blow. A sound escaped me, something between a gasp and a sob, and suddenly I was crying without restraint, my body shaking with the force of it. Sarah's arm came around my shoulders, but it offered no comfort. Nothing could touch the yawning emptiness that had opened inside me. After the service, after the burial, after the reception where people ate finger sandwiches and spoke in reverent tones about what a wonderful woman Eleanor had been, I found myself standing in her empty house. My mother had asked me to pick up some photos for a memorial album she was creating, and I'd volunteered, needing some time alone with the ghost of her. The silence was absolute. No ticking grandfather clock. It had been moved to my parents' house. No humming refrigerator. It had been unplugged, cleaned, its contents distributed or discarded. No creaking floorboards under Eleanor's careful steps. Just emptiness. I moved through the rooms, touching surfaces, opening drawers, breathing in the fading scent of her. In her bedroom, I sat on the edge of her bed and ran my hand over the quilt she'd made decades ago. The stitches were uneven in places. Eleanor had never claimed to be an expert seamstress, but the love in every imperfect inch was palpable. On her nightstand sat a small leather-bound book. I knew I shouldn't pry, but grief makes trespassers of us all. I opened it to find her handwriting, cramped but legible, filling page after page. November 18th, Margaret called today. We talked about the grandchildren and how quickly they're growing up. She worries about hers the same way I worry about mine. Strange how similar our paths have been, despite everything. Margaret, my father's mother. My other grandmother, still very much alive but distant in ways Eleanor never was. They'd known each other for decades, of course, but I'd never thought of them as friends. The revelation that they spoke, shared concerns about us, was oddly unsettling. I closed the book and placed it back exactly as I'd found it. Some privacy should be respected, even in death. As I was leaving, a framed photo on the wall caught my eye. One I'd seen 1,000 times, but never really noticed. It showed Eleanor and Margaret, much younger, standing together at some long-ago family gathering. They weren't looking at the camera, but at each other, caught in mid-conversation, their expressions animated. There was an intimacy to it, a suggestion of shared secrets. I took the photo off the wall and added it to the box I was collecting. Something about it felt important, though I couldn't have said why. Driving home through the January darkness, snow beginning to fall in fat, lazy flakes, I felt a strange sense of foreboding. Not fear exactly, but awareness. As if the universe had shifted slightly and things that had been separate were now bleeding into one another. The grief was overwhelming and I hadn't even moved past the shock phase. It felt unreal, like Eleanor had just vanished, leaving behind an emptiness that no holiday lights or comforting words could fill. I kept expecting to hear her voice on the phone, to get one of her spontaneous, just checking in texts, to smell her perfume, white shoulders, old-fashioned and elegant like her. But there was nothing, just absence, just silence, just the hollow space where someone I loved used to be. January crawled by, each day indistinguishable from the last. I returned to work at the publishing house where I'd been an editor for 5 years, but found myself staring blankly at manuscripts, unable to focus on the words before me. My colleagues were understanding at first. Bereavement was allowed, expected even. But as weeks passed, their patience began to wear thin. "You need to talk to someone," my friend Denise suggested over lunch one day. "A professional, I mean." I pushed my salad around the plate, appetite absent as it had been since the funeral. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You barely speak, you've lost weight, and yesterday I found you crying in the supply closet." I had no defense against the truth. I had been in the supply closet, clutching a package of Post-it notes to my chest, sobbing silently because they were the exact shade of yellow as Eleanor's kitchen curtains. "I'll think about it," I promised, though I had no intention of doing so. The idea of explaining my grief to a stranger seemed impossible. How could I articulate the specific ache of missing someone whose love had been the foundation of my entire life? The first strange occurrence happened on a Tuesday, exactly 1 month after Eleanor's death. I was at home, trying to focus on a manuscript that was already late for its deadline, when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Power surges weren't unusual in winter, so I thought nothing of it until I heard the music. Faint at first, barely perceptible. Piano notes, delicate and familiar, drifting from somewhere in my apartment. I lived alone in a 1-bedroom unit, with no roommates and certainly no piano. I set down my pen and listened, trying to place the melody. Debussy, Clair de Lune, Eleanor's favorite piece, the one she'd play on her old record player on Sunday afternoons while she baked. I rose from my desk and moved through the apartment, following the sound. It seemed to be coming from the kitchen, but when I entered, the room was empty and silent. The music had stopped. "Hello?" I called, feeling foolish but unsettled. No response, of course. I checked every room, opening closets and even looking under the bed, though what I expected to find I couldn't say. Nothing was out of place. No one was there. Just my imagination, I told myself. Grief playing tricks on my tired mind. But the next day, it happened again. This time, the smell of cinnamon and apples filled my apartment for several minutes before dissipating. Eleanor's signature pie, the one she made every fall and winter, the recipe she had promised to teach me, but never had the chance. I called my mother, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you noticed anything unusual since Grandma died?" I asked carefully. "What do you mean, unusual?" Her voice was guarded. "I don't know. Strange things. Things you can't explain." A long pause. "Like what?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her. It sounded too much like madness, like desperate wishful thinking. "Never mind. I'm just tired, I guess." "You should come for dinner this weekend," she said, changing the subject. "Your father misses you." I agreed, though the thought of their house, now filled with Eleanor's things, distributed among family members like relics, made my chest tight. That night I dreamed of Eleanor's house. In the dream I was walking through the familiar rooms, but they were empty of furniture, echoing with my footsteps. I called out for her, my voice bouncing off bare walls. When I reached the kitchen, I found not Eleanor but Margaret, my father's mother, sitting at the table. "She's trying to reach you," Margaret said, her eyes fixed on something over my shoulder. "She's worried." I turned to look, but there was only darkness behind me, a void that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "Who's worried?" I asked, turning back to Margaret. "Eleanor?" But Margaret was gone, and the table with her. I stood alone in the empty kitchen as the darkness began to seep in through the windows, thick as tar. I woke with a gasp, sheets twisted around my legs, my nightshirt damp with sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:20 a.m., the exact time I would later realize that Eleanor had died in her hospital bed. The rest of the week brought more inexplicable moments. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. A book that had been on the coffee table appearing on my bedside table. My keys hanging on their hook when I was certain I'd left them in my coat pocket. The television turned itself on twice, always to the Food Network, which Eleanor had watched religiously. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. The dinner at my parents' house that weekend was a strained affair. My father made awkward attempts at conversation while my mother watched me with worried eyes, noting how little I ate, how often I checked my phone as if expecting a call. "How's Margaret?" I asked suddenly, the dream still vivid in my mind. My father looked surprised. "Mom, she's fine. Why do you ask?" "No reason. I just realized I haven't seen her since the funeral." "She asks about you," my mother said, her tone careful. "She worries." There it was again, that word, worries, just like in the dream. "Maybe I should visit her," I suggested, though Margaret and I had never been particularly close. She lived on the other side of the city, in a retirement community that always smelled faintly of disinfectant and overcooked vegetables. "I'm sure she'd like that," my father said, looking pleased. "She gets lonely, especially since—" He trailed off, but I knew what he meant. Since Eleanor died. The two women had been friends, after all. I remembered the photo I'd found, the one that suggested a deeper connection than I'd realized. After dinner, while my father watched television, my mother pulled me into the kitchen on the pretense of helping with dessert. "What's really going on with you?" she asked, her voice low. "And don't tell me nothing. I know you too well." I leaned against the counter, suddenly exhausted. "I don't know how to explain it without sounding crazy." "Try me." So I did. I told her about the music, the smells, the moving objects, the dream about Margaret, the constant, unshakable feeling that I was being watched, followed, reached for. My mother listened without interruption, her face unreadable. When I finished, she nodded once, decisively. "You're not crazy," she said. "Your Aunt Catherine has been experiencing similar things, so has Thomas." Relief washed over me, followed immediately by a new kind of fear. "What does it mean?" "I don't know." She took my hands in hers, her grip surprisingly strong. "But I do know my mother. If she's trying to reach someone from wherever she is now, she has a reason." We stood in silence for a moment, the implications of her words settling around us like dust. "Maybe you should talk to Margaret," my mother suggested finally. "She and Mom were closer than any of us realized. She might understand what's happening." I nodded, though the prospect filled me with a strange dread. "I'll call her tomorrow." But I didn't need to. When I returned to my apartment that night, there was a voicemail waiting on my phone. Margaret's voice, thin but clear. "Hello, dear. I've been thinking about you quite a bit lately. I wonder if you might come visit me this week. There's something I think we should discuss. Something about Eleanor." I played the message twice, goosebumps rising on my arms. How had she known? What could she possibly have to tell me about Eleanor that I didn't already know? I called her back immediately, despite the late hour. She answered on the first ring, as if she'd been waiting by the phone. "I'll come tomorrow," I said without preamble. "Is 3 o'clock all right?" "Perfect," Margaret replied, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "I'll make tea." That night, as I lay in bed trying to quiet my racing thoughts, the temperature in my bedroom dropped suddenly. My breath clouded in front of my face, and the radiator clanked futilely against the unnatural cold. Then came the whispers, so faint at first that I thought it was just the wind outside my window. But it grew clearer, more insistent. A woman's voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" The whisper stopped abruptly. The room remained cold, but the sense of presence, the weight of unseen eyes, intensified. Something brushed against my cheek, the lightest touch, like fingertips trailing gently over my skin. I froze, too terrified to move or speak. The touch came again, this time sweeping a strand of hair behind my ear, an achingly familiar gesture. Eleanor used to do the same thing when I was upset, a small, comforting ritual from childhood. "Grandma?" I whispered into the darkness. No answer came, but the cold began to recede. The room warmed gradually, the oppressive presence lifting like fog burning away in sunlight. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up in bed, lights on, waiting for something more, some clearer sign or message. But the apartment remained quiet, ordinary, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. By morning, I might have convinced myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion, except for one thing. On my nightstand, where nothing had been the night before, sat a small silver locket. Eleanor's locket, the one she'd been buried with. I picked it up with shaking hands, the metal warm to the touch. Inside was a tiny photograph of the family, my parents, my aunts and uncles, all the cousins, taken at Eleanor's 75th birthday party. Her most treasured possession, she'd called it. The entire family, together and happy, in one perfect moment. The locket that should have been 6 feet underground, in a casket with her. I closed my fist around it, the edges digging into my palm. Whatever was happening went beyond grief, beyond imagination. Something impossible was unfolding around me, something that defied rational explanation. And somehow I knew that Margaret held the key to understanding it. Margaret's retirement community, Oakwood Gardens, was a cluster of tidy brick buildings surrounded by carefully manicured lawns. Despite the cheerful name and bright flowers planted along the walkways, there was something inherently sad about the place, a sense of lives winding down, of people waiting for an ending. I signed in at the front desk, where a young woman with tired eyes handed me a visitor's badge without looking up from her computer. "Building C, apartment 307, she said mechanically. The hallways smelled of industrial cleaner and cafeteria food. I passed a common room where elderly residents sat in a circle, half-heartedly participating in what appeared to be a trivia game. One woman caught my eye as I walked by, her gaze sharp and knowing, as if she recognized me. I hurried past, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Margaret's door was decorated with a wreath of artificial autumn leaves, despite it being the dead of winter. I knocked, adjusting the strap of my bag where Eleanor's locket now resided. I couldn't bring myself to wear it, but neither could I leave it behind. The door opened almost immediately, as if she'd been standing just on the other side, waiting. "There you are," Margaret said, her smile warm but her eyes assessing. "Right on time." My paternal grandmother had always been a striking woman, tall and elegant, even in her advanced years. At 84, her hair was silver white but still thick, pulled back in a neat chignon. She wore a deep blue sweater that brought out the color of her eyes, the same eyes my father had, the same eyes I saw in the mirror every morning. Come in," she urged, stepping aside. "The tea is ready." Her apartment was small but immaculate, decorated in shades of blue and cream. Photos lined the walls and shelves. My father as a child, my parents' wedding, my high school graduation. And I noticed with surprise several of Eleanor. The two women together at various family functions, arms linked, laughing into the camera. "You're noticing the photos," Margaret said, following my gaze. "Eleanor and I were great friends, you know, more than friends, really." She gestured for me to sit on the sofa while she poured tea from a delicate porcelain pot. The cups matched, pale blue with gold rims, elegant and old-fashioned. "I didn't realize you were so close," I admitted, accepting the cup she offered. "I mean, I knew you knew each other, obviously, but you thought we were just connected through the family?" Margaret smiled slightly. "No, our relationship went much deeper than that. We met long before your parents did, in college, actually. We were roommates my freshman year, her sophomore year. This was entirely new information. I'd never heard either grandmother mention knowing each other before my parents' marriage. Eleanor never told me that. No, she wouldn't have." Margaret took a small sip of her tea, her eyes distant with memory. "It was complicated, our friendship. There were gaps, times when we didn't speak, but we always found our way back to each other. Always." She set down her cup and leaned forward, her gaze suddenly intense. "But that's not why I asked you here. You've been experiencing things, haven't you, since she passed? The directness of the question caught me off guard. How did you know? Because I have too. Her voice was matter-of-fact, devoid of the fear or uncertainty I felt. She's reaching out, trying to communicate something. But why? And why to us specifically? The questions that had been tormenting me spilled out. And why does she seem so restless? I thought she died peacefully. Margaret's expression softened. Death isn't always the end of a story, dear. Sometimes it's just a comma in a very long sentence. She rose and crossed to a small writing desk in the corner of the room. From a drawer, she withdrew a leather-bound journal similar to the one I'd found in Eleanor's bedroom. Your grandmother and I had a pact, she explained, returning to her seat. We promised that whoever went first would try to send a message back, if such a thing was possible. A confirmation, if you will, that consciousness continues. A message? I repeated, struggling to reconcile this metaphysical pact with the practical, no-nonsense women I'd known my grandmothers to be. Eleanor was always more open to these possibilities than me. She had experiences as a young woman that convinced her there was more to reality than what we can see and touch. Margaret tapped the journal. She documented some of them here. She handed me the book, which fell open to a page marked with a silk ribbon. The handwriting was Eleanor's, dated just 3 months before her death. I dreamt of the in-between place again last night. That space where the living and the dead can almost touch, separated by the thinnest of veils. I was trying to reach someone. I couldn't see who. But my hands kept passing through them as if they were smoke. Margaret says I've become obsessed with these dreams, but how can I not be when the end draws closer? If there's a way to bridge that gap, to reach back after I'm gone, I need to find it. For them, for all of them. I looked up from the page, my heart racing. What does this mean? What was she trying to do? Eleanor believed that love was stronger than death, Margaret said simply. That with enough will, enough intention, the barrier could be crossed. Not to return to life, she wasn't fool enough to believe that, but to communicate, to finish whatever remained unfinished. And you think that's what's happening now? She's trying to communicate? I know it is. The question is why. What message is so important that she's expending such energy to deliver it? I reached into my bag and withdrew the locket, holding it out on my palm. This appeared on my nightstand last night. It was buried with her. Margaret went very still, her eyes fixed on the silver oval. May I? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, and she took it carefully, examining it as if it were a precious artifact, which, in a way, it was. A physical object that had somehow traversed the boundary between worlds. This changes everything, she murmured. This isn't just communication. This is a manipulation of physical matter. She's stronger than I imagined. A chill ran through me at her words. Is that normal? Margaret gave a short, humorless laugh. None of this is normal, dear, but it is significant. She handed the locket back to me. She chose you specifically to receive this. You must be central to whatever message she's trying to convey. The responsibility of that selection felt suddenly overwhelming. But why me? Why not my mother or one of her other children? That's what we need to discover. Margaret set her teacup down with a decisive clink. I think it's time we tried to speak to her directly. My stomach lurched. You mean like a seance? Nothing so theatrical. Just an opening of awareness, an invitation. Eleanor and I researched these methods extensively in our later years. We were preparing, you see. The casual way she spoke of communicating with the dead, as if it were as ordinary as making a phone call, left me speechless. These were my grandmothers, women who had baked cookies and knitted Christmas sweaters, women I'd thought I knew completely. Yet here was this whole other dimension to their relationship, their beliefs, their lives that had been entirely hidden from me. When? I asked finally. Tonight would be best. The barrier is thinnest in the early morning hours, around 3:20 actually. The time on my clock when I'd awakened to the cold room, the whispers, the touch, the time of Eleanor's death. How did you know that was when she died? I asked, suspicion suddenly flaring. The family was told it happened sometime during the night. The exact time wasn't shared. Margaret's smile was enigmatic. Eleanor and I had no secrets from each other, at least not in the end. She rose again, this time moving to a cabinet where she withdrew a small, wooden box. Take this home with you. Inside is everything we'll need. I'll come to your apartment at midnight. That will give us time to prepare. I accepted the box, which was heavier than it looked, carved with intricate symbols I didn't recognize. Margaret, I'm not sure about this. What if something goes wrong? Her expression softened, and for a moment I saw the grandmother I was more familiar with, the one who had brought presents at Christmas and taught me to play gin rummy. Eleanor would never harm you, she said gently. Whatever is happening, whatever she needs to communicate, it comes from love. Remember that. As I left Oakwood Gardens, the strange woman from the common room was standing in the hallway. Up close, I could see that her eyes were two different colors, one brown, one a pale, almost translucent blue. She's caught between, the woman said as I passed, her voice reedy but insistent. Neither here nor there. The between place is dangerous. Be careful who you invite in. I hurried past without responding, clutching Margaret's wooden box to my chest, the weight of the locket in my bag suddenly seeming to increase with every step. The rest of the day passed in a haze of nervous anticipation. I called in sick to work, not entirely a lie, as my stomach churned with anxiety, and tried to distract myself with mundane tasks. I cleaned my apartment, paid bills, even attempted to work on the manuscript that was now dangerously overdue. Nothing held my attention. The wooden box sat on my coffee table, unopened. I couldn't bring myself to look inside, afraid of what I might find. Part of me wanted to call the whole thing off, to return the box to Margaret and pretend none of this was happening. But the memory of that gentle touch in the darkness, the strand of hair tucked behind my ear, so specifically Eleanor, kept me from reaching for the phone. If there was even the slightest chance of saying goodbye properly, of understanding what she needed to tell me, how could I turn away? As the day waned and darkness fell, the apartment grew increasingly quiet. Not just silent, but a deep, waiting stillness that seemed to press against my ears. The air felt thick, charged with potential energy. At precisely 11:45 p.m., a knock came at my door. Margaret stood in the hallway, now dressed in a simple black dress with a silver pendant at her throat. "You didn't open the box," she said as she entered. Not a question, but an observation. I wasn't sure what to expect. She nodded, understanding. Fear is natural. But remember, this is Eleanor we're trying to reach. Your grandmother. She loved you more than life itself. Margaret moved to the coffee table and opened the box, revealing its contents. 3 white candles, a small silver bell, a pouch of what looked like dried herbs, and a framed photograph of Eleanor, one I'd never seen before, showing her as a young woman, perhaps in her 30s, her expression serious but her eyes bright with intelligence. "We'll need a table," Margaret instructed, her manner now businesslike. "Preferably round, but any will do." I cleared my small dining table, and together we arranged the items from the box. Margaret placed the candles in a triangle formation with the photograph of Eleanor at the center. She sprinkled some of the dried herbs, a mixture that smelled of lavender and something sharper, almost metallic, around the perimeter. "The locket," she said, holding out her hand. "It will serve as a connection, a tether." I hesitated before drawing it from my pocket. The metal seemed warmer than it should be, almost pulsing against my palm like a tiny beating heart. Margaret took it and placed it carefully beside the photograph. "Now we wait," she said, checking her watch. "It's nearly midnight. The veil begins to thin." We sat across from each other at the table, the candles casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Margaret's face in the flickering light looked different somehow, younger, sharper, her eyes reflecting the flames until they seemed to glow from within. "What exactly are we waiting for?" I whispered, not wanting to break the heavy silence that had descended. "A sign," she replied. "Eleanor will let us know when she's ready to communicate." The minutes ticked by, measured by the soft sound of my wall clock and our steady breathing. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling around the corners of the building. The candle flames wavered, but didn't extinguish. At 3:15 a.m., the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face, and shivers racked my body. Margaret, however, seemed unaffected by the cold. Her posture relaxed, her breathing even. "She's coming," she murmured, her gaze fixed on something over my shoulder. "Can you feel her?" I could. The same presence I'd sensed before, a weight, a watching, a silent anticipation. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my skin prickled with gooseflesh. "Eleanor," Margaret called softly, "we're here, we're listening." The candle flame stretched upward, elongating into thin blue-white spears of light. The locket on the table began to vibrate, then to spin slowly on its chain. "What's happening?" I gasped, fighting the urge to flee the room. "She's gathering energy," Margaret explained, her voice calm. "Drawing from the electrical field, from the heat, from us. It takes enormous effort to breach the veil." The spinning locket moved faster, becoming a silver blur. The photograph of Eleanor seemed to ripple, as if the paper itself was becoming fluid. And then I felt it. The same gentle touch on my cheek, the same sensation of fingers brushing hair from my face. But this time, it didn't stop there. The touch moved to my shoulder, a pressure like a hand resting there, solid and real. "Grandma?" I whispered, my voice breaking. The clock struck 3:20 a.m. with a soft, mechanical click. The candles extinguished simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness, save for the faint moonlight filtering through the blinds. And in that silver-blue illumination, she appeared. Right next to my chair, barely 20 centimeters from my face, floated the body and face of a woman. Not Eleanor, as I had half expected, but Margaret, my father's mother, her features exactly as they had been just moments before, across the table from me. But that was impossible, because Margaret was still sitting there, her outline visible in the dim light, her hands flat on the table's surface. I stared at the floating figure, my mouth open in shock. My body refused to move. My first thought was sleep paralysis. I had heard of people hallucinating strange figures during those episodes, but this felt too real. The details of her face, the way she seemed solid, it wasn't like a fleeting shadow in the dark. This was something else. Finally, I managed to sit up straighter, rubbing my eyes, trying to force the illusion away. I even slapped myself, hard enough to sting. But nothing changed. She was still there, floating, staring at me with a soft, knowing smile. And then, the realization hit me like a punch to the chest. Oh my God! That's my grandmother from my father's side. She is still alive. Panic surged through me. My breath came in short gasps, and before I could stop myself, I blurted out, "What the hell is happening?" The figure just kept smiling, calm and unshaken. She had Margaret's face, her hair, her warm eyes, the same ones that had looked at me countless times with love. But something was off. Her legs were missing, her body fading into nothing below the waist, like she had been cut off from reality itself. She didn't feel threatening, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. A ghostly version of my living grandmother was standing in my room, reaching across some unseen boundary to visit me. Why? Why now? Despite my fear, I felt an overwhelming curiosity, like a force I couldn't resist. Slowly, I reached out my hand toward the figure, and to my utter shock, she reached back, her fingers wrapped around mine, firm but cold, like touching something that wasn't meant to exist in this world. She smiled at me then, her eyes closing as if in peace. For what felt like minutes, we just stayed there, frozen in that impossible moment. Then, without a sound, she began to drift backward. Slowly, she glided toward my closed bedroom door, fading as she moved, and just like that, she was gone. I turned to the table where the real Margaret still sat, her expression unreadable in the darkness. "What just happened?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What did I just see?" Margaret sighed, a long, weary sound. "Not what we expected," she admitted. "Not Eleanor at all." "It was you," I said. "But you're right here. How is that possible?" She reached out and relit one of the candles with a match from her pocket. In the renewed glow, I could see that her face had changed, aged somehow in the space of minutes. New lines etched around her eyes and mouth, and her hair seemed duller, less vibrant. "The body you saw wasn't me," she said softly. "It was a projection, a construct created by Eleanor." "But why would she appear as you?" Why not as herself? Margaret's eyes filled with tears, the first time I had ever seen her cry. Because she's trying to warn you. About me. Warn me about you? I repeated, struggling to make sense of her words. I don't understand. Margaret reached for the locket, which had stopped spinning and now lay still on the table. She opened it, revealing the family photograph inside. Look closely, she instructed. What do you see? I leaned forward, examining the tiny image. It showed the family gathered around Eleanor at her birthday party, my parents, my aunts and uncles, all the cousins. And standing beside Eleanor, her arm linked through my grandmother's, was Margaret. I see everyone, I said, the whole family, you and Eleanor. Look at my eyes, Margaret insisted. I peered closer, straining to make out details in the small photograph. And then I saw it. In the picture, Margaret's eyes were different colors. One brown, one a pale, almost translucent blue, like the woman at Oakwood Gardens, the one who had warned me about the between place. I jerked back, the realization hitting me with physical force. Who are you? I demanded. If you're not Margaret— I am Margaret, she interrupted, her voice gentle but firm. Just not the Margaret you think you know. She took a deep breath as if gathering courage. Eleanor and I met in college, as I told you. We became very close, more than friends. We fell in love. The admission hung in the air between us, recontextualizing everything I thought I knew about my grandmothers. I remained silent, waiting for her to continue. It was 1958. Such relationships weren't accepted, weren't even spoken of. We kept our love secret for years, but eventually, the pressure became too much. I broke things off, married your grandfather, had your father. Eleanor married too, had her children. We lived the lives that were expected of us. She touched the photograph in the locket with trembling fingers. But we never stopped loving each other. After both our husbands passed, we reconnected. These past 15 years we've been together, not openly. We still kept that private, but together in all the ways that mattered. Why didn't you tell anyone? I asked, though I thought I already knew the answer. The generation they came from, the small town they lived in, the conservative families they belonged to. We were going to, Margaret said, a sad smile playing at her lips. After all these years, we'd finally decided it was time. Eleanor wanted to tell the family at Christmas, that last Christmas she didn't live to see. My mind raced, putting pieces together. So the warning, the apparition— Eleanor knew she was dying, Margaret explained. Long before she went into the hospital that final time, she made me promise that if she didn't get the chance to tell everyone the truth, I would do it for her. She looked down at her hands, which I now noticed were trembling. But I was a coward. At the funeral, at the Christmas gathering, I couldn't bring myself to speak up, to reveal what we'd hidden for so long. I told myself it didn't matter anymore, that the truth could die with her. But she doesn't want it to, I said slowly, understanding dawning. She wants you to fulfill your promise. Margaret nodded, tears now flowing freely down her lined face. She's caught between— not fully at peace because of this unfinished business. The woman you saw at Oakwood wasn't a resident. No one else could see her. She was another message, another warning. The realization left me breathless. All this time, the strange occurrences, the sense of presence, the impossible apparition. It wasn't just Eleanor reaching out from beyond. It was Eleanor trying to ensure that their love story wasn't buried with her. The projection you saw tonight, Margaret continued, was Eleanor showing you what's to come. What will happen to me if I don't fulfill my promise? What do you mean? I'm dying, she said simply. Cancer. I've known for months, but I haven't told anyone, not even your father. The doctors give me weeks, perhaps a month. Eleanor knew. She was the only one I told. She's afraid I'll take our secret to my grave as well, that we'll both be caught in that in-between place, unable to move on. The shock of this new revelation left me momentarily speechless. Another grandmother slipping away, another loss looming on the horizon. So what will you do? I asked finally. Margaret straightened her shoulders, a new resolve visible in her posture. I'll tell them, all of them, the truth about Eleanor and me, about what we meant to each other, but I'll need your help. My help? You were closest to Eleanor. Of all the grandchildren, you were the one she confided in most. If you stand with me, accept our truth. The others will follow your lead. I thought about Eleanor, the grandmother who had been my safe harbor, my confidant, my champion. The woman who had taught me that love was the most important force in the universe. How could I do anything but honor her final wish? Of course I'll help you, I said, reaching across the table to take her hand. It felt fragile in mine, the bones prominent beneath paper-thin skin. We'll tell them together. Margaret's relief was palpable, her entire body seeming to lighten. Thank you, she whispered. Eleanor knew you would understand. She always said you had the biggest heart of anyone she'd ever known. The candle between us flickered, and for just a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of another figure standing behind Margaret, tall, elegant, with Eleanor's unmistakable profile. But when I blinked, the shape was gone. The next few days passed in a whirlwind of phone calls and arrangements. Margaret moved in with my parents temporarily, a development that surprised my father, but that he accepted with characteristic pragmatism. We scheduled a family gathering for the following weekend, ostensibly to share Margaret's medical diagnosis, but with the deeper purpose understood between just the two of us. The night before the gathering, I dreamed of Eleanor again. This time, she wasn't in her empty house, but in a garden I didn't recognize, filled with lilacs and roses, her favorite flowers. She sat on a stone bench, her back straight, her face younger than I'd ever known it in life. You did well, she said as I approached in the dream. You understood. I miss you, I told her, sitting beside her on the bench. Every day. I know, sweetheart, I miss you too. But I'm not entirely gone, you know. Not as long as you remember me. Will I see you again? After tomorrow, I mean. Eleanor smiled, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. Not like before. Once Margaret shares our truth, I'll be able to move on. But I'll always be with you, in ways you might not expect. Are you happy, wherever you are? Getting there, she said with a small laugh. It's a process, like everything worthwhile. She stood then, smoothing down her dress, the blue one she'd worn to my college graduation. It's time for me to go, and for you to wake up. Remember what I told you at the hospital? That we were your greatest joy, I recalled, my throat tightening with emotion. That you cared for us more than anything. Yes, and that will never change no matter where I am. She leaned down and kissed my forehead, her lips cool against my skin. Goodbye for now, my darling. Take care of Margaret for me. She'll need you in the days ahead. I woke with tears on my cheeks, but a strange peace in my heart. The air in my bedroom was warm, fragrant with the unmistakable scent of lilacs and roses, though there were no flowers in my apartment. The family gathering the next day was tense at first, weighted with the knowledge of Margaret's diagnosis. We gathered in my parents' living room, the same room where we'd toasted Eleanor with bourbon a few months earlier, and listened as Margaret explained about her cancer, about her decision to forego treatment at her age, about her wish to spend her remaining time with family. And then, with a steadying glance at me, she took a deeper breath and continued. There's something else I need to tell you, she said, her voice stronger than it had been in days, something about Eleanor and me, something we should have told you years ago. The story unfolded gradually, their meeting in college, their secret relationship, their separate marriages and lives, their reconnection in later years. Margaret spoke without shame or apology, her dignity intact, even as tears slipped down her cheeks. We loved each other, she concluded simply. For over 60 years, through everything, we loved each other, and before she died, I promised I would tell you the truth, that I wouldn't let our story end in silence. The room was quiet when she finished. My mother was the first to move, crossing to where Margaret sat and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. I think I always knew, she murmured. The way you looked at each other. I just never put it into words. Others followed. My father, awkward but sincere in his acceptance. My aunts and uncles, some surprised. Others nodding as if pieces of a long unsolved puzzle had finally clicked into place. My cousins, the youngest generation, for whom such relationships were far less shocking than they had been in Eleanor and Margaret's youth. Thomas was the last to speak, his voice thick with emotion. Grandma Eleanor would be proud of you, he told Margaret, for keeping your promise, for being brave. As the family surrounded Margaret with love and support, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a lightening, a release of tension I hadn't even realized was present. The heavy silence that had filled every corner of my life since Eleanor's death seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet acceptance. That night, as I lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, I felt a final gentle touch on my cheek, the lightest brush of fingertips, a familiar gesture of comfort and love. I didn't open my eyes, didn't need to see to know who it was. "Goodbye, Grandma," I whispered into the darkness. "Be at peace." The touch withdrew, and with it went the last traces of the cold, the whispers, the sense of watching eyes. Eleanor had finished what she needed to do. Her story was complete. Margaret lived for exactly 1 month after that day, passing peacefully in her sleep with my father at her bedside. We buried her next to Eleanor, as she had requested, with a shared headstone that bore no dates, no relationships, just their names and a simple inscription: "Love endures all things." The locket remained with me, a tangible reminder of a love that had transcended conventional boundaries, that had reached across the veil between life and death to ensure its truth was known. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still find myself reaching for it, running my fingers over its smooth surface, remembering, not with fear or unease, but with gratitude for the lesson Eleanor and Margaret taught us all, that love, in its purest form, cannot be confined by society's expectations, by time, or even by death itself. It endures, it persists, it finds a way to make itself known, and in the end, that's all that remains.